For a short while we weren't able to ship over to America, so that meant that you were missing out on all of those wonderful goodies that we're able to bring to you here at Hochanda. Well, good news, we have resumed those orders coming to you overseas. COVID-19 meant that we couldn't fly them out to you, but of course that has changed. But something I do need to let you know is that sadly we've had to increase that post and packing per item. So it's gone up to $12.95 unfortunately, but good news, Freedom membership has remained the same at $19.99. What that means is you can place an order as often as you like during that calendar month. You could even place an order every single day, and there's no minimum and no maximum to those orders either. So it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of all those fabulous deals, those wonderful opportunities that we bring you here at Hochanda, now shipping again to you out in America. So take advantage of that. Make sure you become a Freedom member though. Take advantage of that saving.
Hi, I'm Pete from Hobbies and Arts. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire, and what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Are you ready to start your next crafty project from the comfort of your own home? Then join us for our fantastically floral Spring Saves event here at Hochanda. From Thursday the 21st of May at 6 p.m. to Tuesday the 26th of May at 6 p.m. We will be bringing you all your crafting favourites along with a bonus that lets you save as you spend. When you make any purchase during the event, you will be given a £5 credit to spend against any purchase of £30 or more on the following day. So don't miss out on Hochanda's Spring Savers event blooming onto your screens from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of May.
Hi, my name's Leona. I've been into crafting for many years now. As a little girl I'd craft with mum and dad, but then obviously it stuck with me that much that it became my career. I think for me crafting's so fun because there's always something new to learn, there's always something new to play with, and it's such a rewarding hobby as well. That's why I absolutely love it and recommend it to so many people. I'm really thrilled to be part of the Hochanda family. Really excited about seeing how it's grown, seeing how it's developed so far, and all the brand new things that I know we've got coming up. I'm really passionate about getting back into demonstrating on TV as well, and actually sharing techniques with you, products with you that I personally love. I hope you can tune into my shows here live at Hochanda. Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Well, good morning to you all. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We have got a fantastic lineup. We're kicking things off with Callum Ball. I'm going to be speaking to the lovely Jo very shortly. I have to tell you though, this is what I love about Hochanda, because this show epitomises why Hochanda is such a special place. We bring you stuff that really does, I think, give you that inspiration to get your imaginations bubbling, but also we give you deals too. So we have launched a brand new event. The Spring Saver is here. Now, beauty of the Spring Saver. That's a very nice shot there, Jimmy. If you make any purchase, it doesn't matter what it is, if you make any purchase on the live show, what will happen is you're going to receive £5 in credit. Now that £5 in credit can be used the next day on any order of £30 or more. But that £30 or more, it excludes the P&P, so it has to be £30 more after P&P or any discounts. Do take advantage. It's just a little thank you from us here at Hochanda. I have to say though, what we're about to show you, and I'm going to chat to Joe in just a second, what here with the papers, the rice papers, the mulberry rice papers are incredible. You don't need me to tell you that because I'm going to ask Joe. Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Joe?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, Joe. We were just talking, what time did you get up this morning? The team, we're all talking about when we get up.
Right, okay. Approximately 15 minutes ago when Mark brought my breakfast.
Oh, he brought you breakfast. You are
Yes.
officially winning at life. Mark is definitely a keeper. What a good guy.
It definitely is, yes.
But wait, when he made you breakfast, what were we talking about here? What did he bring you?
Well, it was a bowl of cereal, so...
Oh, that's
yeah.
all right.
But it was still... No, I'm not grumbling, Yanis.
Yeah,
It's lovely.
No, he's a very, very good guy. Just looking at, and this is something I really want to get across to everyone at home, because you know I'd absolutely never lie to you here. I've been, just before we were going to go live, I've been going through and looking at the mulberry rice papers. They are stunning. Now, back in the day, Joe, it would have been a couple of years ago, I needed a specific design of rice paper. So I went trawling and had a look on the internet to try and find the right one because it had to be a certain design, and I paid £3.95 for one A3 sheet.
You would, yes, yes.
So here we're getting 6. But tell me, what's been your experience with the rice papers, Joe?
Right, so Callambore, obviously, as you know, I don't make any bones about the fact that it is one of my most favourite companies that I've worked for rice paper. It's an Italian family company, and they do strive to bring you not just the quality, excellent quality of the rice papers, but the differences in the different varieties of the amazing patterns, the colours are just so vibrant, and they keep their vibrancy throughout whatever you're doing with them as well, which I'm really obviously keen of, because what we don't want is to use a rice paper, mulberry paper, that you lose some of the vibrancy of the colour when you put certain mediums on, which is quite a common thing to happen. And I know this in the past. I adore rice papers because of what I love about them is that you can add so many things onto them, but create different textures, layers, interests. We all know how much I love using them.
Well, and you can see the quality, like the fibres are coming through. I'm really conscious of the fact that you can't feel them, but I really give you my word, and I would never lie to you all. When you get these home, they are incredible.
They are, yes, and I'm sure we're speaking to many viewers that have purchased Callambore in the past, and that have said when they've got them home, they feel exceptional quality.
They really do. They're actually the best rice papers I've felt. I mean, they're really good quality. Going to pop that down for a second. That's the Art Nouveau rice papers. We've got so many different designs, but when you consider that you're getting 6 per option for $14.99, I think the price point's really good. So next we've got a rusty chic. You been doing any steampunk recently, Joe?
Oh well, you know me. I love a bit of steampunk, and whenever I can throw a little bit of that in, it pleases me, no doubt. But these are fabulous, aren't they? Again, what I love about Callambore is the fact that they put so much onto a paper, but yet they don't over egg the pudding. Do you see what I mean?
Do you know what? That does come across.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? For instance, those peacock feathers, I didn't count those, but I did count the butterflies that are coming up, which you may find, perhaps because I've got a little bit more time on my hands, You'll see in a few minutes coming up. But isn't that just beautiful? Now, when we think of steampunk, you would never automatically think of a sunflower, but those colours.
They work,
aren't
right?
they?
I think. Oh, and here we've got some lovely flowers. So you got nice variation within each of the themes that you are going to be investing in.
Yes, absolutely. So, again, this is a perfect example of the vibrancy of colours. Now, when you actually take this off the sheet and use it on the project, if you place it onto a paler surface, so perhaps gesso the background to keep it white, you will keep all of those colours, which is just beautiful. And I would like to say thank you to the design team. They've made a beautiful job of using these papers as well.
They always do. The design teams, whenever we see Kalundborg, they always bring us such beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful stuff, I'm just going to show the third option. While I do that, what can we look forward to with regard to your demonstrations today, Jo?
Right, okay. So I've got 3 demonstrations split up all the way through the 2 shows, which have got lots of techniques in. I'm using lots of the mediums, the paste, the glossy paste. I've got to say, I've really enjoyed using those this time. I've used the owls. We've got some lovely surfaces from that Scrafty, which are new surfaces. I love these elephants that you're showing now, aren't
The
they?
elephants
Just
are lovely.
gorgeous.
Yeah,
They've all got such character on them as well.
Yeah. You're on a. I know Joe's referring to the elephants because we're talking on the phone. There is a slight delay.
Sorry.
But,
I forgot about that. I am.
That's all right.
You know what I'm like.
Oh, don't worry. Don't be silly. Yeah. But all the colour. I mean, the colours, the quality, the way everything tones together, the balance of design, the amount of elements you're getting on each sheet as well is incredible.
Yes, absolutely. Now, that's right. So when you have a look at each individual piece on each element, break that down, and that is when the value for money just shines through with these. It really does.
I think upcycling. Now, we're looking at flamingos at the moment. You're going to see those in a few seconds, Jo, but that, to me, it instantly home decor. You can put that on something and give it a breathe total new life into it.
Yes, absolutely. So we're seeing an awful lot of this at the moment because, of course, we are trying to occupy ourselves, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, what we must remember about Kalundborg is that although it's an Italian company, it is being dispatched from the UK by that Scrafty.
Amazing.
It's all in stock, what you're seeing here. So you will be getting this within the next few days. And of course, so you will be able to use these on lots of projects that you have already in the house.
Lovely. We're just showing you the buildings option as well. So you were saying you were playing with the butterflies, was it, Jo?
Oh, yes. Now, I sat and counted these. So give or take, maybe 1 or 2 if I'm miscounted. There's 191 butterflies on that sheet.
Wow.
So
We will.
the buildings here. The buildings are really interesting, Yanis. When you come to these, there's such a lot on them as every sheet that you've been showing. But I think the detail of the buildings is gorgeous. And of course, don't forget we can use rice papers for scrapbooking as well.
Oh, now talk to us. How would you do that?
Yeah. Well, so I would take individual elements of for instance, some of the building rice papers that we've got.
Yeah.
We could quite easily just take a very small element of that and maybe put it into a frame, an aperture frame around the photograph that you're wanting to make more prominent, of maybe somewhere where you visited on holiday. I mean, I'm not sure. You will be showing a blue one. You've got your hands on a blue one. This, to me, is Mediterranean all the way.
Well, it's funny you say that because the whole team, that the minute they saw the blue house, that everyone said it has got that sort of Mediterranean, Greek, Spanish feel to it. Yeah.
Now, I have actually done a demonstration with the building, showing you how to bring out lots of more dimension, just adding a few little bits of things that you would possibly have thrown away.
Oh, okay. Now we're just showing the last option. I think this is the one where we will find the butterflies. But the first one I'm showing now, Jo, and I know there is a bit of a lag. The birds, beautiful. I love the
birds.
tones. The tones of the colours, stunning.
Yes. Now this to me, as soon as I saw this, I thought, you know, I would keep this in a hole, in a frame.
Yeah.
I just think it's adorable. I really do.
You quite easily, but think about putting on MDF. And I know we have got some cheese
yes.
boards on the show that scream to be embellished. So that'd be a nice way to do it.
Do. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Hoping that you got the sample of the boxes of samples that Mark popped in last night, and there is the video tutorial samples that I've actually done for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I love the seashells. Aren't they beautiful?
They're stunning. And now we're on to the owls.
Yes,
And then-
so the owls. This is another one that I've done. I did actually put it on the Hochanda Facebook site to show everybody yesterday what we'll be doing, and using this with the paste underneath and also the crackle paste is just beautiful. It really is.
Yeah, and I have got the butterflies here. How many did you say? How many butterflies, John?
191.
Wow.
I know.
191.
91.
That is
Yes.
amazing.
Now,
then-
give or take one or two, maybe if I just miss one off. Yeah.
That's full on. I'm just going to show you the final. Upside down. There we go. And there's your final one. So nice little scene. The Avery, that'd be good for maybe a 12 by 12.
Well.
Lovely.
Yes.
Okay, so that's your animal option. Just going to pop that down. We have got some samples. Just showing you here. This is nice. I think this is one of yours, Joe, using the butterfly. Now that's lovely. I think this is the one, Joe, we're going to be showing you a demo.
Yes,
so the
yes.
butterflies with the
Yes,
blue.
it is.
Love
Yes,
that.
I've been. So what I've used here, I've used just a smidgen of the butterflies, just a very, very few of them, and also I've used the one of the stencils, the paste we've got, and of course the crackle. If you just tip that forward just slightly
I will.
for me. I'm sorry I'm directing from the floor. Whoever's on direction, I do apologise. You can see that amazing crackle.
Yeah.
And there's just some really beautiful. Oh, there you go. You can see. Thank you. That is really, really lovely.
There we go. It's Jimmy, our director extraordinaire.
It's Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
It's lovely. Jimmy is, can I just say, Jimmy, and we've got the lovely Meg as well. They're an awesome
Good
duo.
morning, Meg.
Two of the nicest people on TV. And I've got to throw Kirsty in the mix as well, our floor manager. Just showing the,
hi, Kirsty.
we've got the peacock as well.
Yes, we have.
Now that's in the Art Nouveau. That peacock, it's on like a cheese board. That is incredible.
It's lovely, isn't it? And all the combination of the Art Nouveau, the stencils, and then the paste there, of course, and
Lovely.
the crackle paste
Yeah.
on the other side. It really is. She's quite actually, it's a he, isn't it, that one?
I think it's
he
stunning.
is quite an impressive
Yeah.
peacock,
He
definitely.
he absolutely is. Joe, I've got to let you go,
Yeah,
only because we're going to get to
no
your
problem.
demonstration. Thank you so much for getting up early and chatting to us, and
My
take
pleasure,
care.
absolutely.
All right, we'll speak
Lovely.
soon.
See you
Thanks, Joe.
soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, Joe's lovely. Okay, so what we're going to do, those were the papers, and I'm sorry, I know we took a little while to see the papers, but if you're going to invest in them, you really need to see what you're getting. $14.99 your price. You decide whichever option you want to go for. For me, Art Nouveau was stunning. I love the animals as well, but then the elephants, I mean, they've all got their own charm, so it really does depend on what ideas you have in your mind. We will continue down our journey. Now, we mentioned about the cheese board, so if maybe you've invested in the rice papers, or you're just looking for a blank canvas to try some techniques out, these are really nice. $12.99, you're getting a set of 3 cheese boards, would play so nicely with the rice papers. With that in mind, have a look at this. So this will be another demonstration from Joe. Oh, I love that. Now, you know what I would do there? I would, because we have got options in the past, we've shown dies, or you can create a little stand. I'd stand that up on the mantelpiece. That is just a beautiful little work of art. Stunning. But you see the difference adding, just put it next to here, that is the difference between adding the rice papers. You have transformed. The cheese board effectively is your blank canvas. And it looks like you've painted that on. That is just ridiculously good. I've got one more example to share with you. That is your owl. So remember, with the cheese boards, you're getting all 3 of these. But now the mood, oh, okay, now we're having some fun. Joe was talking about the crackle, and that is some seriously good crackle. It really makes it pop. Okay, £12.99 your price for your cheese boards. 366-285 your item number. We did promise you some demonstrations, and we always live up to our promises. So here's Joe, first in line.
We've got a lovely little project here, and what I'm going to be using as my base is something new that we've got on the show. These lovely little surfaces that are actually from the That's Crafty. So this is MDF obviously, and they're called mini cheese boards, and I just think they're fabulous. Different, you get 3 in the pack, and they are different shapes. And actually in my next project that I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be using a different one, so you'll be able to see the other shape as well. So what we're going to be using is, we're going to be using the building set of the rice papers. These are just gorgeous. They are all new today. There's lots of different buildings. I'm sure that you'll see the different varieties actually being shown in the studio today. So, but what I've done is they actually come. This is only half. All right, so it's I don't know the exact sizes, I'm sorry, of them, but this is half, and the other half was actually this piece that I've used on here. So just pop this to one side. The other thing that we're going to be doing, I'm just going to show you a nice little idea of how to create texture and just a little bit of interest really. Just taking your decoupaging with rice papers that little bit further. Now this particular technique is only doable because this rice paper, the rice papers from Callum, as I'm sure you all know, the ones that have actually purchased them from previous shows, are amazing quality. And this is why I can actually do this particular technique, because it is good and strong. So you'll see in a sec what I'm talking about. Now, so what we're going to do is, we've got the little mini cheese board underneath, and I've got the circle one as I showed you. Now what I have done, you can see obviously this is the MDF colour, and I have actually just given it a coat of white gesso. And what I didn't want is, I didn't want the colour of the actual MDF coming too much through. I wanted to keep it nice, crisp and white, even though I'm going to add other things onto it. Now let me just give myself some space, there we go. So to actually find out where you want it, really what I'm aiming for is, I want this door, and I want some of this window, and I would like that light if possible. I won't get all of that light if I want some of this window, but I do want some of it. So I'm not going to make the actual door central on this occasion. Okay, so what a little tip for you, and you'll have seen me do this many times, and again only because this is really good quality you can do this, and just run in your finger, and despite the appearance they are actually sort of clean, over your actual surface that you're going to be working on. And you can see there I'm creating myself like a little pressed area, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that off, and then I'm going to wet around just to pull it out. All right, so you can see now what I've got here. You can see the actual, you see all the way around there, to get the to actually take the rice paper apart. Now I just want to get a nice clean brush and a little bit of water, and then wet my brush. Now all I want to do is I just want to take this away from the edge. Now if you just you can see here I'm just pulling away where I popped the wet, and I'm going around just slightly away from that circle that I've made by just creasing the paper. So instead of getting a pencil, and then of course you're going to have to maybe take the pencil mark out by rubbing it out, which really you don't want to be doing onto rice paper. This is the ideal way of doing it. Right, so we have now got our circle, a little bit still over the edges, because obviously we need to glue this down. So don't go too tight around the edge, just go slightly out, and then you've got a little bit of play. Now I want to just bring the original one in, because what I want to show you now is this is how it started. So it's all flat. It isn't stuck on yet because we need to do something else. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to create some more like dimension and interest, because I felt as if the images from the buildings, which are all absolutely beautiful, could really do with a little bit more accenting as well. So and this also gives you something else to have a go at in your project, rather than just taking your rice paper, sticking it down, putting maybe a little bit of crackle on or a little bit of paint or whatever. This just gives you something else to have a little go at. So if you can see here, you can see here where I've put these extra little bits, and also you can see that the door's raised. Okay, so I'm just going to put that to one side because this is how we're going to do it. I've got these little bits now. Everybody laughs because I keep little bits and pieces like this, but this is why I do, because they always come in for this sort of little project. So what my thoughts were that if I popped some bits of, this is craft board from the That's Crafted One Day special craft board pieces, and this was just the edging. So all I've done is cut them up into different sizes. I haven't been fussy with it because I don't want it to be exact. And then what I want to do is I want to create some extra brickwork, okay, in and around. So I need to take this off, but I don't want to take it away because obviously I need to have a bit of an idea where this is, where my brickwork is needing to be. So just pop some of your glue. So this is the dry as clear glue down, and then just in the area. So this is the area that I want to be having a little look at to create a little bit more texture there. So if we just pop just the glue, but if we put the little tiles that we've just made down, but don't put them together, okay, you want a gap, you don't want them actually butted up to each other, because well, you'll see why in a second. Let me just have a little bit thin piece there. So like I say, put them quite haphazard. These are old buildings, and you can imagine the actual tiles and the brickwork is quite higgledy-piggledy. So a little bit more down here, because if we look at the picture, I just want a little tiny bit more going on there. I really was quite pleased with the way this turned out, actually. And Mark will tell you I shouted down the garden at him because he was in his shed to tell him that I was pleased. So I'm going to put a little bit more here as well, and I think this is going to be really nice because of course we've got the brickwork there as well. So if we just take that, just pop that there, and again just smooth it out. Okay, obviously you can use a paintbrush if you wish. I'll put one or two here. There we go. Oh no, that's gone into that door. You see, that's why we don't want, that's why we need to be sort of hovering around with the paper a little bit and not taking that away, so that we actually know where it's going to fall. Right, that's ideal. So just a little tiny bit there. Just two more there, just one and just a smaller one. I think that might work quite well. There we go. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to put my the decoupage glue all on. Now just a minute before that sat down. All over this now. Oh, sorry, being clumsy. All over this piece now, and then we'll come back and I'll show you exactly what I'm going to do to get the lovely effect. Now I did think as soon as I said I'm going to put the glue all over and then stick it down, there's one more thing that I want to do, and I want to actually raise this door up like we did on the first example, as we saw. And what I have used is my structure paste from That's Crafty. So what I do is just roughly, just pop that down there. Just roughly, if you can, gauge where it's going to be, and I think I'm just about right. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, because what you'll see in a second why. But this is going to bring up the door so it pops that little bit more. So when we actually place that down, now when I do the glue, as I was going to a few seconds ago, place that down, and then what we're going to do is we're actually going to mould that door over the structure paste. Okay, so I'm now going to do the gluing, as I said before, and we're going to stick that down. Right, so I've covered everything, everything including the brickwork, apart from obviously the paste, with the glue for the decoupage. And now if I just lay this on the top and just very carefully just press it down. Okay, now this particular area where I've put the actual structure paste, what I want you to do is just to get your fingers together, just move that up slightly so that you can see a little bit better. Just bring your fingers and just manipulate that so that you've got that nice area there that the door's actually raising up. So you've got that, it's so you've got like the structure of the actual door. Now the other thing is, let me just wash this brush really quick. In fact, no, I'll have a clean brush. What we now need to do is we now need to go all the way around these bricks, okay, either with the end of our brush, but we're being careful. I want you to be really, really careful. Either brush it, it's just a plain, just a dry brush at the moment, but just going over where the bricks are underneath. Okay, so what we've done is glued it down, fastened it all down. I've also tied it around the edges using my sanding block. Okay, so just sanding away from you as always. That gives you a really super finish. And now you can see where all this brickwork has formed. And now what I did was just to give you the, can you see that, Mark?
Bring it down a bit more. Yeah.
Okay, now you can also see the door where I've put the structure paste. So, just a little bit there, pull that off. Now, little tip for you, if you are having a little go at this, get a cocktail stick whilst the glue is still wet underneath, but gently in between the bricks, just put the cocktail stick and just press in, and that's how you're going to get that really nice effect on the in between the brickwork. Okay, now I'm just going to very quickly show you how I just highlighted the bricks. I've mixed a little bit of my brown, a little bit of white acrylic paint from my multi-surface paints, and then all I've done is just a little bit, just taken just some of it and just gone just around some of the brickwork. Okay, very, very lightly. I'm not doing a great deal. In fact, I'm hardly, it's a little bit more like dry brushing than anything else. But what it will do is it will just bring out the highlight of where the brick starts and just finishes. There we go. So it makes that, gives it that even more dimension than what you had before. So you can see there, it just gives it a nice effect. Just bringing that one in, the original one in, you can see there what I've done here is I put a little bit of dark, slightly darker brown in as well over the top. So just where the maybe a little bit of shading. I'm not an expert by any means in painting, but it seemed to come out okay, basically. Now, what you can see is now, and I'm just going to talk you around this little bit. I've completely covered the whole project with the protective finish. So this will keep the rice paper nice and solid, and it was also protect it if you, because obviously this is going to be a hanging, maybe a present or something, a piece of home decor. Lovely present for maybe a kitchen or a dining room, something like that. So cover it with a protective finish. And also what I've done on this one, as you can see, I've actually added a little bit of the crackle, and on this occasion I've used the gold. This is actually how the gold comes out, so you can see that lovely gold finish. So what I would possibly do on this one is maybe just add a little bit just in the edges there, just to highlight that a little bit. But yeah, I'm hoping that you'll have a little go at that using the building rice papers from Callum, because I think it's such a lovely project. And on the little cheese boards, I think they're quite novel.
Joe, you are a genius. I love Joe. Look, we've got asked some questions, Presenter Corner, and they say, where do you get your inspiration from? I think we're putting it on our website, and my answer to that is working here, seeing demonstrations like that. I have never seen that. I've been at Hochanda for 4 years now. I haven't seen that technique before, and looking at it here, that is such a clever technique, the way you're able to create your own brickwork, just adding that relief behind and then painting very subtly some detail in. Fantastic. And what it does, it enhances, it really does enhance the piece. So just showing you, this is one of the options. It is the houses there, $14.99. You've got Art Nouveau, Rusty Chic, your elephant, and flamingo, buildings and animals. All your options with your rice papers. They are beautiful. I don't think we're going to go through all of them now, because I know I'll just give you, yeah, that's nicely said. Producer Meg, we're going to give you a quick flavour. She's very cool, our Meg. So just showing you here, this is the Art Nouveau, but I mean, the colours, the designs, and I know it is a popular option. Look at that. So it just screams to be put onto a project. But then we go through, you've got some lovely florals in the mix as well. I want to get to, I'm just going to flick through, bear with me. I want to get to the flamingo, not the flamingo, here we go. Peacock, that's right. Suddenly forgot peacock. I mean, look at that. And if you do want to see the peacock in action, I have a finished sample. Have a look at that. Come on. And that is why we love our rice papers. How else are you going to achieve that kind of effect? Beautiful, beautiful decoupage there. Okay, so we've got lots on the show. Now, next we have Rusty. This is your Rusty Chic going through. I'm only going to show a couple of each because I know that we've got to get on. So, Rusty Chic now. Beautiful rusty tones coming through. But then, interesting enough, it is broken up. You've got peacock feathers in there. And if I lift this up here, we've got lovely floral. Oh, that's nice. So all the colours, though, you know, the themes are designed to stand alone. Like each sheet can stand alone by itself, but equally work together very nicely. Now, we've got, you can see full designs, by the way, on our website. We've got the elephant and the flamingo. Now, it's got a real charm to it with the elephant. So just lifting out one of those elephants, and it does remind me, I was fortunate enough to go to Goa a few years back, and it's one of the places like walking down the street and there's an elephant. Got lovely florals in there as well, bright and vibrant. And I will just jump to the flamingo. Now look at that. There's your flamingo in the mix as well. Oh yes, concrete jungle with the flamingo. That is a stunning piece. We're just going to show you the houses. Oh, before we move on, can I just show you this? This is using the elephant. What a nice inspiration. And you're building up a scene because that's very clever. So creating the background with the same designs you got from a different sheet in that collection. I think that is very, very nice. Okay, now the buildings. You just saw Joe using these, and after I know I said the Art Nouveau and the animals were my favourite, but when Joe started playing around with the buildings, she won me over. Absolutely won me over. I'll pick that up. I mean, looks good on the rice paper, but when you put it, say we've got a cheese board, when you put it with something like that, come on. How good does that look? And try the technique that Joe shared. Please do that. Okay, going to put those down. So those are the houses. And then finally, we have the animals, which, again, the animals I love. What I'm going to do, just turn those up. So, we've got lots of designs coming through. There's your aviary, the butterflies, 191, I believe Joe was saying, butterflies. She counted them, bless her. So I tell you what, a glossy accent on there, done. Looks amazing. We've got fish, but it's the sheer volume of individual designs, because what I'll be doing is just lifting up one of the fish, putting it in, creating a scene. And if fish aren't your thing, how about owls? Different aspects, different looks, and we've also got shells in the mix as well. Again, look at all of these shells coming through. You can take a border, and then finally, if I just whip that around, and Joe was right, that's something that you could just put that in a frame, done. Beautiful work of art. So those are your options with regard to the rice papers. We have got a lot more on the show. We've got cheese boards, we've got stencils, we've got mediums. Just going to show you the cheese boards, $14.99. Sorry, going to put the details of the cheese board on your screen. They are $12.99. So $12.99, 3 cheese boards, 366 285, your item number. Okay, so we have got more on the show. We've got some stencils for you. These are steampunk inspired. They are individual options, so they don't come as a set of 3. $11.49, you can either go for this option. This is your steampunk one, so you've got feathers, locks, links that act as a border, steampunk butterfly in there. I mean, that is a large element. Put that onto a mixed media, look fantastic. Now, next we got steampunk 2. I really like the contrast between a beautiful dainty bird sitting on the chains. You've got the wonderful floral aspect to it, sentiments in there. There is nothing like a dream to create. And there is nothing like a dream to create. So having a look here, and how you can use your stencils, and they'd work well with the rice papers we have on the show, other mediums we have as well. Okay, popping that down. Oh, can I just lift this up here? Because I've just noticed using the flowers on top there, and also on the sides coming through. So, okay. And then finally, we have Steampunk 3. Now, a little bit of romantic. The romantic steampunk, mechanical love, clockwork love there. Lovely. $11.49, just pick the option that speaks to you, but really I'd be thinking using these embossing folders, mixed media, onto your upcycling, onto your NDF, fantastic. 619-701, your item number. Now, we've got our glossy effect paints. These are on a pick and mix. They really are very special paints indeed. $16.70 is your price. I know Joe's a massive fan of these. They are water-based, they're non-toxic. I'm just going to open one up. Look at that. Now here's the thing. Beautiful colours, but it's a translucent colour and it's multi-surface as well. So 3D gloss, it works on metal, it works on wood, it works on glass, pottery, fabric. Just, I mean, for fabrics alone, imagine those stencils or any effects going through fabric. So beautiful, creamy, translucent colour that is extremely versatile. So, and it will work onto your papers as well. I'm just having a look. This is your pearly violet on there. So I've got lots of different options coming through. That's your copper. Shall we open up the? I tell you what, I want to open this one up. This is your Ducat Gold. Look at that. Ooh, hoo, hoo. It's special stuff. But say the real key to this, the fact that it is water-based, that's a tick. Non-toxic, also important. And then you start going on to multi-surfaces, so paper, glass, and we're already getting very busy for these. So you've got your moon dust. Should we have a look at the moon dust? This is the moon dust. Should we have a look? So your moon dust, now that is a very useful colour, white, because what I would be thinking with the moon dust, I know it's hard on the cameras, but nice to just pick up those highlights. So if it's eyes, hair, or detail, white's always a good option to have. And obviously, being water-based, you can use that as a blender as well to tone down colours if you wish. So silver's in the middle, and then we've got the copper that we showed you as well, and the white. $16.70 is your price, 576-776 your item number. Just to reiterate, what really makes these special is they will go multi-surface. So if you wanted to use these on your fabrics, you can. Your wood, your metal, your porous, your pottery, it all works. It is a translucent colour as well, so it gives you a beautiful translucent colour. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, you're going to like these. We've got some crackle paste coming through. Now, these are also on a pick and mix, so you're picking any. Let me just show you. So it's crackle, but not like you've seen it, because instantly, no colouring, all done for you. There's your dark copper crackle. Or, how about your red? Ooh, oh, the red. Do you know what I would be doing? I would prime with black gesso, put the red crackle over the top, because then all the black, you'd see it coming through your lines and just make that red pop. That's just me. You've got your golden in the mix. And do you see how you can get variance in your crackle depending on how thick you lay it on? So I do believe the thicker you lay it on, the bigger the crackle. You've got your purple. That's nice. Then we've got our Tiffany, so a lovely sort of turquoise. I wonder what inspired that. And then we've got our burgundy. Now, got this, and these two, there's your black. Now, I've got to point out, if you want to get this, the crackle, you do need the acrylic primer. So what you do is you place the acrylic primer as a base, and then you put the paste on top. So it is two-step, and we are going to be bringing the acrylic primer to you. But let's have a look at in situ. So using, this is the difference with the crackle, because we can, obviously, there are crackles on the market, and you can paint yourself, but look at that. Isn't that nice? Really nice cut. That's using the copper. Or how about here? I think that was using the gold, actually. I think this is the copper. Yeah. It's good stuff. $13.98 your price, 049856 your item number. It is a pick and mix, so choose any two. But I really need to point out, you need the acrylic primer. You can find that, search by brand, have a look on our website, and you can find that primer. Right, we're going to go to our next demonstration with Jo.
Now we have another project using the cheese boards, and this one is the one with the longer handle, so rectangle, and I'm actually using another one that's in the set to do a very similar thing to what I've done in this project. So you can see I've got some fantastic texture. Going to be using the owls, the rice paper. Now I'm going to bring in the owls and show you what amazing value for money you get. Look at all of these. So you get groups of, so this is not individual owls, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 groups of the owls. So, 12, because I've took one out already. So that one was in there. So we're going to be using those. We're also going to be using the wood stencil. Now this has been in the past very, very popular, and I can understand why, because it's so useful for lots of different projects. Right, okay, so first of all we're going to choose the owl that we need, that we would like. So we need it to go into the centre of our cheese board. If we want a little bit of the branch as well, that would be lovely. So I think this one would be perfect. So we're going to just take a nice clean brush. Now what I don't want to do is I don't want to go in and actually cut it out, because as you know it will spoil the rest of the the rest of the opportunities for the other pictures as well. So I want to just take that around, a little bit of this out as well. Okay, just white around the edges. So you can see there I haven't took all of that branch, but I can use that for something else another time if I wanted to. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull away and take that owl out of that rice paper. So I've took my owl out, and I've also took out the white area here just by wetting and just pulling out that carefully. So you can see I've took the majority of the white away. What I've also done is I've actually painted this base with grey. Okay, so I used one of my my multi-surface paints again, so in the grey, and you'll see that coming through again shortly. Now what I want to do is I want to add the actually add the wood effect onto my design, but I don't want to do it all over. Okay, and you'll as I show you this project as it comes together, you'll see that why. Okay, so again, using my glossy effect paste, just because it's glossy doesn't mean to say that we can't use it for other, you know, for then painting over the top of, so it's good as an all-round paste for lots of different reasons. Of course you've got that added bonus if you wanted to keep it just as is, it will create that beautiful gloss. Right, so I think this particular area would be rather nice. So I'm just going through, I don't want any straight edges either, so just in the middle of the surface. Okay, and okay, I'm happy with that. So again, like the pattern knife, pop your lid on so it doesn't dry around the edges. That's especially with the glossy paste as well, because it does tend to dry quite quickly. And then if we lift this up, you can see you've got that amazing wood effect, the grain of the wood. It's tremendous. I really do love using that stencil. Like I say, it's so useful for lots of different things. Now I do need to just give this a quick dry. So that's the glossy paste nice and dry. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to go over with the grey multi-surface paint, and this is exactly the same colour as what I used to actually cover the base with initially. So just, there we go. You can see how good that covers over as well, which is excellent. So although it is glossy, like I just said a few minutes ago, it does cover rather well, so we can use it as an ordinary, really the same reason why, you know, how we would use it for a matte paste as well as a glossy paste. Okay, so now that's what we've got. We want to a 2-second blast this to make sure the paint's dry. It always dries really quickly, that paint, so not something you need to be hanging around waiting for. A tiny couple of little areas I just want to, there we go, I did a few white bits which I don't really want. I want a nice even coverage on that. Right, so now we want to be putting our rice paper on. I want the owl to actually sit in the middle. So we need to use our glue for decoupage from Callenbore, the water-based. There we go, so we've got this one here. Just clean that brush off. There we go. Right, so now I'll just take my glue, and on the back we just want to put a nice even coverage all over. Now don't forget, I know I harp on about this, but you must remember to cover every single piece of the background, because what will happen is an area that you don't cover will just bubble up away from where you've actually wanting it to stick, and that will be a shame, because obviously it will spoil the whole picture. Right, so very carefully bringing it up and then placing it where you want it to actually be, which is just there. Now I'm going to take a nice soft dry brush and just carefully taking it away from my design, press that into the actual wood grain where I've stenciled. Okay, so just carefully, don't be too rushed with this. Don't press on. Quite nice feathery steps really. And then once you've gone from the middle to the outside and it's nice and firm down, just with that same soft brush, just be that little bit more pressure on it. Just move that out of the way so you can see. And then you can see that amazing detail from the wood grain coming through the actual owl image itself. So can I just put that there to have a look, Mark? Can you see?
Down a bit.
Down a bit?
Yep.
Can you see? So you've got the ridges of the owl, which is actually taking on the background. Lovely. Okay, so put that in there. Now what we want to do is we want to get rid of any remainder. Well, not all of it, obviously, because you won't ever do that, but just going around the edges and get that owl image just to mingle into the background. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just stippling. Right, I'm not painting, I'm just stippling with the paint, same colour. Just stick with the same colour so it doesn't stand out too much. There we go. And you can see now it's actually just, it does look a little bit lighter when it's wet, like all paints, but when they're dry it will. You'll see in a second when it's dry how lovely it mingles in. So just stippling, okay, nice and gently. And now you can see that that's just mingled nicely into that background. And that's just taking one of those images. Now I'm going to dry that just for a few seconds, then we're going to come back and then we're going to add our crackle around the edges.
Absolutely stunning. I've actually got the finished example that Joe was working on in my hand. So using the cheese board, we've got those set of 3 cheese boards. The animal collection, the owl is from the animal collection in the rice papers, and then the crackle on there as well. Isn't that a beautiful piece? There is a second part to the demonstration, so I'll tell you what we're going to do. Joe is back at 11 o'clock, so we will conclude that demonstration, part 2 at 11. Do make sure to tune in then if you want to see how she goes on to finish it. If you have just tuned in, where have you been? You've missed out. This, I thought, I was so blown away by the technique. Do you see the brickwork here? That is actually a relief that Joe added into the design, and she showed the technique. If you want to see how that's done, I thoroughly recommend, follow Jo Shannon on social media, but revisit the show. You can catch up on our website or use the Hochanda app and see how that is done. We've got some beautiful rice papers on the show. You can see them all here. What I would suggest, because time has beaten us, it's well worth getting onto the website, going through all the designs yourselves, because they are absolutely stunning. And just to give you an idea of how you can use those, so there's one, again, it's in the animal collection. It just literally features A3 rice paper, and it's such good quality rice paper, chock-a-block full of butterflies. And what Joe has done is added a few of those butterflies into this project here, using stencils as well that we have. Or maybe you wanted to create something like this. These are the elephants. It's the elephant and the flamingo option. Lovely. And don't forget, we have launched our brand new event. It is our Spring Saver event. So if you make any purchase, now a lot of you have been shopping this morning, if you make any purchase on any live show, what will happen is Hochanda will give you £5 credit to use the next day as long as you have £30 or more in your basket. Do enjoy. So, the main man himself coming up next, Matthew Palmer. We've just been having a chat to him. We've got a great hour ahead with our one-day saver. Then we've got Sweet Poppy Stencils with Lucy. And after that, Be Crafty will be here.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So, Don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hello there and welcome back. What a beautiful flowery welcome, I have to say. First time I've seen that. Now let me explain what you just saw on your screen there. We are in the midst of our fabulous Spring Saver event. What does this mean? Well, it means that you can generate a £5 credit ready for you to use from the following day. Now, how do you create that? Well, all you need to do is place an order. Now, if you place an order for anything, I think it was after the one-day special last night, so after 6 o'clock last night, you will already have a £5 credit ready for you to spend. So potentially it could be during this now. Especially if you ordered the one-day special last night, you might be able to add in some additional bits and pieces. A couple of qualifying things that you need to know. Your order needs to be for £30 or more. That's excluding your post and packing. And if you do find that you are placing an order for anything that's on FlexiBuy, the first payment needs to be for £30 or more. It runs right the way through to the 26th of May, as you can see there. So right the way through to, is that Bank Holiday Monday? Oh, I've lost track. I think it's Bank Holiday this Monday, but that's not, so it's Tuesday actually, so it runs right the way through to Tuesday. And as is always the case, full terms and conditions are on the website. Housekeeping done. Check. Next thing that I need to tell you about, it's of course 8 o'clock, so it's an hour that we dedicate to our one-day special, and it's a fabulous Matthew Palmer one, obviously working alongside the SAA, which we will learn a little bit more about as the day progresses. Already 40% of the stock has gone, and as is always the case with a one-day special from Matthew Palmer, it is a comprehensive bundle. You've got your DVD giving you 3 fabulous classes to create these beautiful pieces you can see on the cover. Over 2 hours long, as you can see there. You're also going to get, oh, incidentally, that's exclusive to us here. You can't get hold of that anywhere else. Also, you are going to get your 3 paints, and these are brilliant. Look at the concentration of colour that you've got there. Now, these, of course, provided by the SAA, and the SAA, which Matthew will explain to you a little bit more later on, is a fabulous organisation to help you as a novice watercolour artist, or maybe more accomplished. It's just a brilliant piece, a brilliant thing to be a part of. And I'll tell, as I say, Matthew will tell you about that in a few moments. Primary colours, as you can see with those paints. And you're also getting a brush to get started with, as you can see there. And it's a worker brush, so it's a good brush because it does a lot of work, and that's the key thing with this one. And then you have got your watercolour paper. Now, of course, this is your cotton paper, something that, again, has kind of been developed with the help of Matthew, because it's going to retain a lot of water, which means it is absolutely perfect if you are a new watercolour artist, or perhaps you're just dabbling. And I have to say, it's a perfect opportunity for you to get hold of this, because, of course, we've all got a little bit of time on our hands. And it's a highly portable craft. You can take these quite easy out into the garden and perhaps be painting what you see. But this is the first of your 3 different classes that you've got, building up to an amazing piece. So lesson 1, as you can see here, beautiful. Lesson 2 we'll show you in a few moments, and lesson 3 will follow on from that. And yeah, lots to share with you. Oh, now let me think. Oh yeah, Matthew's here as well. He's in a box, bless him. How are you doing in your box?
I'm fine. I'm happy in the box in the corner. Hello, everybody. Morning, everybody.
You look very comfortable. It's the only time I'm taller than you.
Yes, can I look at you? I can look at you, can't we? We can see each other in the box.
I feel like a giant.
This is the mini-me today. I like it.
Now,
cool.
I've been chatting about this one-day special. Matthew, I mean, it's an amazing deal, and it's something that's unique to us here at Hochanda.
It is. I wanted to put something together. I mean, I'm spending a lot of time at home as well, which has been great. And I've been coming up with new ideas to get people painting, and it's proving popular. People are loving watercolour at the minute, so doing things like virtual classes, all this kind of thing. So this DVD I've filmed exclusively for here for this one-day special, and it's to get you guys painting at home. If you've never painted before, perfect, because we're giving you the 3 lessons. There's over 2 hours of tuition here for you folks, 3 pictures, and each one gradually evolves. So if you're a more adventurous painter, you know, it doesn't matter, you can go straight into lesson 3, it doesn't matter really, but it's all those individual aspects that are going to make this thing actually work, and that is what it's all about. 3 colours, all using primary colours. including quite an exciting colour, which is called a non-granulating blue. Now that means that you're not going to get all those kind of speckly things happening, so this is quite a nice one to work with here. Also this gorgeous size 6 brush, and it's a great price. I'm just saying £31.95, so you're saving, what is it, £12 on this one? So it's a super product, folks. Very much limited edition on that DVD.
Now, I'm holding up some of the paintings here because, of course, with the primary colours that we've got within the one-day special, you can create any colour from those. These look amazing. Now, these have all been painted using the colours that you are getting within the one-day special. I'll show you many more of those as the hour progresses. But, of course, if you've got completely new, then you can't go far wrong with Matthew Palmer's techniques. He's absolutely amazing with regards to his tuition. Personally, I can recommend. You might think that you can't paint. You might have been told that you can't paint. If you've gone through the education system with an art teacher like I had, you will have lost your confidence to have a go. What Matthew does, he builds up that confidence using his unique techniques. That is the key thing, to give you the confidence to just literally give it a go. And of course, within your one-day special, you've got plenty of that watercolour paper in there that you're going to be able to use and practice with. And Matthew just has a unique way of teaching you and helping you build your confidence. You can see there from the DVD there, you're looking literally over Matthew's shoulder, and you can see him painting exactly as he is referencing to. And it's amazing how it all comes together. £21 saving, phenomenal deal. Lots of you taken advantage already. 40% of the stock has gone. The only thing that I need to mention to you is it's going to be dispatched on the 28th of May, which isn't too long to wait at all, is it? And then it is worth you waiting for this, because you are going to be able to open up those areas of creativity, and those paints are really does go a long way. Now, as I mentioned, of course, you've got the primary colours, and from the primary colours come all of those additional colours. So you're going to need to mix and blend those, aren't you? Well, the perfect way of doing that is with Matthew Palmer's palette. We see Matthew working with this regularly, and we don't often have this available to share with you. We've got it on the counter here. I'm going to open this up because it's a 2-part palette, giving you lots of scope. So I think if you go for the one-day special and add this in, you can perhaps take your watercolour painting outside. Is that right, Matthew?
It is, yeah. So this palette's designed for... Well, actually, I designed this palette. I designed it for me, selfishly, this palette, and it's something that I've been using for quite a few years now. And I wanted a palette that had plenty of mixing areas. Also, the thing I seem to spend most of my time doing is cleaning my palette. So I wanted a easy clean palette, which is why this is called that. And what makes it easy clean is the fact that you can actually... It's like bowl shaped, so there's no corners there.
Yeah. And
if you look how shiny and glossy it is, it's got a special coating compared to the bag, which is very matte, which means that it's not going to bubble. It just like it's like a Teflon coating. You can just wipe it off. It's really nice to work with.
Love it, and there's lots and lots of little wells in there. Is that right? Is that the right terminology?
Yeah, wells. Yeah,
wells
that's good.
Will do.
Yeah, that works.
And I love this because, of course, when your paints dry out in here, you can just reactivate them with a little bit of water.
Yeah, because watercolour is great. It never goes off. You can basically just really easily just pop a bit of water and away you go.
That's it. Very affordable at £11.99. It's proved to be a very popular item as well. So if you fancy popping that into your basket, you need to know that a third of the stock has gone. So 936-824 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But of course, you're getting a paintbrush to get started with your one-day special. But Matthew's got involved with the kind of the development of other brushes as well, including the tree and texture brush. But it's not just about trees, is it?
No, so these brushes, these were my first product actually, what I designed, and we've added to the range. So what we're seeing here is the 3 most popular, the small... Whoops. That happened last night as well. The small... I have them here as well. The small,
it's only a matter of time.
We have the small, the large and the extra large tree and texture brush, and these are tried and tested by thousands of artists around the world. Each one designed for its own task. For example, the small one is great for small trees, hedgerows, and the large one for your standard trees. And then, of course, that beautiful one we can see there, the extra large one, is perfect for woodlands, close-up leaves. It's a stipple brush, but it's just for watercolours, acrylics, gouache, oil, any medium. You can use these brushes with. Very popular items.
Nice, sit nicely in your hands as well.
Yeah,
and comfortable.
these are certainly had a lot of care gone into the manufacture of these really high quality brushes. Natural hair as well.
Lovely, we'll learn more about those as the hour progresses. £32.34, you're saving £11 on those. Brilliant value at 933600. Just going to pop those on the counter rather than try and put them back in the stand. The next set that we've got for you is Pick and Mix, and this is brilliant because again, not only has Matthew been involved in the development of brushes, but also in the development of watercolour paints. Now with these you can choose any 3. Now I don't know whether these are the only options that we've got for you or if there's more on the website, but tell me about how you've blended these and why you put them together this way.
So if you look at these, you can see they're called Matthew Palmer Natural Colours. Now, there was more stock last night on display, so whether we've sold out of some, I'm not sure. You can maybe tell me that, I'm not sure. But yeah, basically, these are colours that I've designed over the past 10 years with the SAA, and these are designed to replicate nature. So, for example, you've got the green there at the back and the violet, which is perfect for bluebells. The greens are designed to replicate trees, you know, and that's why I call them natural. So these are pre-mixed, pre-blended watercolours that makes painting that little bit easier for you.
Lovely. And have we got the intensity of colour as we saw with the paints in the one-day special?
Absolutely. These are made by the same company that makes the colours from the one-day special. So these are rich, vibrant watercolours. People that have used these colours that I've been teaching for all these years are seeing much brighter and cleaner paintings as a result.
And I'm guessing because they're kind of pre-blended, then it takes the headache away of kind of perhaps getting the right true green, which is always a tricky one to do.
Yeah, it takes some of the fear away. So you've got skin tone there, you've got the orange, you've got the yellow and the light green as well.
Now, very conveniently, we've got 6 colours left, which, of course, with your Pick a Mix of 3, means if you go in twice, you can actually get all 6 of those. And then you've got your one-day special paints as well. So you've got a whole plethora, for the want of a better word, of paints to work with. So 242705 if you are wanting these. A couple more things to share with you before we hand over to Matthew for a demonstration. The Mask Away. Now, this is brilliant. I love the way that these kind of protects areas within your project.
Yeah, so this is quite special, this masking fluid, because it's actually masking fluid that's in a pen. So if you take the lid off, you can actually see it's got this kind of
So I'm guessing you can get it really into kind of like fine lines.
Yeah, you can sketch fine lines. It's clear as well, this one, when it dries, which means that it will stay on your paper if you want it to. If you're doing flowers, you can put little dots on, and we'll see some of that in action actually a bit later. So it lets you put it on, and it means that you don't have to worry about, you know, taking it off. You can just leave it there, you know, or you can use the Mask Away that comes with that kit. It's like a rubber that's designed for taking away masking fluid or any adhesive actually, but if masking fluid has been on your paper for a long time, it kind of sticks and you can't get it off, but this Mask Away will remove it. It's a removal tool which I have had in the back of my easel here for quite a few years, and these are very useful things.
Lovely, there you go, and £10.49 again, as with the case with everything, on extended delivery, but 721588. Now, of course, within the one-day special, you are going to get that fabulous DVD, giving you 3 lessons, taking you from the basics right the way through to that 3rd fabulous piece of artwork. What we also have from Matthew is a selection of books, DVDs. There's loads and loads available to you. Now, we're looking at this particular set here where you've got your watercolour mountain. So let me just move that one out of the way just for a few moments so we can concentrate on these two. You've got your DVD, which of course is going to tell you how to do everything. I mean, straight away you can see there, painting with 3 colours, 3 brushes, and 3 easy projects to work with. But then you've also got your book as well. Now, tell me about this, Matthew.
So this is my latest book, actually, Watercolour Mountains, and this really is the perfect partner for the one-day special, because if you look at the title, Take 3 Colours, it literally uses the 3 colours from the one-day special. So you've got your blue, red, yellow, the exact 3 that we're selling in the one-day special.
And you can see them there, yeah.
Perfect. So if you was to buy this book, and great price, £20.59, because it's got 9 projects, all step by step, and also it comes with a DVD which has got a further 3 projects on, so you're getting great value, and that's a great price, that as well.
See, with my mats, if you've got your £5 voucher that you generated through perhaps placing your order for your one-day special last night, then that could go towards your order for this. Now, of course, it's £20.59, so you need to take it up to £30. But you could quite easily add in a pick and mix, add in some additional paints, or maybe go for those tree and texture brushes alongside, because I guess that gives you more scope to work with. You're going to get the book alongside the DVD, so of course you can paint alongside Matthew, and they are amazing books. I have to say, there's so much in there, so much content. You're going to be able to take those colours, literally, as you can see there, in that palette. Don't forget the palette, add that in, and you can make those blends, and of course revisit those each time they dry out. Just add a little bit of water, and off you go again. Very popular bundle, those ones. So yeah, if you're wanting them, £20.59 at 271506. Now, of course, we've been talking about painting with paints, but painting without paint?
Yeah, so this is a book I wrote a couple of years ago, and this is ridiculously popular book, and it's actually painting with iPads and tablets and all that kind of thing. So this is the most addictive thing I've ever done. So if you've got a tablet, whether it be a Kindle or an Android or an iPad or any other tablet that's out there, you can get these apps, and the apps that we use here are free as well. So using free apps, you can create some wonderful paintings just with your finger.
And this is brilliant because, of course, you can just use that magic undo button if necessary.
You can, yes, and you can save it, you can print it off. Of course, it comes with a DVD as well. And also in the book is a little website address and a QR code that you can scan with your iPad to get some free videos as well. So it's a great little bundle, that, for £27.24.
Like that idea. And of course, with that, you could actually take your painting with you anywhere. You don't need any water. 084367 if you're wanting to get hold of these. Now, of course, at the beginning of the hour, I mentioned the SAA, where you can learn a little bit more about the SAA, which we will be chatting about within a few moments. But you can actually get your membership via our Hochanda website. Now, when you actually go to the item number, you will be able to see there, this is the information that you're getting, which Matthew is going to explain to you. Just need to scroll down a little further where you've got full products, and then you'll see that there's a little pink line there, pink text that you click on, and that will take you to the SAA website. Now, it's important that you do that because you are getting a special bundle for your membership, and you can see there you're going to get those additional brushes within there, and it really is a wealth of information, not only online but also with the magazine that comes through on a regular basis.
So yes, the SAA, it's an organisation, it's a community, it's an art community that I've been involved with for about 12 years now. So I've been working very closely with these guys, the SAA, and anybody that's a beginner or advanced painter, any level of painting or art, the SAA membership is what keeps the juices flowing. You get so much for this yearly membership. You can see it's £45 there. This is the welcome pack that we're seeing on screen, so this will be sent out to you. And what you're going to get as part of your membership, and for me, probably the biggest reason I'm still a member today, is that I get this wonderful magazine called Paint. Now, Paint magazine is part of your membership. You get sent 6 of these here. It's a glossy mag full of step-by-step articles, and I write for this. You can see there's a painting there that someone's done on painting an old sweet shop. So it's all there, it's all broken down for you. These are sent out to you. You get this special catalogue which is just for members, and this has got members discounts because members save a lot of pennies on products and they get free shipping. This catalogue here at the side, simply called Shop, it's probably the biggest UK-based mail order art supply company. Free postage for members, massive discounts for members as well. So that is another reason why people are members of the SAA. You get your membership card, you get your car sticker, you get a little pack of watercolour paper as well. We'll even give you a £5 voucher that you can spend back in the catalogue as part of that membership. Because every penny you spend in the catalogue will give you points back. And this is 500 points. A bit like your bonus points at your kind of supermarket kind of thing. But if you join through Hochanda today, folks, we'll also give you this watercolour book here by Jeremy Ford. This retails at £9. That's there for you as well, so you can enjoy that. And as an added bonus, which is absolutely wonderful, we're going to give you a set of probably my most popular brushes. These are the tree and texture. No, these are the branching detail brushes even. And these retail at £20.59, I believe. And these are going to be free if you join through the link, not by clicking add to basket. Just remember to go via the link and join via the SAA. These are free, folks. That's an exclusive offer from Hochanda here. We'll also give you the brand new massive service, which is the video on demand. So there's over 400 hours of online tuition with your membership. So if you think of these video on demand services, your Netflix, your Amazons, those kind of things, you get this for art that is included in this membership. We're also going to give you discounts on supermarkets and shopping. It's a massive online community, as well as sending you stuff through the post. So there's never been a better time to get involved in the SAA, folks. I've been a member since about '96, so quite a while. So something to think about.
And I have to reiterate, my daughter has had her membership probably about 3 years now, and I love it when the magazine comes through.
She joined at the NEC, I remember joining.
We did.
So it basically, it keeps the paint flowing, and we're giving you so much value, and that is just here if you join via the link on the website.
Now, talking of that link, yes, you're quite right, Matthew. To get those additional elements, you need to go onto the website. As I say, go to where it gives you more information about the product, and then follow that little pink link. There you go, pink link, that rhymes. Click on there, and it will take you straight to the SAA membership section of their website on the SAA. And do have a little nose around as well after you've created your membership. And then all those goodies will come on their way to you. Right, now we've done a lot of talking about painting. I suppose we better do some, really.
Time to get the paint flowing, yeah?
That's it.
Just want to quickly show you, because I don't think we've seen these just yet, but this is the DVD that we're giving you with the one-day special. And I just want to point out that you're getting 3 projects here. So lesson 1, in fact, it's better. Lesson 1 is this beautiful sunset here, which no sketching involved in all 3 of these. That's a 20-minute lesson. Lesson 2 is on for 35 minutes. That will get you this seascape. And then 65 minutes, you've got this beautiful picture here of this mountainscape. We can see the originals over where Hayley is as well over there. So it's a big thing, folks. And again, it's called the Home Watercolour course because there's never been a better time to get involved in painting, because, of course, we're all at home at the minute, so we can enjoy a bit of painting time, giving you the 3 colours as well, which will get you painting, and, of course, 5 sheets of this beautiful paper. So we can see the paintings there. That mountain scene was a pleasure to paint, and that one, if you look close at that picture, you can just see. So this is a 65-minute lesson that's included on the DVD. If you break down the individual aspects, the sky, the snow, the reflections, there's so much to learn just within one project. And again, that's just using the 3 colours from the one-day special. This is the paper here. It's a cotton paper. That is important. I've stuck it to the back of an old sketchboard. That was the picture we did on last night's show. So if you do, if you've got the one-day special, you can watch these back on rewind. Is it for 60 days, I believe? So you can check these out as well. And you can just enjoy a bit of painting. This morning, folks, I'm going to paint a bluebell wood because bluebells are just at the end of the time for this year. So I've stuck this to a board. I want to tape off the bottom third of this paper here. Now, it's got a beautiful texture, this paper has, okay? That's a manageable size for most people working slightly smaller. I'm going to put a nice wash of colour. And if we talk about brushes for a minute, the one-day special comes with this beautiful detail size 6 brush here, which is perfect for giving that nice kind of tree branches and small washes. But if you want something a little bit bigger and you want to start painting some trees, we do have, of course, the tree and texture brushes, and these are the 3 that went crashing down on the display a few minutes ago. The small, the large, and of course here's the extra large, and we're going to use these as well as the brush from the one-day special. In fact, my first thing to do is to tape off an area where I want to keep the woodland. So I'm just going to use just masking tape. I'm going to wipe some moisture from the brow, run it over the tape, and I want to pop this. It's going to sort of drop a little bit lower, and then it's going to sweep up on that side over there. And that's going to give me this nice kind of background woodland effect. And the brush I'm going to use is actually the large tree and texture brush, which we are selling on the show as well. So I'm going to wet it all the way down to the masking tape. Now, I've not mixed any colours yet. I've just squirted them in my palette down here, and again, the palette is also available on the show. Now, once I've done that, that's just putting the water on. I want to pick up the brush that's included in the one-day special, and we're going to take a nice bright yellow. Now, This yellow is called Gambonge, which is a lovely, vibrant, transparent yellow. I'm going to twist it through. Basically, I want to get the paint moving on the paper. I want to give it a nice twist. Work it around the sides. So, literally, the brush is flat to the paper here. And to say it's a size 6 brush, we've called it a worker brush because it does a lot of work for you, and you can see it's just kind of filling the sheet in quite quickly. To say it's only a small brush, but it's probably a size 6 brush. A pointy brush like this is probably my most used brush. If I take the blue, I love this blue because it's non-granulating, and what that means is that it's a fine pigment. Blue is the colour what normally separates on your paper, but this one won't do that because it's been ground several times to get the pigment finer. So that little bit of extra care went into creating this colour. And of course the blue goes on, but when the blue connects with the yellow, of course it's going to go to a gorgeous green, which of course is perfect for doing a woodland. So we'll keep the blue in the centre for the sky, and we're literally going to get all this twisting together here with the blue.
Then you didn't need to have a much wider brush to do that.
Yeah, if you lay the brush flat, it's surprising what you can do with a lovely brush like this, and it really works well. And of course you can twist it all through. Beautiful. So that's giving me a nice background. Now what I want to do here is I'm just going to revert back into the tree brushes again for a split second, because I want to use this big one. This one, this is the extra large one here. So a lovely brush for stippling. These brushes are so popular for creating lovely tree effects. So this is the large one, which is the extra large one, okay, if that makes any sense. It's the largest one, but it's the extra large. Does that make sense?
It does.
That made perfect sense,
It does,
doesn't it?
sorts.
We'll clean it and we'll give it a nice a squeeze. We'll squeeze the excess water, okay? And in the palette here, we're going to mix yellow and blue from primary colours, of course, which will give us a beautiful green.
The fact that you've got those big areas in the palette when you're working with a bigger brush is important.
Yeah. Absolutely spot on. If you look at this brush, can you see how it's gone all spiky? It's like a 1990s David Beckham's haircut there, see? A nice kind of spiky. Other 90s footballers, of course, are also available. We're going to stip all this in here. Loving the green. We can make it more yellow if you want to. But with a single tap of the brush, can you see how it's giving me individual leaves of a tree? Now, if you imagine doing that with a normal paintbrush, you're not going to get that. It's going to... Well, you will, but it'll take time. But it's random. It's random. Imagine these are the leaves of the tree, the springtime trees, working down towards the base here.
Dare I say, it appears to be less stressful than doing it with one little brush.
Yeah, and I think the thing is here is that you want this to stay wet because the paint's spreading. And of course, if it's dry, it's not going to work as well, is it? So we want it to be nice and damp to give that softness to it, and that's working spot on for this. And of course, the great thing about watercolour is you can mix on the fly, you can mix it on the paper. So if I drop some yellow into this from the one day special, maybe get the 3 colours here, so it's more of a yellow, we can make that brighter. We can make it stronger.
Busy, busy, busy for those brushes, Matthew. £32.34 will get them to you, but over a quarter of the stock has gone. Sorry to butt in there, but I think it's key that we do mention this because, of course, we have got lots more shows coming up on the one-day special. And the key thing is if you're wanting the brushes, you need to be placing for your order for them sooner rather than later. And, of course, if you had your one-day special that you purchased last night, you'll have your £5 credit that you can instantly use on these because the price of these is over £30. So you'll save a £5 on the price that you've got on your screen there, in addition to that £11 saving you can see there. And I think that's why they're proven to be so popular. And, of course, by spending £5, placing an order today, you'll have another £5 that you'll generate to use tomorrow. So, yeah, there you go.
I can see why these are popular because we sell thousands a year, and over the past few months, during this weird new world that we're in, people's been loving these brushes because it just takes all the stress away. What I've done here is I've just popped a bit of red, believe it or not. If you take a look at the palette, can we see the palette? Okay, yeah. I popped a wee bit of red into the green, and can you see it's gone grey? Yeah. So if you mix your primary colours together, you're going to get grey. Which, if you imagine the bottom of a tree, the base of a tree, it's going to be that little bit dark, isn't it? So adding a bit of shadow here is going to be a lovely thing to do. But literally, it's so simple just to tap, tap, tap the brush. Just to finish off before drying time, I want to grab this plastic card, and this is actually my original SIA membership card. The writing's gone a bit faded here. This is for, it's before the phone number had the ones on, that's how old it is. So this is going back a wee bit. I want to use this plastic card here, and I want to scrape this up, and can you see how it's taken away? Think of silver birch trees. Now, when I do this, I always think of a woodland close to my old home village of a place called Langworth in Derbyshire. And I'll say a quick hello to my mum who was watching at home in Langworth in Derbyshire. And there's a bluebell wood there that is actually called Lady Grey's Wood, and it's got these wonderful birch trees, and it just, the white just shines lovely through against the dark foliage of the tree. I'm also going to say a quick hello to Sarah and Jacob as well, just in case they're watching at home as well.
When you're doing that with the card as well, it's almost like you're instantly adding a little bit of a shadow, because obviously you can see the area where I'm guessing you're lifting the paint off the paper, but it's kind of leaving almost like an instant darker line down the edge of it.
You're scraping the paint to one side, so it's running back in. And it just works a treat, and it really is. I mean, this seems a simple technique, and it is a simple technique, but this just took me sort of 30 years of hard labour to come up with all these techniques, and that's exactly, folks, what the DVD is all about. It's all these beautiful techniques. Again, this DVD, it's part of the one-day special. It is available on its own, don't forget that as well. It's very much a limited edition. It's only here for the one-day special. You'll not see it again. What I want to do here is I'm just going to remove the masking tape very carefully, and then leave that to dry, and we'll come back to it in a few minutes.
That looks amazing. And it's like magical seeing it appear before your eyes. But don't forget, Matthew was using those brushes. The brushes obviously that you get within your one-day special, but then in addition, those fabulous tree and texture brushes. So if you want to add those into your basket alongside your one-day special, you can do. In fact, you will find that your order will exceed £60 then, and which means it will open up your flexi order, which of course does mean that you can spread the cost over 2 payments as well. And I think it will work out that each one of those payments is more than £30. So if you have got a £5 credit from yesterday, perhaps you placed an order in one of the later shows last night, then you can still use that against that because your payments are going to be more than £30. Now, this is the DVD that Matthew's just referenced, and it really is a comprehensive tutorial. 3 projects to start you off with, and I do say start you off with because of course you've got the primary colours within here, and as you saw, you can make any colour from those 3 primaries. Now, when you're actually watching the DVD, you will be able to see just how easy it is to follow Matthew's tuition, because you are literally looking over his shoulder as he is teaching you, taking you step by step right the way through. And of course you can see that fabulous design there being your kind of your 3rd lesson. That's what you're building up to. Or you may just come straight in at this one if you are a confident watercolour artist already. Or perhaps you've gone for one of Matthew's sets before. In fact, if you have, get in touch. Let us know how you got on. Were you a complete novice? Did you create a masterpiece the first time that you popped that DVD in and took that tuition from Matthew? Or have you been involved with many of his workshops that he's doing some online at the moment as well, or at the NEC like me where you got involved? So do get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. I'm sure that Matthew would love to see what you've created as well. But of course it might be the first time that you've got involved with Matthew Palmer's watercolours, and he's a brilliant teacher. As you saw there, the tuition that he brings us is impeccable, and what he's done to working alongside the SAA, he has put together an amazing one-day special that will get you painting, and that's the key thing. If you've never painted before, then this is going to be able to get those colours down and get painting. Now, you've got 3 lessons within your DVD, which is for in excess of 2 hours, so there's a lot that you're going to learn within that time. Yeah, it's a brilliant DVD, but you need to be able to kind of create. So you can see here, lesson 1 showing you how you can work with those 3 colours, creating a beautiful piece. Now, lesson 2, you're going to learn other colours, other colour blends and mixes, until ultimately you bring in all of that knowledge together to create your 3rd piece in lesson 3. But of course, it's about the ingredients, about the quality of the elements included within your one-day special that makes it also achievable. Starting off with those paints, of course, you've got the paints in your 3 colours there. You've got the fabulous, I'm just going to call them red, blue and yellow, because they have got obviously their original names. And as Matthew said to there, these, they haven't got the granulation, so that means that the colours are going to stay true, and that's down to the quality of the SAA with their products. And I'll tell you more about the SAA in a few moments. Of course, you're going to need something to paint on. So we've got the Matthew Palmer watercolour paper pack. This is a brilliant pack because you're actually getting 5 of these huge sheets. It's 300 GSM, and it's cotton paper. Now that is key, because when you're applying the water, you don't want it pilling, you don't want it balling. And with this, it will take a lot of water, which means that you've got more open time when you are working with those paints, which of course, if you are a novice painter, is key to get you those fabulous results. And you can see there all the information that you could need. There's a brush in the way. How rude. Well, that is your worker brush, and you're going to get that included within your one-day special. And of course, it goes down to that fine detail tip, but because of the way that it works and the way that you've got those bristles, you've got a large area when you use it on its side, as Matthew did in his first demonstration. So if you fancy getting a hold of your one-day special, you've got 3 projects to get started with, but please do not think that's where it stops, because of course, with the tuition and the knowledge that Matthew's sharing with you, you can go on and use those same 3 paints for many more designs. So of course, blending up, using your paints to create all sorts of wonderful images. Maybe it's a scene that you've got captured on a photograph from a holiday. Well, Matthew's going to teach you how to do that. Maybe it's a special proposal place. Ooh, you never know, that'd be a nice way to commemorate it, isn't it? Perhaps you got down on one knee under Big Ben. There you go. Perhaps you did that. There you go. That's the perfect image for you to create there, or the London Eye. And of course, there's many more that you could be creating, but that just gives you a little kind of snapshot of the additional pieces. So if you're wanting your one-day special, the details are there on your screen, 149204, as you can see. Now, I mentioned the SAA. Now, of course, Matthew has been speaking about the SAA, and I think he's going to take us through that again in a few moments. No, we're going to look at it a little bit later on. I do apologise. Now, what you've got is, you can see that it says follow the link. So you pop in the item number that we've been sharing with you, and you'll see it's got full product details underneath the add to basket button. So don't add it to your basket. Click on that button there, and you'll be able to see that you will find the pink link that you need to click on. And it's key that you do get hold of that pink link, because it will take you to the key page on the SAA website, where you will get those bonus elements that you can only get because of you joining via Hochanda. So make sure you do join. £45 membership, but you are getting way more than that in products and kind of tuition, and then discounts and vouchers. It really is a fabulous deal. And as I say, you could take advantage of that alongside your one-day special if you're wanting. And again, if you got your one-day special yesterday, that £5 that you generated could be used against that, bringing that price down to £45. We'll chat about that a little bit more later on, because I want to see how we're getting on with this painting.
Yes, so this thing's pretty much dry. A sign of good paper is how wet it stays, how long it stays damp, and this is still damp. So just very quickly, just got a bit of a hairdryer here, just going to give it a quick dry. So you can leave it to dry naturally, but you want watercolour paper to stay wet as long as possible, and that is a great feature. So this paper, it's important to say, we're giving you 5 sheets of this large paper, cotton. It's 100% cotton, so it's more canvas. Now that makes a huge difference, it really does, and that is really important to mention. Somebody was asking me actually on Facebook yesterday evening about the colours that we've actually got, and I should just mention my Facebook page is Matthew Palmer Artist. Make sure you head over and hit like, please, that'd be great. These are the 3 colours from the one-day special, and these are quite special colours. So we've got this beautiful yellow, which is a very clean, vibrant yellow. It's called Gamboge hue. Okay, so it's a very, very nice, bright, transparent yellow, perfect for mixing greens. Alizarin crimson. Now this is the newer shade, which is a brighter shade of crimson. It's very similar to the sort of batch we can see just here actually. So it's a lovely, vibrant one. And just to my side here, you can see a beautiful scene, a sunset scene actually. I don't know if we can see that, maybe, possibly, of San Francisco. Now, yeah, there you go. So I painted this a couple of weeks ago with the 3 colours. So you've got that gorgeous yellow gamboge here. This is the red. If you mix the red and the blue together, you're going to get this gorgeous purple. So it's very easy to capture a picture like this from just those 3 colours. And of course, the final colour, as you can see there, is the new non-granulating blue. Now that's a first, because blue is famous for granulation, which means the blue is a heavy pigment. It sinks. This doesn't do that, so it's a very special colour, folks. So if you're thinking, oh, I've got some blue, this is a clean, smooth blue. It makes wonderful greens, as you can see here on the finished painting as well, so it's something that's well worth checking out. So Let's paint in a bluebell woodland here, okay? And I'm going to be using the brush from the One Day Special. So I want to put the water on. In fact, tell you what we'll do, actually, we'll use one of the tree brushes to put the water on, and we'll wet it.
Now nearly half the stock of those tree brushes have gone, Matthew. They've been very, very popular. I think lots of you placing your orders last night for the One Day Special using that £5 credit against these ones, because of course you've got an £11 saving anyway, but then with that £5 credit, it is in effect that you are getting that, well, it's £16 in total, isn't it? So yeah, if you want to get hold of those, the details are on your screen, but be aware that half the stock has gone of those. 933600.
So if we mix some blue with this beautiful red, and this is a brighter version of alizarin crimson, so it's a much cleaner red to what you're probably used to, but as soon as you bring red into play, you start to see those nice violets, purples, magentas. If you know bluebells, they're not officially blue, it's more like a purple, and you can see here this gorgeous colour. I'm going to pop a few streaks of this in. Love the colour. Just going to add a touch more red to this as well. Can you see that little bit extra red just going in there? So I'm just bringing in some brighter versions. I'm going to put a bit more blue, so you can mix on the fly, and that's the great thing about having these primary colours, is that you get such a clean variation of colours every single time you paint. So that's quite a lot of red, so I want to bring a bit more blue into play.
And I love it, the way that you're talking around how you kind of make that mix of colours and make your own little blend. And we've got the book which will tell you about the watercolour mountains, which uses again the 3 colours from your One Day Special, but they work so well together.
They do, and I picked these colours especially for the One Day Special because these are the ones that I actually used in the home watercolour course, and these are the colours again that we're giving you on the DVD. So if you treat this as a complete how to paint in watercolour course, and yes, you can just use the one brush throughout if you want to, or you can add more brushes to the equation. But look how lovely that green mixes with that violet. It really does work nice, and you can see that starting point of the bluebells. Now here is the grey that I mixed, and this was all 3 colours, and the book, sorry, the DVD will get you mixing grey right from the lesson 1, because that's the most important colour. That's the colour of shadows. I'm just going to darken the bottom of these trees a little bit here, so I'm just popping little random sort of bits of darkness coming across here, look, so you can see these, and it'll all get the paint flowing. Now also, I just want to mention, if I can be cheeky enough to mention, the virtual workshops I've been doing, because lots of people are loving these, and these are basically, there's one tomorrow painting an African safari scene with animals walking across the sunset. Again, it's just using 3 colours, so head over to the website Watercolour TV for that, for those people that are interested. Just going to pop in a few little bits of extra trees with that grey. I'm just going to sweep those in. This is giving things time to dry. Perfect. So a few little flicks here. And then I'm also going to use that same grey to pop in a few shadows coming down from the bluebells, casting through the trees, if you can imagine it. So you can get those nice kind of shadows spreading out into the landscape.
Explaining why you're putting the areas of colour where you're placing them. That's something. I know that when I'm driving into work now, I look at the skyline in a totally different way. I look at the colours, and sometimes it's a very deep purple through to those gorgeous kind of orange tones and dusky tones, and the trees are literally, like you can see there, with that kind of dappled effect.
Yeah, you do get the nice kind of light, especially in the morning and an evening. We call it golden hour or magic hour, when the light's warm and soft, and it really is nice. Beautiful. Very quick dry for a split second. Give that a blast with the dryer. And you can just use a hair dryer for this, or you can just put the kettle on. That's a good idea, isn't it? Put the kettle on.
Put the kettle on. I like the idea of putting the kettle on. Can I just very quickly, just while Matthew's drying that, just draw your attention to the book? Because obviously we've got the One Day Special where Matthew's going to be teaching you via the DVD. But again, using those 3 paints, I think once you've completed those 3 tutorials, those 3 lessons, you're going to want to create even more. Well, the Watercolour Mountains book and DVD, again, brilliant value for money at £20.59. Matthew takes you through the blending of those colours. Those 3 colours that you've got, he explains to you the colour colour wheel within here and how to mix those and how to get those different results. And of course that is key when you go on to the other projects that are in here, because again the projects will show you the different blends. It's almost like a cooking book where you've got the ingredients of your paints, mixing them together until you are creating the most incredible pieces, because that's exactly what Matthew will teach you to do. Take those 3 paints and that is another masterpiece you could be creating. 271506, you can add this in alongside your one-day special if you so choose. And as I say, it does come with a DVD as well.
Beautiful. So that book was released just before Christmas, and it's got 9 paintings all step by step, again all using the 3 colours from the one day special, so something I'm really proud of. And of course it comes with a DVD as well, so it's a great little package. This is nice and dry, folks. Now I want to build up the foreground, make some texture. Let's add some more bluebells. Let's come back to those tree and texture brushes that we spoke about. We've got 3 of them, of course. We've got the small here, which is great for like sort of hedgerows and things like that. The large one for doing sort of normal oak style trees, and the one we used a little bit earlier, of course, was this gorgeous extra large one. Let's use this one again here. Let's pop it in the water, give it a good old bounce around and a good old squeeze the excess out of it. It's quite satisfying in the morning, that. And what
Well, I'm so clumsy, as you saw earlier on. So the fact that when you're using these brushes, you can't really do a lot of damage to them.
You know, this brush is designed to be damaged. It's designed to do that with, basically. So it's called, I call this bashing the brush, which is also good in the morning. Okay. So you can take your morning frustrations out of your paintbrush and you give it a good old stipple. So you get this gorgeous spiky effect, and we can sort of do that. And look how it's going to give us the flowers with the violet here working across. Now in a second or two we're going to ease this back into the distance here, so we'll work that across, take it higher on the 2 sides. So that's going to give us the texture of the flowers, of course. Let's clean the brush really well and give it a good old squeeze through the fingers. So we're just making it damp, and we're going to stipple and it's blending. So this is just putting water on basically at this point, and you can see it's just giving a softness to the flowers, and it's just laying over the top of the dry paint. And remember, this is just 3 colours, and remember that there was no sketching involved throughout the entire picture. Look how nice that is. If we pick up the size 6 brush, again this is the one that's included in the one day special here, we can use this, and I tend to turn this thing on the side for doing this. And what I'm going to do here, I want to use the red bit at the bottom of the brush. And the reason that's red,
I thought you were going to use your finger for a minute then, the way you got your finger in the air.
That's the bit that you grab, and we're going to use the finger for splattering, so we're going to do a bit of this, okay? Which is going to give us even more flowers. Now I've got to watch not splatter my picture of San Francisco, because there's nothing worse than that, is there? We're going to work this thing across. We're going to take it across, and hopefully you can see. Now if I do it this way, it splatters the Hochanda studio wall and not my pictures.
It could do with a bit of a makeover.
That's the reason for this, you see.
That brush, because the way that it's been developed, does it hold a lot of paint?
Say that again, sorry?
The way that the brush has been developed, does it hold a lot of paint?
Yes,
you don't seem to be refilling it.
Yes. So basically what this brush is, folks, it's a replica of a sable, which is a premium hair, which is getting harder and harder to come by.
Okay.
This is a replica, so it's beautiful. And you can see even now, look, I can just go in and I can use this colour, very thick and very strong, got the red and the blue, and I can do some lovely foreground little taps. Imagine these are the sort of rich, bold foreground flowers that are really close to where we stood, and you can see how nice you can stipple in. Working alongside the tree and texture brush here, it's a great way of giving a little sort of stipple effect here, and it's quite addictive, sort of jittering across the picture, let's say, and it's always a nice thing to do. And of course at the same time as doing that, we can just be a bit crafty here for a couple of minutes, and I do want to mention the SAA again very soon, if that's okay. I'm just going to bring this over here, and I'm going to create a bit of a footpath, just to give that nice effect of depth in the picture. So we'll come over here as well.
Just to give you a little bit of a time check, we've got about 6 minutes left, Matthew.
Okay, lovely. So if I bring this little footpath in here, and we can just give that a nice soften Can you see it's almost created a bit of a pathway that kind of weaves through the picture.
Yes.
And just to finish this picture off today, folks, I'm just going to mix a very thick colour from all three colours. So it's the blue, red and yellow, very strong colour here. And I'm just going to pop a few little taps along the edge of the footpath, just briefly, just here. And then I just want to bring in and just show how nice and pointy this brush actually is.
Wow.
We're going to create a lovely little gateway. Other supermarkets are also available. You can just bring that across. I mean, that just shows that one brush does it all, and that's what we're talking about here today, folks. And watercolour is such an economical medium because a tube of paint, and we're giving you 3, remember, will go an absolute mile in your watercolour painting journey. So you can paint so much. There's the bearded chuff on the gate as well. It's got to always feature there, of course. And you can see that wonderful effect. And if I just very quickly remove the masking tape, we have another springtime, late spring, early summer watercolour picture. Bluebells are such a pleasure to paint. I love painting bluebells, and you can see there that that's made a wonderful picture from 3 colours and the gorgeous paper.
Matthew, that looks amazing. Thank you so much. And it all came together so quickly with that tuition as well. Now, of course, Matthew's been working with the SAA for a long, long time. And, of course, we are giving you the opportunity for you to get your own unique membership bundle from us here at Hochanda. Don't add to the basket as you would do traditionally with the items here. All you need to do is click on your full product details, click on the pink link, as you can see, and it will take you to the SAA website where you will get your unique bundle for joining via Hochanda. Now, of course, Matthew's here. He's been a member of the SAA for a long, long time, you won't mind me telling you, and it really is an amazing organisation to be a part of, isn't it, Matthew?
It is, yes. I've been a member since the late 90s. When I joined the SAA, we got the catalogue, which was probably about a third of the size of what it is now. This is going back to the 97. Remember, if you're a member, you get discounts, big discounts, you get free shipping, you get loyalty points, and we'll give you 500 of those worth £5 straight away. We'll give you the subscription to the magazine, sent to your door. All this stuff is sent to your door. We'll give you this book on watercolours here, get you started, bit of paper, car sticker, all that business. But remember, nowadays, as a member of the SAA, we're also giving you a online community in the form of video on demand for one. I've got, I think, about 70 videos on there that you can watch me paint as part of the membership, but there's hundreds of hours online as part of that membership. There's discounts on famous supermarkets and online stores, days out, when we can start doing them again, of course. So all that's happening, folks. But another super exclusive that we're going to give you as part of this year's membership, it's a 1-year membership, we're going to give you this beautiful set of Mr. Palmer tree and texture brushes, branching detail brushes. These are my most popular brushes designed for creating. These are the pens of the watercolour trade, and it's designed for doing this kind of work. Just here, beautiful pointy branches, so popular. People love those brushes. Please do check out the SAA, but remember to do it through the link. Do not click add to basket.
That's the key thing, and of course the link is key with this one. You jump onto the website, go into the product details, full product details as you can see there, click on the pink link there, and it will take you to the website, of course, for you to get your SAA membership. And of course, if you do want to do that, then just click on join now and away you go. And it's a brilliant addition to your 1-day special because it will mean that you are able to obviously take that tuition that Matthew brings to you and then of course build on that with that fabulous community that the SAA brings you. And everybody started at some point, and everybody has to ask questions, and I can't think of a better forum for you to do that. Now don't forget, we're going to be chatting about the 1-day special as we come to the end of the hour, but some things that Matthew was using that you must be adding into your basket at the bottom of your screen. These have been incredibly popular. Those fabulous texture brushes, your tree and texture brushes, brilliant detail as we saw from the painting that Matthew created, but rapidly approaching 60% of the stock of those have gone. £32 and 34 pence. Of course, if you have a £5 credit from yesterday, then it can be used against those to bring that price down even further. 933600. Something else Matthew has been working with regularly throughout has been the palette, and that is the key thing. With the palette, you've got all of those huge wells in there for you to actually create all your different own personal colours. And of course, the beauty of watercolour paint is nothing gets wasted. It will dry in those little pans, ready for you to use the next time, or in the well, should I say, for you to use next time. But of course, add it in alongside your one-day special, because you've got your 3 paints within here that you are going to be able to build up all those amazing colours that Matthew's been working with. So you've got your 3 primary colours within here. You've got the fabulous SAA formulation, bringing those primaries to you, that you're going to be able to blend as Matthew has shown us. So you'll be able to use them to build up the back detail, to create your foliage, to create your bluebells as we saw there, and those fabulous stormy skies that you're going to be able to create in lesson 1 of the DVD, because you do get a DVD at 2 hours, over 2 hours worth of tuition, taking you through the steps of 3 different projects. So you've got lesson number 1, where you're going to be learning how to create this fabulous piece to the side of me here. You're also going to be learning for lesson 2, which will take those skills, develop them even further, until ultimately you are creating that 3rd and final project. As I say, over 3 hours worth of tuition within there. 60% of the stock of the one-day special is gone. You're going to get the DVD to help you along those ways, and you're going to get your paper pack as well as your brush. Just got a few moments just to very quickly say goodbye to Matthew. Matthew, so much, and don't forget, do check out Matthew's social media as well. Because it's definitely worth going to, and check out some of those online classes he's doing as well. Matthew's going to be back with me at 12 o'clock, so I hope we can count on your company. Bit of a busy hour for you, but we've got more painting coming up at 12. We'll see you later. Now, the lovely Lucy is here from Sweet Poppy Stencils. You are in for a treat in the next hour. I'll be teaming up with the Be Crafty girls after that, and then we've got some spring savers with the Clamor Ball.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Well, good morning, everybody. A warm welcome. So anyone who's a regular to Hochanda, and especially if you follow me on social media, will know I am a massive fan of Sweet Poppy stencils. I genuinely am. From the first, I remember, so I've been at Hochanda 4 years. I did one show with, it was my first show with Lucy, we're going to introduce you to in a moment, and Sweet Poppy stencils, and fell in love with them to the point that Lucy kindly gave me a few and I've never looked back. We have got Lucy in the studio. Let me introduce you to the lovely Lucy, all the way. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
You're so far away.
I know.
You're literally the other end of the studio. How have you been, Lucy?
All right. Yes, all right. Yeah. Enjoying peace and quiet.
Have you managed to be productive on lockdown, doing a lot of crafting?
I have. We're a family business, so lucky enough we can isolate as well in the warehouse.
As a group.
So we are so organised, it's unbelievable.
Well, I tell you what, family businesses isolating together, it does help, I can imagine.
It's hard work.
Yeah. Okay, busy. You're going to get even busier after this hour, I guarantee. We have got a lot of options. So, Lucy, I think you're going to be keeping me company. There's a little box on screen. I don't know if you can see it. You're like a little angel, crafting angel on my shoulder. So, we have got a pick and mix for you. 16.19, you're picking any two, is ridiculously good value. The quality of the stencils, have a look. If you doubt me, do have a look online and see reviews, because Sweet Poppy stencils, in my view, 5 stars all the way. So we've got lovely designs for you. What's this first design, Lucy?
This is Tribal Flowers, and this is designed for us by Emma Cronin, our in-house designer.
Wow.
It's a pretty newish one, so it was only manufactured around about March, April, so it is pretty new.
Nice. Beautiful. And look, this is one opportunity where you can inject colour if you wish. Lots going on here, but this is another clever inspiration. Have a look at that one. So think outside the box, but it's a beautiful tribal flower. So that's one option you could go for. Then as we move on, we've got our next one coming through here. Now this is a very beautiful azalea, and sorry, dahlia. I said azalea, I apologise. It's got a bit of it could be folk art if you want. It could be very delicate and pretty.
It could. It's a brand new stencil, so only just been produced. And this is our dahlia flower. It's a licensed design to us, but it is so beautiful for anybody that wants their big, bold flowers. It just works so well.
Yeah, I have to say, some of the inspirations here are stunning. Well, I say
amazing,
some, all of the inspirations here are stunning. Just picking this one up. I mean, that's clever use of the dahlia. Isn't that nice? Or, how about that? bit of colour, or maybe something like that. Same stencil each time, but so different. I'll show you one. No, actually, I'm going to show you two more. I'll tell you why. Because looking at here, that's stunning, and I know how that's been achieved. We will explain more throughout the hour. But look at that. See, just a hint of colour. And that's why I started off by saying you can't, I mean, to me, that's got a little bit of folk to it. Okay, so that's your dahlia. And as we go on, we've got, all right, my favourite, and I have this, and this hour we will be showing, actually, we have got, are we going to show it? We've got a picture of my handiwork, which we will show you. This seahorse is incredibly detailed. We featured it before, and I know it's sold out. Actually, it was on a pick and mix. It was the first option to sell out, and that's when Lucy extremely kindly, she actually gave me one because I couldn't purchase it. It had sold out. This is my picture that I did with it. So,
well done.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Amazing. Well done.
That's very kind of you to say that. I feel honoured, Lucy.
No, it's beautiful.
But look, it is a stunning stencil, and I say I'm speaking from a stance where I've used Sweet Poppy stencils, and I cannot speak highly enough about them. They're fantastic, and that's a lovely one. Last one, we have got our these are trees. Is it the fall trees? Tall trees. I apologise. Tall trees. Going through, we like the trees, and I will show you a couple of oh, now there's some very pretty inspirations here. This is an interesting use of the trees. This is now turning the trees into more branches coming through, just the tips. See, although they're tall trees, think outside the box. How are you going to be using it? Or this is another nice one. Isn't that beautiful? So a little bit of a focal piece here, and then blending it into the back. Or what about, oh, that's nice. I'll show you. I literally could go on all day. Let me just show you how that's lovely. I'm going to have to show you one more. And then, oh my goodness. All right, I'll show them throughout the hour. I'm going to show some restraint. Look at that. So you can't now. That's stunning. Right. Pick and mix. You choose whichever ones you want to go for. Me personally, I've already got the seahorse. If I hadn't, that would definitely be in my mix. I think I'd be going for tall trees and maybe the dahlia, possibly. But I'd like to go for all four. If you do want to go for all four, you can just double up. $17.99 your price. Obviously, if you are a Freedom member, you do get an added discount, and your P&P is included. 708771 your item number. Okay, we're going to move on down. The stencil mediums are incredibly good, and I thoroughly suggest if you watch Lucy, and we are going to be seeing Lucy in demonstration, and if you want to get those results, the stencil paste make life so easy. What Lucy does, she's got a set technique, so principles that she employs every time, and that's what gives her the perfect stencil time and time again. So here we've got the stencil. Now this is another pick and mix, so we're just choosing our colorways. You've got your translucent, which is there. This is the gold. If I just pop these down, then you've got your glossy white, your pearl white, and your bronze, which is there. Okay, so choices going through. We will be the best way to see these. So once, if you haven't used them before, wait till Lucy's demonstration, and when you see how good they are, I think they're going to be an option you're going to be tempted to pop into your basket. Right, we've got more options for you. Love, love, love this hair. I'm hearing myself talk. And I know I'm sounding very enthusiastic about everything, but it's all genuine. I do love everything. I'm sounding like a broken record. So look at this hair. I mean, it's that pose. There's such a charm to the rabbit, or the hair, I should say.
Hair.
Look, he's having a sniff of the flowers. Have a look at this. We've got some lovely samples for you. But this is the kind of effects you can achieve. Isn't that beautiful designs? What I think makes Sweet Poppy stencils so special, it's the quality of the designs that Lucy always brings, and when you couple that with the quality of the metal stencils as well, and these are stencils that will last a lifetime. You look after your stencils, they will always be there for you. Isn't that nice? I like that a lot. I think you can do a lot with the rabbit. And just showing you here how changing the situation, so something like that, it's a little bit fairy tale, whimsical, but then here, bit more magical. Isn't that nice? $12.99 your price if you want to put the hair into your basket. 638253 your item number. Right, we're going to move on. We've got, now this is magical, the fairy. Ah, now I think the rabbit and the fairy would be great together. Love the pose of the fairy, very cheeky, sort of imp. $12.99 your price. Let's just have a look. Now, Lucy, you know that I love your designs, but word on the street, you love to team up with someone very special, Lavinia Stamps.
We've been friends for many, many years now, and when we first came into the industry, we used to work with stencils.
Yeah.
We had a shop and we'd do the shows, and became friends with Tracy from Lavinia Stamps. And we had a little chat, as we do, over a little drink, and she said, well, I can design for you. I can design something nicer than what you've got. So she gave me the first 15, and they were amazing. We had fairies and all sorts. And we've grown, and I think we've been designing together now for about 10, 11 years.
10, 11 years?
Yeah.
It's
so
nice
the
that
fairy,
you are such good friends as well.
Yeah, very, very good friends, yeah. She has a very mystical, magical way. As everybody knows, she is fairies.
Yeah.
And
nice.
she's got such an art with them. So you can see this is one of her fairies, but what she did is she changed the wings on one of her fairies, and she put Sebastian's spine on the fairies. So when you look at Sebastian, you'll see his spine is actually the fairy wings.
We will carry on and have a look. Love that. $12.99 your price. But when you talk about, I mean, look, there are certain brands, whenever I go to shows, people tell me they're massive fans of. You hear Sweet Poppy stencils time and time again, Lavinia Stamps. I mean, put the two together, it's like when great figure, you know when you want movies and two characters get together for, it's like the Avengers. You're like the Avengers for craft.
Well, that's great.
Other movies are available. Right, we're going to move on. We've got more. Now, the seahorse. Now, one thing I would say about the seahorse, it is so incredibly detailed. So if you did want to cut out the seahorse, the die is your best friend. It absolutely is your best friend. So what you're getting here is the outline buddy die for the seahorse, $10.99 your price. So I'm just pulling from my memory here, and I know you've been shopping ahead. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone. If you have the seahorse, if your budget can stretch, I would thoroughly advise this is a great addition. It really is, because then you can do so much more with the seahorse. So the seahorse looks so effective even if you're just using the stencil, but when you do layer it up, decoupage up, look at, now come on, look at that. Do you see the kind of effects you're able to achieve? That is a showstopper, but you imagine fussy cutting all of that out. No. Let the stencil for $10.99. It is a buddy stencil. I know this has been something, it's been ages since I worked with Lucy, but I remember when Lucy first started bringing out the buddy stencils, it was a new way to enjoy your Sweet Poppy stencils, and very popular. Okay, I say buddy dies, sorry, not stencils. Okay, now we're going to move on. We've got more. So having a little look here, some stamps as well. So we're thinking about when you are creating your piece of art, it's working on multiple layers. So you've used your stencil, maybe your die, and now we've got stamps in the mix as well. These are Sweet Poppy clear polymer, just word stamps. So I love the words in here. I think you could use these. So smile instantly. And this is a great, if you wanted to use one word that really sums up Sweet Poppy stencils, I think it's smile, because it puts a smile on anybody's face. So you've got your smile in there, you've got your verse or your text going through. Hugs and kisses, a dream is a wish. A dream is a wish your heart makes. Isn't that nice? True sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. Yes, it is, Mr. Stein, says Albert Einstein. Okay, $9.99 is your price. You're getting all the words coming through there. And just having that, I'll just show you a couple. Just adding that little, what sentiments do, and I know I say it time and time again, but it adds context, because that looks beautiful. I'm just going to cover up the words. That looks beautiful as it is, but then when you do add some sentiments to it, hugs and kisses, it creates that further level of detail and construct to your work. So I mean, the seahorse already looks beautiful, but when you do add in a verse, a dream is a wish your heart makes, it is stunning. That is a work of art. 614-920 item number, busy here. Right, going to move on. We've got some more stamps for you. So these are large, bold, they scream for, I think now on our larger makes, our home decor, our mixed media, our scrapbooking, all words that we use, they're kind of impact stamps. Great size to them, just showing you the happy birthday. And that's the thing, because the inspiration, that looks beautiful. But when you do put the happy, suddenly that is a lovely birthday card. Or it could just be a hello. It could be, you know, you're changing the context with the words. £9.99 your price, 12 stamps in total, 248192, your item number there. Now we've got more just to say. Because sometimes you do want to send an inspiration and it's just to say. Having a look, we've got all of these in the mix for £9.99 just to say. And look, just to say I love you. Just to say I miss you. Sorry, thinking of you, because of you I laugh a little harder, cry a little less. So that is lovely. I like that a lot. £9.99 your price, you're getting all the stamps, 9 stamps in total, brought to you by Sweet Poppy. They're 374469, your item number. I'm sorry that we've currently got queues on our phone lines. We have got busy phone lines. Fastest way to order is on our website, or you can use the Hochanda app as well. Got to tell you about our 7-day savers as we head to Lucy. So 7-day savers are busy. Look at the savings. That is Pink Frog Ice Gold paper and card collection. You're getting 50 of each. So this will work beautifully with the stencils on the show and stamps and dies. So you're getting 50 of the 120 GSM, 50 of the 300 GSM, so your heavy card stock. It's got a ice gold, so it's got a mica gold encapsulated in the cardstock. When you spray, when you add your inks to it, that gold comes to the surface. It is incredible, and the paper is great for your flowers if you've got any flower dies. 171505, your item number there. £12 saving. That's just one of the 7-day savers. If you're a fan of the legend that is Tim Holtz, we've got some Tim Holtz for you. So this is Tim Holtz Ideology Paper Stash Cardstock. The wallflower, look at the saving. This is your 12 by 12 cardstock from Tim Holtz. Normally that pad would be costing you £40.99. But this is Hochanda. We try and bring you maximum value for money. £24.99 for Tim Holtz cardstock. Get in my basket. That's all I'm going to say. 733-881, your item number. Okay, we are going to head to Lucy now for our first demonstration. Lucy, what are we going to be doing?
Okay, so we're going to show you how to work with the waxes. So we brought back on the mica wax, the finishing wax. So I thought we would do almost like a resist technique for you. So using the wax as the background and then giving a bold dahlia stencil over the top. So first off, we're going to start off with a lovely piece of white card and popping the stencil on randomly. So place him on. So with my stencil tape, let's start him off. So I have to give credit to this technique to two of my ladies, Eileen and Tracy, playing with waxes and things like that to see what they could do with the resist technique. The wax is amazing because you can make your own gilding waxes and things like that with it just by mixing our mica powders with it. Or you can apply it over the top of, say, oxides. And what will happen is, with the oxides, sometimes if you then splatter it with water, obviously it will lift. But if you put the finishing wax over the top, it almost seals it in for you. So I've applied a little bit of the wax up in the corner of my mat, and I'm using my tool. I'm just taking some of it up onto my tool, and I'm going to gently, circular motion, over the top. Now, you've just got to be careful. It's one of these techniques, you know, too much, too little. The more you play with it, the better you're going to get at it. So I'm just building up and going over and over gently. So it's almost skimming over the top rather than pushing the tool down into the stencil. So just gently skim over, lift off, and again, we're going to move it around. So again, find another place. So again, take up a little bit of wax and you're skimming over again. Just getting a nice fine layer of it. And hopefully later on, if it doesn't sell out, I can show you how to make your own gilding waxes as well. So again, we're lifting And I think we'll go that way. So let me just get him straight. And again, gently just skim over. And you're building up your layer bit by bit by bit by bit. So taking up on your tool. So what you're not doing is you're not pouncing it in, you're just skimming over. So excuse the colour of mine. I've got a little bit of ink still on my stencil, so it's giving me a little bit of a grey image, but that's fine, I can see where I'm working. So again, lovely. So if you're happy with that, now normally I work in a box to do the spraying, so hopefully I don't spray everything. So I'm just going to give a gentle skim over. So these are just oxides that I'm using. The, whoops, there we go. All adds to the effect. So if your oxide's blocked, just cover, give them a shake again. Lovely. So you can see that it's resisting where your wax has been. Oops. So give it a shake. There we go, I think that'll do. So bit of kitchen roll. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to heat it just yet, because what will happen is if you heat it, you're going to melt the wax that's on there. So first of all, give it a dab over, so clear up that. And I'm just going to dab, so you should be able to see where it's resisted. There we go. So once you've dabbed, then that's when I would heat set it with a heat gun, but I've got one already dry. So put that one to one side, clear up so I don't get ink everywhere. Now if you don't put too much wax on, or not enough wax, you can see what will happen is you won't really get the resist effect. You get the slight bit, but not too much. But what you could do is replace your stencil, apply more wax, and then you could then give it another coat spray. So I've got a dry one already here. So we're going to go in with a word. We're going to stamp a word on. Now normally I have all my words stamped ready for me because I'm not the best stamper. So I think I've got one already on there, and we're going from the smile set. Let me just clean up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So in with versifying. So make sure we're stuck down, and gentle taps. So this is one of the little verses from the smile set. That'll do fine there. A little bit wonky, but that's fine. There we go. So pop that to one side. So we're then going to go in, and we're now going to get our black image with the dahlias. So wash your stencil, make sure your stencil is lovely and clean. And we're lining up. So magnetic sheet. There we go. And stencil tape. So again, we're going to screen off. Now, what you could do, you could put a post-it note or a bit of scrap paper under there, just so that you don't get any black ink. And again, and again. So, I use Archival. It's just my chosen ink. So I need a little sponge. And sponges, applicators, it's whatever you prefer. It's not necessarily what I use, it's just what I prefer. So up on, and now I'm sponging through. So you're building up your layers bit by bit by bit. I do also use stencil brushes to apply my inks through. That way, especially with Tracy's designs and Emma's, they use such fine laser cutting, you know, the lines that they draw and everything, that you want the ink to get right through to the bottom. So you're just building and building. So I would probably do about 2 or 3 layers, making sure that I get into all the fine areas. So again, in with the stencil brush, and now you're taking all that ink that was up on the edges of the stencil and going around. You can see where the wax has been as well, because it's slightly resisting there. So we're just going to apply a second layer, and we're building up bit by bit by bit until we've got a real good coverage. You're better to build up thin layers rather than go into it with a heavy thick layer, otherwise it's going to bleed through. So taking off, and this resist technique with the wax, it is one of those techniques that the more you try, the more you're going to know how much to put on and how much not to put on. So taking off. That now needs to be washed in warm soapy water. If it doesn't all come clean, then use a bit of stamp cleaner or nail varnish remover will remove that for you. It's not going to hurt the stencil. So we've got a base that we've already, oops, let's just check we've got it the right way. Lovely. And off with the tapes. And it's just a nice quick little card, you know, you can put anything on there now. And I think nowadays as well, especially at this time, you know, just go back to the old way of sending someone a card or a little notelet to say that, you know, you're thinking of them. It's nothing nicer by getting something through the post, you know, just to say that, you know, hang in there, it'll all get better soon, hopefully. And there you go. Nice quick card.
Absolutely stunning. I like the using the wax as well. Now, Lucy said something very important when it comes to the wax. She did say, hopefully, if we still have some later, that's because it is always popular, and we are very, very busy for the wax. I'm going to talk to you about that in just a moment. We have got the pick and mix, and this shows you how simple it is to use the pick and mix. All you need to do is pick your 2 favourites. If you haven't already got the seahorse, all I can say is I have it and I love it. So it's one stencil that I do have, and I think it's fantastic. But you can pick whichever you like. You've got the dahlia or the tribal flower, and there we go. Now here's something important, because we've got our Spring Saver event. So what will happen if you make any purchase this show, you will then have £5 voucher credited to your account to use tomorrow. So it will be you'll be able to use it tomorrow, but you have to spend £30 or more, and that excludes your postage and packaging and vouchers or anything else you've added, or discounts I should say. So as long as you've got £30 or more after all of that in your basket, then you can use the voucher. Or you might have one of the vouchers right now to use. So as long as, to say, hit that magic number of £30, you'll be able to use it. It's that simple with the pick and mix. Now, with regard to that finishing wax, got to give you a little bit of an update. You can see that the details are on your screen. Lucy wasn't wrong when she said, hopefully, if there is some later, and it is a big if now, because we're approaching 80% of the stock. And there's a big caveat to this, because we asked the question because we know it's always popular, and Lucia said, unfortunately, there is no additional stock to add. So once this goes, it has gone, and I say we're approaching 80% of the stock. Now, whenever we give figures like that, and especially when we tell everyone there is no added stock that we can put on there, it will get very busy. So if you do want to go for the Sweet Poppy, you're getting the mica essential kit. So you're getting that beautiful mica, the gum mica, and the finishing wax, 100ml for $11.99, and that wax just offers so many possibilities, and having the mica in the mix as well, that lets you do, well, just noticed we've gone green on the screen, so we are limited stock. and it's gone. Told you, when I said it was going to be quick, I did not anticipate it's going to be quite that quick. It's a technical sellout. Everything is in baskets. What I would say to you, if it is in your basket, if you really want it, please check out right now, because once that goes, or if any jump out, so you've got it for 7 minutes, someone else will nab it. It is gone as it stands. But look, that purchase of $11.99, even if that was your only purchase today, you're still going to get that £5 credit as part of our Spring Savers event to use tomorrow. Do have a look at our website for the full T's and C's. Right, we have got more for you. We've got a mica set. Having a look. Now, choosing any three, it is a pick and mix. Beautiful colours, good sized pots. And the thing with mica, you don't need to use a lot with this. $11.99 your price. Shall I show you some inspirations? And this is what we love about mica. See, when you put the mica with the stencils, have a look at that. Ooh. I mean, that is just such a beautiful inspiration. You send that to someone, it is absolutely premium. But you have not had to work hard to achieve that. Or how about this? Tell you what we'll do, because it's another pick and mix. Should we go onto the website and we'll show you all the options? So again, you can do this. You can give our call centre a ring if you prefer. You've got your gold pearl, you've got your brushed bronze, your copper, sapphire, wine, very nice, amethyst, sunshine yellow, and your olive gold, like a bit of olive gold. So pick any three of those micas. They are beautiful micas, and we might see them in action. Right, now we are going to have a look at the stencils. It is once again another pick and mix. Price-wise, oh, have I? I'm so sorry. I moved on too much. My bad. So we have got here these beautiful microbeads. They are clear glass microbeads going through. Now, these are so fine, just picking them up, they're very soft. So what they do, they add a lovely bit of detail and texture to your projects. Well, I like those. Now, whenever we feature them for $9.99, always popular. And that is a generous pot as well. So that's 250 grams. You're getting a lot in there. Yours, we poured some out, obviously, into here. So yours will arrive full. You see. Do you know what it reminds me of? When you buy bags of crisps these days, it's literally mostly air and a few crisps. So it's not like that. We have poured some out there. $9.99 is your price. 573 421 your item number. A quarter of the stock has gone. Now, I got ahead of myself. We've gone back to our fantastic stencils, and I tell you, I like those tall trees. So tall trees, you've got the seahorse, which you know I like, the dahlia, and the tribal flower. The best way to really appreciate how good these are to see examples. So there are so many I wanted to show you, and I had to resist, but I'm jumping straight back to it. This is what I had my eye on when we were seeing the tall trees. Look at that. That is just such a beautiful, and just taking the leaves as well, that's really, really nicely done. Or, this next one you're going to love as well. What about this? Oh, come on. That is stunning. I like that, just that little bit of detail with it and creating the sort of illusion of it. It could be the sun setting. Or how about, last one with the tall trees. This one. Actually, I lied. I'm going to show you one more. This is using tall trees, but not as trees. A little flourish. Isn't that clever? Okay, so there's your tall trees. Now, let's have a look at our seahorse. So say I've got the seahorse, and as a stencil, I absolutely love it. It is really, really nice stencil. So much detail. Just to point out, there is the buddy die to go with this stencil, and I would thoroughly recommend, if you are putting this in your bundle, that die you will use and through. But we are nearly limited stock for the die. I think it's worth it. I'm just going to glance at Lucy. Lucy, if the die does sell out, is that it? Any more stock on there? Oh, okay. So we might be able to get some more stock on that. So I thought it's always worth asking the question. Oh, what's the bad news? Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. It's going to be busy for the team. That's the bad news. Okay, so there's the seahorse. Popping that down. Now, excuse me. I have something in my throat. It's not. Do you feel in this day and age, even the slightest little cough, like I can't help it. Something went down the wrong way. You feel like you have to justify it. Okay, here we go. Let me just show you. You got the wonderful Dahlia. Dahlia or Dahlia? Dahlia? I'm going to wait. Lucy says Dahlia. I'm sticking with Dahlia. There we go. I'll show you some ones a little bit different. Now that is nice. Lucy, how was that done?
Is it a shiny?
It is with the foils. We have. Oh, Lucy, you're a crafty tease. So Lucy will be showing us the foils this afternoon because you're back on at 1 o'clock. Yeah, we're going to show you. We have got the foils. There's a little pick and mix for the foils if you do want to get ahead. $10.99 your price, and you're picking any two. So there we go. There's the Dahlia. Lovely. Putting that down, and then finally, we've got that beautiful tribal flower as well. Let me just show. Actually, I'm gonna. Because we have got. I want to make sure I'm showing all the inspirations here. Okay, wait a second. Oh, this is nice. So it's got tribal flower. It's got a bit of the mandala about it as well. I will show a beautiful. Now, if you want to turn this, that is a beautiful card. But if you wanted to create a work of art for the home, you are going to wait for this. You're going to love it. Ba-ba! Come on. Isn't that lovely? That is. How was that done, Lucy?
That is using, I believe it's using the bleeding art tissue
Yeah.
technique to get the colour of the background.
Right.
Then you can feel the grid over the top of it.
Yes.
That's using our grid stencil, which I think might be available online.
Okay.
And Handling's India, that's Irene, so that's amazing.
Very nice.
I believe she's used white acrylic paint to get the white pattern. So bleeding art tissue first, then she's put the stencil on, she's put the white paint through the stencil, stencil off, she's then put the grid stencil on and translucent.
Lovely. Thank
It's
you so
amazing
much.
that
Thank you
is.
for sharing that, Lucy. Okay, so that is your pick and mix. We're busy for the pick and mix. Can I just say, for $17.99, 2 Sweet Poppy stencils, I think, is a phenomenal price. For our Freedom price, though, have a look here. £16.19 is an utter bargain. Right, got more for you. We've got the stencil pastes. Going to be quick here because I know we've got to get back to Lucy. You've got several options. This is your pearlescent white. So there's your pearlescent white. You've got your gold in the mix too. And if I come down here, that's your translucent, which is, I think translucent's a really nice one to add into your stash. It is very handy. You've got your glossy white, which again would be one of my choices, and then the bronze. The gold, the bronze are lovely. Actually, they're all great. $17.99 your price, so you can choose any two. Okay, so now we have got some more stencils as well. Just going to show you the hair. Love this. So the hair and the fairy about to show, Lavinia stamps. You can see it's got, I'm right saying Lavinia stamps there, please, yeah.
So she is a designer for us. She's a designer of her own products, but she designs for us as we're very good friends. Yeah. And she's just got, I'll say to her, well, could I possibly have your hair? And she'll put a twist on it. So it's amazing. And I just love her style. Her style is very different to Emma's style as well, which I think makes it work so well with our stencils.
But just I think putting the two together, so the quality of your stencils with the designs, and you see that, look, the way you're able to get such a crisp, clean outline, it is down to the quality of the stencils and such beautiful designs. You're really doing it justice. There we go. That is the hair. Hair's proving popular. $12.99 your price, and nearly 2/3 of the stock has gone for the hair. As we move on, we've got, I really like the fairy. The fairy looks cheeky. Now, I think she's up to some mischief. She's seen something, and she's going to be up to some sprightly games. So there's your fairy, and I'll just show you a couple of inspirations using that fairy. If you look at everything that's going on there, is just beautiful.
The fairy and the hair, they sold out last time, and we couldn't get them in for months and months, obviously, what with shipping and supplies and everything.
Yeah.
They only came in a couple of weeks ago, so the hair especially was like gold dust.
Okay. So that's actually good to know. if it does sell out again, there is a lead time. It takes a while to get it back into stock. And as Lucy was saying, the hair, and I would say the fairy as well, like gold dust. If you want to get hold of them, now is the time. $12.99 your price. I think either the hair or the fairy would look fantastic at the front of a book cover. Just going to share with you as well, here are the details for the fairy. Very quickly, you can see a picture there. And we've also got more. We've got our 7-day savers too. 7-day savers. Now, the ice gold paper, do you know what I like about it? And I've missed working with Lottie. She's a fantastic producer, but she's also an incredible crafter, and she knows what she's talking about. And as a crafter, the reason why she wanted to show the ice gold, because it works with so many of the stencils. You put it over the ice gold and it gives that magical effect. £15 is your price. You're saving £12. You're getting both the 120 GSM, so 50 sheets there, and also 50 sheets of 300 GSM. 100 sheets in total for £15 is a great buy. 171505, your item number. I also got Tim Holtz paper pad. So a paper pad from Tim Holtz for $24.99. It is 12 by 12. I think that is another great buy. 733811, your item number. Okay, Lucy, what have we got next?
Okay, so we're going to show you the glass bead technique. So using translucent medium, but with the clear glass beads. So with this, what we can get is we can get the most amazing, let me just see if I can hold it up for you, the most amazing finish to any of your designs. So first off, what we need is our cardstock. Your cardstock's really important as well. We get so many emails where people say that it's warped and it's buckled. If you use a very thick cardstock, you're not going to get so much of a buckle. So look at the quality of your cardstock that you're using. I'll use obviously about 300 GSM, 350 GSM. Pink Pig watercolour cardstock is very, very good as well. That will take a lot of the moisture, because you've got to remember what you're working with is a wet product, and the moisture will absorb into the cardstock. So I've got my stencil in front of me, and I've got it onto my cardstock, and I've just taped it down with our stencil tape. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to apply my colour with inks. Now, ink-wise, you could use pigments, dyes, permanents. It's up to you what you've got in your stash. If you're using dye or pigment, I would say set it with a hairdryer or set it with a heat gun. Otherwise, as soon as you add the moisture to it, what is going to happen is it's going to bleed out. Let it dry. If it does bleed, don't immediately throw it away in the bin. Let it dry and just see, because these little beads, they hide a multitude of sins. So if it's not 100% perfect, nobody's going to see it.
Lucy, as you're doing that, just to let everyone know, the microbeads, you can see it on your screen. We are limited stock for those microbeads. So just to bring your attention, and I don't believe there are any more. So you have that.
Unfortunately not. No, not this time. We will try and bring them back. I believe we're back in June, so I'll do my best to get some more stock in before then. So we'll whip this one real quick so that anybody that's bought them at least knows how to work with them. So I'm just blending all the way through. And again, with this technique, control your inks. Many of the time I'll slap it on and I'll rush and it bleeds out. So once you've got your image, take off your stencil. So you must always remove your stencil. You cannot go over the top of this with translucent, because it will drag all that ink and it'll bleed. You'll contaminate all your all your stencil dimensions. So remove. You would blast yours with a heat gun. I've already got one prepped and dry. So in with my clean stencil, and obviously I'm just using one I've already got. So you now need to line it up. So excuse me whilst I just, hopefully I don't get it in a headshot. So there we go, that's pretty good. And remember, a lot of these stencils are hand drawn, so they have a right and a wrong way to go. There we go. So pop them onto your magnetic sheet. I always use a magnetic sheet. It squeezes the stencil a lot tighter, so it makes your working so much easier. So I'm going about an inch longer than what my actual project is, and this way it's securing it to the board, and that way I don't have to hold this down whilst I work with my spreader. So 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom, down the side. I'm never stingy with my tape. I always make sure I've got plenty on there. I'm making sure it's nicely stuck, and then in with translucent. It's got to be the clear medium. So with your mediums, when you first use them, they look like they've set. What you don't want to do is give it a good old stir, because that makes it a little bit too sloppy. After about 3 or 4 times of using it, then you can give it a good old stir and mix it in. Always make sure you clean the rim of the pot as well, because otherwise you'll get bits drop into your paste. So hands together, you're squeezing and up. So you're about a 45-degree angle. So again, about 45 degree, you're not pushing, what you're doing is you're pulling it towards you and up. That goes back in. Clean off your tools or drop them into water, whichever's good for you. Lid on your medium, so no messing. And then we're taking off. This gives you the most amazing finish. You know, I love the mediums because they're the magic. They allow you to stick anything ultra fine, you know, to your products, and it's just amazing. So you've got your base there. Now, if I didn't put anything on this, I would have a glossy finish, but I've got my little box, take up my, and then I've got a small pot. What you'll get is a new larger size, which is 225 grams. So you've got more than enough to either split with your friends or...
Lucy, just to say, sorry to interrupt, just let everyone know, please carry on the demonstration, Lucy, but the micro beads they have unfortunately sold out. But as Lucy said, a lot of you have gone for these, so let's see how you can get the most out of them.
Share with your friends that haven't got them. And there you go. And that will give you, as you can see, that will then dry and gives you the most amazing finish. So whilst I clean up, back over to you, Yanis.
Are you okay to continue with the third demonstration? We're just conscious of time. I'll just I'll do a couple of stills just to give you time to get set for that. Did you see, though, you know when I said about the translucent, that's why I think it is such a valuable option with regard to the stencil paste. So here we go. We've got some pick and mix. This is a choosing any two. $17.99 your price, but there is a freedom price of $16.19. We've got tribal flower. Apologies, these are some old stills. So we'll just show you. You've got the seahorse, you've got the dahlia, you've got the tribal flower, and the tall trees. Those are your 4 choices. There are 4 choices that you can find on the website. We've also got the dimension paste, which are incredible. They really are very, I cannot speak highly enough about them. At $17.99, you've got bronze, you've got your translucent, your white gloss, your gold. Have a look online and pick your favourite 2 there. But they are very, very good dimensional pastes. We've also got to tell you another sellout. We knew it was going to be busy. Always is whenever Lucy comes to visit us. The buddy die for the seahorse has gone. Good purchase. Anybody who has got the seahorse or has just purchased the seahorse, that buddy die is going to be your best friend. Okay, Lucy, you all set for the next demo?
Yep. Okay, yeah. I've got a lot of it prepped anyway, so which is good. But yep, let's fire away. So I've got a blank piece of card. Now we're going to use, in this technique, we're going to use the seahorse. We're going to use the buddy die if we get time to, but I do have him already prepped. And we're going to use our beautiful mica powders. Our micas are very special. Most micas on the market have what we class as a binder inside them. Our micas have no binder inside. They're a cosmetic grade, and they're safely mined, they're cruelty free as well, so they're good for everything. So With our micas, what you can't do is you can't paint with them. So anybody that has bought the waxes, or with the wax comes a little mica gum, and you'll look at it and think, well, what am I meant to do with that? It is perfect for mixing with any mica or any eyeshadow that doesn't have a binder inside, and it will allow you to create your own misters and your own paints and everything. So the reason we don't have a binder inside, by the way, is if we wanted to do the heat technique, which we've done lots of times, and hopefully this afternoon I'll get time to show you, that if we use the mica with a binder in, it wouldn't work for you. So it is important that our micas are this grade. So what we're going to do is we've got a piece of square paper. Let me get my misters. Where are they? So I've created some misters, and all I've done is I've dropped about 1/4 teaspoon of water inside, 1/4 teaspoon of mica inside, with a little bit of water about halfway up, and then about 1/4 teaspoon of the mica gum that was available earlier. So I'm just going to mist. Oops. So I want a background. And as I said, we will bring this back, so don't worry if you've not got it. So again, I'm lucky enough, I've got a lot of this already prepped. And then you would let that dry. Okay, so let's pop that to one side, let it dry. Lovely. And then all I've done is I've then cut an aperture out. I've used the piece that I've cut out and I've stuck it on the bottom. So I've now got myself a frame. So pop that to one side. So this is real quick crafting. So to get our little seahorse, we're going to pop it on. Now I will stress that this particular stencil is very sharp along here. All our stencils are reasonably sharp. You've got to remember they are stainless steel. They're like knives, so don't clean them with your hands, you're going to cut yourselves. Clean them with a little scrubbing brush and that'll be fine. Now what I haven't done is I haven't anti-static my card, which I would normally do, but as I've already got one prepped, that's fine. So we're going, I've got my olive green, my amethyst and my sapphire. I wanted, let's put a little bit of the wine in whilst we've got it. And it's been quite a while since we've had our micas back in stock with Hochanda. So grab them whilst they're here, because they do take quite a while to actually package. So even though we'd like them with us all the time, it's not, you know, sometimes it's not possible. So this is my gold translucent. There we go. It's a good old dollop of it, a technical term. So we're on, oops, and we've missed. So all we do is just take, so we're not overworking it, and we're dolloping it. Lovely. So that goes back in. So again, hands together, 45 degree, never ever changes, and you're just dragging it across. Don't think that you're going to keep getting more and more and more off it every time you swipe. All you're going to do is you're going to push it under. So we're taking off, and we're taking off. Leave that one off. So as I said, when you're working with the micas, try an anti-static your card. It'll help you remove any mica off. So again, tease up. So you've now got your little body. So all you're going to do is take your micas up. Let's go in with the blue, it being a seahorse. And you're going to sprinkle over. And this is the same technique if you're doing the heat technique where you put a heat gun near it. All you're going to do then is brush it off. So sprinkling a little bit at a time. These are in 20ml pots, so you've got more than enough to make your spritzers, to paint with, to change your colours.
Just to let you know, Lucy, you've got about 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So with that, pop them to one side, bone dry. All we've done is once it's dry, I've got a cloth and I've polished. When I've laid my die over the top, you will insert his tail, then you insert his head. Feel it wiggle, and you'll feel it wiggle, but because it's dimensional, that blade will slot over. So feel it wiggle, slot it in. When it's die cut, that's your body. And then all you would do is secure it onto your card. And there you go. That's really quick crafting.
Incredible. Lucy, thank you so
You're
much. I
welcome.
really enjoyed that. We've had a lot of sellouts on the show. Lucy, I know we're going to be back at 1 o'clock. What are you planning on showing us at 1?
Ooh, we're going to show you the foils.
Yeah.
We're going to be working with the hare and the fairy as well, and hopefully the tall trees as well.
Incredible. Just showing you some of the foils are beautiful. So you're going to be getting a look at the foils a bit later on as well. That's going to be at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for your company. I really enjoy working with you. It's been ages since we worked together, Lucy.
A long time, yeah.
It really has. I always love working with you. You're going to love the stencils. You genuinely are. What I would suggest, once you get them home, if you do something that you're particularly proud of, do follow Sweet Poppy Stencils on social media.
Yes.
Send pictures of your makes and tag Hochanda in as well, because we would love to see it. I know, Lucy, you would love to see them as well.
I love it because it inspires me to keep on going and going and going all the time. So we have Sweet Poppy Stencils, Simply Sweet Poppy Stencils, and everybody shares, and there's videos and tutorials, and anything that you're not sure of, put it there and the design team will answer as well as me.
Nice. Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you for your company. I say Lucy will be back at 1, and she's got lots more that she wants to share, and I'm fortunate enough to be presenting that show, so I'm looking forward to it as well. Plenty more coming up at Hochanda. Just to remind you, we have got the 7-day savers that you can have a look at. The only reason I'm pushing that is a lot of you have been exploring and purchasing the 7-day savers. Lucy mentioned watercolour cardstock. We actually have some watercolour cardstock as a 7-day saver, 50 sheets at a great price, so do check that out as well. It is a very good value for money. Okay, thank you so much. We've got plenty more coming up, so can't wait to see what you're making for Sweet Poppy Stencils. We had a busy hour, and just something to point out, if you ever want to watch us or maybe go into the garden, depending on the weather, have a look at the Hochanda app or watch us online, hochanda.com. Oh, looking forward to the next hour. We have got Be Crafty, so Bev and Sam. After that, the Spring Savers with Callambor, and then we will see a one-day special with Matthew Palmer, again, Spring Savers.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Tracy from Powertex UK. Powertex is a non-toxic, water-based fabric hardener. Whether you're making a sculpture, creating a fantastic canvas, we've got products that can help you to do that. We can all use it. You can craft with your children. It doesn't matter what age you are or what ability. When we bring the product to Hochanda, you will see the possibilities are absolutely endless. As a family-run business, we love being part of the Hochanda family. So watch the Powertex shows on Hochanda for some fantastic creative fun.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process. Hello there and welcome back. Well, I'm really looking forward to this hour because, of course, it's Be Crafty. And the thing is, I've not worked with the girls for absolutely ages, so thrilled to be able to bring in a show to you. But really scuppered that we haven't got them here in the flesh, but we have got some fabulous videos. So if you're watching from home, ladies, I'm missing you incredibly so. Can't wait to work with you again. You managed to kind of work on the opposite shift to me usually, so I don't know whether there's something kind of calculated in that. I'm not sure. But, of course, we're here with a fabulous show. Now, we've got lots of different bundles to share with you. Some incredible prizes, like the deal that we're bringing you here. So do feel free to jump ahead. We've not just got stamps, we've got stencils, we've also got some MDF elements. But don't worry, I will take you through everything. So settle down, grab yourself a cuppa, and let's enjoy the ride. So these are a brilliant bundle. Now, they're a bundle that are made up of smaller bundles, so you can get hold of them kind of in their little, you can kind of see we've got little sectioning there, as you can see on your screen there. But if you're wanting to go for all of them, which I think is the most incredible price, especially if you're a Freedom member, you will get all of these for £26.07. Wow. You're getting 48 stamps within here, which is including a full alphabet with the numbers, and you're getting a whole range here, all on that heraldic kind of range, that collection one, as you can see here. So it might be the first one that you've collected from that range. It might be the one that you need as your missing link, so to speak, to go with the others that you've already got. But if you're wanting to get hold of them by themselves, you can do. So the banner alongside your ABCs or your alphabet, you're getting 39 stamps in total for £15.99. So there you go. If you're wanting those, you can see those. Next one that we've got is a set of 3. So on this occasion, you've got that fabulous Jubilee crown. You've got your feathered knight, as you can see there, and your prancing lions. I love that position, those lions. If only I could roll my R's, that would sound right. But I crayons. And then third and final one that we've got for you is the crowns. And this is lovely because, again, these are brilliant value at £5.99. But, of course, they are included within that bundle. So, to be honest, that's the way that most of you are going for it. And I don't blame you either because they are amazing. You can see the finished samples that we've got on the counter here. Incredible. But I've got more to share with you. So let me show you some of the ways that the team, the design team and the ladies have been working with them. And I love this because they're kind of stamps. You know when you see stamps that are layered and you've got multiple levels within there? That's exactly what you can do with these yourself if you're wanting to. But of course, the stamp that we've got in the background here, it's all been done for you. So literally, this is one stamp for the background, and then you've got your stamp for your alphabets. As you can see, obviously there's some stencil work going on in the background, but how simple is that for you to create quick and easy cards? Similarly, the stamp has been used on an MDF tag. Wow. Here you can see all that fabulous detail coming through with the embossing here. Little personalisation, because of course you've got the alphabets in there. It allows you to do that. And of course, all the elements have been used there, stamped and heat embossed to true perfection. Now, of course, you are getting some little smaller stamps. You can see in the corner here, those little prancing lions. Of course, they come along with the larger stamps. But again, that centre stamp is the one that we've been looking at. Now, of course, the corner pieces, as I mentioned, comes with that larger lion. So there you go. You can see they're doing his R, as you can see there. R. It sounds more like a pirate than a lion when I do it, really, doesn't it? Should be standing on one leg, really, with a parrot on my shoulder. But it is my impression of a lion. You can see there you've got the alphabet there being used to spell out the word pride. Beauty of an alphabet. It doesn't have to be somebody's name you're spelling out. It could be a word that kind of works with what you're working with. Love these in the different colours there. Obviously, the same colours being used in the background. And, of course, that other stamp set with those smaller stamps there allow you to build up a fabulous background. Do like that one. Again, building up your background, really easy to do with these. Get your configuration of your cards done with them simply and easily. And of course, you can get some amazing results. I love this one with the acetate wrap on there as well. Gives you the opportunity to use all those inky backgrounds, doesn't it, really? Layer it up though. Use your stencils. There's loads of ways you can be working with these. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your set of 48 stamps, here you go. The details on your screen there. 237144. £11.90 saving if you are a Freedom member. But a brilliant deal either way. But if you are a Freedom member, it's definitely worth going for. If you're not a Freedom member, I'd consider doing it anyway, because there's going to be lots of other goodies that we're sharing with you on the hour. Now, of course, I've forgotten to mention to you our spring event, our Spring Saver event. Now, of course, what that means is we are giving you the opportunity to generate a credit to your account. I should have mentioned this a minute ago, I do apologise. So, yeah, if you place an order, I think it all kicked off at 6 o'clock last night. So, if you bought anything from the one-day special launch through that period of time, then you will get a £5 credit that will have already been generated to go on your account. I think it's midnight, it kind of kicks in place. To spend it, all you need to do is place an order for £30 or more, and that £5 credit would automatically come off the total. Just need to bear in mind, if it's something on FlexiBuy, that first payment needs to be for £30 or more. Doesn't include your post and packing, and if a price is discounted down by your Freedom membership, then you're going by the Freedom membership price. So the details that we were just looking at weren't quite enough to make it to that £30 threshold, but adding these in, it will do. And in effect, you're only paying a £5 for these because that £5 credit will come off. So 603-213. If you're wanting to get hold of these, we knew that it would be busy. Already over 10% of the stock has gone. What you've got in here is your fabulous MDF landscape journal elements. Say landscape, you could have a portrait if you wanted, but landscape is better for our camera, so I'm going to keep them landscape. Opening them up, you can see there you've got all those covers. Now, are you going to be using them all together? You can do. Or are you going to be a bit of a frugal crafter, a bit like me, and put them into pairings? Because you've actually got 5 sheets here. So you could be making almost like a little wall plaque with one, and then making a front and back cover if you wanted to. Nice, easy rectangle. So if you want to make pages for your art journals, you could do that quite easy. Punch a couple of holes in there, add them in, or use them like this. And these are so incredible. They look amazing. Now, the embellishment that you can see featuring on here, I will tell you a way of getting hold of that in a few moments, because we've got that coming up with MDF and charms and all sorts of fabulous things. But have a look at this. This is incredible. Use things like your stencils to build up that background. Love the verdigris look that we've got here, obviously using your paints there. All of these metal charms, the little bumblebee, you can see they'll be telling you how you can get hold of those in a few moments. And then, of course, it's what goes on within those covers. I mean, this is where you can really go to town. MDF is a fabulous base to work with. So you've got your base layer there with your paint, you've got your stamps, because, of course, they stamp perfectly on MDF. And of course you can decoupage up, get thicker layers with those if you're wanting to. Really is a fun and easy way, and working on MDF similar to the way that you would work with your cardstock, so nothing to be afraid of. The word brave there, that's coming up in the MDF bundle that we've got coming in a few moments. Can you imagine creating, stamping on them things like shrink plastic and shrinking those down. The stencil you can see in the backdrop, we've got that coming up in a little while as well, which is perfectly sized to house those little crowns that you can see again from the stamp set we were looking at. Really nice. Now, a quarter of the stock has gone of these, so if you're wanting to get hold of them, you need to go for them sooner rather than later. I've got another book to show you, which I'll show you next time. I'm going to keep you in suspense. We'll show you that one a little bit later on. Details are on your screen there, 603213. If you're wanting to get hold of those, you're getting both of them for $9.99. And as I say, it might be that they actually cost you a £5, because if you added them into your basket, take advantage of that spring offer, then that's you'll get a £5 credit back onto your account. Now, we've got a fabulous bundle. I did promise you those MDF pieces that we were just looking at in the finished samples. You can see here, this is a bumper bundle. You are getting, wait for this, 107 pieces. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Loads in here. So you're going to get your large clock faces, as you can see, with these. Love this. You've got 3 of those in a variety of different sizes. You've got your little mice, your misses. You're getting 3 of those, again in different sizes. You've got your coasters, so your discs, you've got 3 of those. You've also got your sentiments. You've got brave, courage and strength, 3 different fonts with those, but they look fabulous when they're mixed in together. You've also got your keys. You're getting loads of those, 8 keys, my goodness. And they're all different. That's the beauty of those. Different sizes as well. And then this is your embellishment pack. Well, in here you are getting loads. Now let me try and tilt this. It never bodes too well, but we'll give it a go. You've got your twine in there, but then you've got your metal embellishments. Some beautiful pieces, as you can see here. This is where you'll find your little bumblebees that we saw a few moments ago. You've got keys in there. You've got little kind of handles and closures with these. Buttons galore within there, little tiny brads as well. Now, within this pack, you're getting, is it about 85 pieces within there. Now, contents may vary with those, but you are going to get an incredible range within there. So, yeah, $19.99 is going to get you not only those, but all of these goodies. And a quarter of the stock has gone again. We knew we were going to be busy with these. Can I just show you a couple of finished samples with these? Because whether you're making your cards and using some, I mean, here, this is the thing that I love. You've got over 80 elements in there. You've got just a couple of them being used on here. That's as much as you need. And when you've got corners, you might think, oh, hang on, I've only got one odd corner. What can I do with one odd corner? Ta-da! That's what you can do with them. You don't need to be putting corners in every single corner there. Love that little embellishment that we've got there. The MDF pieces that you've got are brilliant because, of course, you could be making it. I love this. We've got some larger pocket watches coming up in a few moments, but the little mice sit beautifully within those. And, of course, you could be taking a piece of board, an MDF element that you've got maybe, and building up those designs with that large clock face and, of course, some of the smaller pieces that we've got. But, of course, the words coming into play there with a little bit of those embellishments, and then, of course, the stamps coming through again. £19.99, 948-577. Now, of course, Be Crafty, a family company, incredible company. Love working alongside them. Lovely Bev and Sam are going to be bringing us some videos a little bit later on, but we don't have to wait that long because we've got Bev on Skype. Hello. Hiya! Oh, that's a very colourful backdrop you've got behind you.
Why, thank you very much.
Looks beautiful. Now, how are you guys doing?
We're okay. We're okay. We're missing you, obviously. But yeah, we're doing all right. And like you've just said, me and Sam have been filming some new demos, so we hope everybody enjoys them.
Lovely.
But yeah, we're doing all right. We're trucking on.
That's good to know. And I have to say, you've put together a fabulous show for us here. And I love the way that everything kind of goes from the heraldic stamps, but right the way through. Everything works so well together.
And this is the thing, because Dad, makes all the inkables and the MDF as well. We can make sure that it all coordinates with the stamps we want to bring. So, for example, the embellishment pack today, Sam and I put that together, and we just love it because you've got the hickory dickory clocks in there, and the ATC coins, and then all the metal work, and it just works with the new landscape journals. That was Sam's little brainchild because she wanted a landscape journal, but they work so well with the stamps as well, and just having everything there that you can really just mix and match and mush together. You know, it just means we can do that because we are, like you say, just a little family company, but you know, we can respond quite quickly to what we want to do.
And I love that phrase. You can mix and match and mosh together. I love it. And
Mosh
they do
together.
work so well. Now, these landscape journals, these have been flying out. Lots of people have been taking advantage of these. They're only $9.99, and you're actually getting 2 of these. So, yeah, brilliant value for money for those. If you want to know, we have got the details at the bottom of the screen. Of course, we've been referencing this bumper bundle as well that Bev just touched on with regards to all the elements that you've got in here. So, absolutely amazing value for money. At 948577, I think we might be encountering a few little issues with this Skype call there. I've noticed a little box that our Bev was in. She's disappeared. She disappeared. Oh, she might be back. Oh, there she is. Technology and me don't go hand in hand. Now, I know we've got some videos coming up with your demos. What have we got that we're going to be able to see in those?
Well, the thing is as well, me and Sam, we've done 2 demos each, but obviously this is where we don't know because we don't know what order they're going to come in. We don't know what's going to happen. So Sam and I, we've both done an MDF demo and we've both done a cardstock demo. So I have done a demo with this tag here.
Beautiful.
So let me just grab that down. So I'm going to be showing you how to make that right from basically the ground up,
Fabulous.
as it were. I've done an MDF using the pocket watches. Sam's done a demo using the journals, and I can't remember and she's done a card as well. So
Very
over
nice.
at this show and obviously the 2 o'clock show, we'll see all of them hopefully.
That's it. That's a good point, actually, yes, because people didn't realise you have got 2 shows with us. Obviously, this show that we're doing at the moment, and then 2 o'clock this afternoon. And I know you guys have been busy with Facebook Lives and doing all sorts of tutorials that way as well.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, this is the current situation has enabled us to really focus on doing some more lives, getting some more tutorials onto YouTube as well. And I think is because people have been able to talk to us and say, well, can you show me this technique? Can you cover this again? And we've been able to, like, what's really important to us is respond really quickly. And what we now have is the opportunity to do that. So, you know, if you're focusing on the positives, which is what we're trying to do, you know, we've really enjoyed being able to talk to crafters more and, you know, really get to grips with what they want to know and the sort of techniques they want us to cover again.
And I love that because we've seen so many of our crafting experts here at Hochanda who have been getting kind of close up and personal with our viewers through Facebook Live. So, yeah, and I know I've been looking out for some of those as well. And, of course, don't forget the ladies, very active socially through their pages, things like Instagram, Facebook. Do check out Bee Crafting, of course, have a little look at their website and YouTube channel as well. There you go. Bev, I'm going to say goodbye for now. Are you going to be around at 2 o'clock if we perhaps give you another call then?
I will definitely be about at 2 o'clock, but before I go, Hayley, I do need you to do one more thing for me.
Oh, yeah,
one more
please,
thing.
yeah.
I need another raw. I need another pirate raw.
Another raw? Yeah, raw. Okay. Rawr. See, glad to help. Glad to help. I just wish I could roll my R's because it would sound so good. We need Paola because Paola does a good rolling R. I think it's a Spanish thing, isn't it?
All right,
now hang on a minute. You don't get off this lightly. I think if you're throwing down the challenge of a raw, we need to see a Bee Crafty raw.
I'm a bee, I buzz. Okay. Rawr.
Oh, that was way scarier than mine. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will see you a little bit later on, darling.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Now, 40% of the stock has gone of the embellishment bundle. So, yeah, we're going to move on. But if you're wanting this, please get hold of it really, really quickly because they are literally flying out. Incidentally, I probably shouldn't say this, but if you want to go for multiples, you can do. So if you want to be a little bit greedy and go for a couple of them, please do so. And because it's on the same item number, there's only 1 post unpacking. Now, those larger pocket watches that we touched on, we've got those for you in a little bundle for you as well. I'm going to bring the details up in a little while, but you can see here we we've got the large pocket watch, which looks amazing. You can use it as a pocket watch, or if you wanted to, you could actually take away the little, I don't know what it's called there, it's like the little handle at the top, isn't it? You could break that away, sand it down if you just wanted it to be a clock face. But talking about clock faces, you've got all the elements that you need. So you can see you've got your outer parameter with regards to your pocket watch, but then you have got your clock with all the laser etched detail in there. Amazing. Now, the ladies haven't presumed that you want to turn it into a clock with it, obviously a mechanism if you want to get hold of that. But what they have done is they've given you the little hands that you can put the hands at whatever time you like. You've got 2 of those there that you can use. And as I say there, if you wanted to be really frugal, as I am known for being a crafter, then you could be turning that into a clock face and then potentially using this for another project. I mean, I'm just thinking, if you've gone for the embellishment bundle that we were just looking at, the clock face from that sits in there beautifully as well. So if you're going for the bundle that we just looked at a few moments ago, that's where that inner section came from with all those embellishments. So that sits in there neatly. And then, of course, then you've got the clock face from this one as well. So, yeah, like that one. That's your larger. You've got your medium-sized one, as you can see, again with the clock hands. And then, of course, you have got your smallest one. Put them all together, and you could be doing something like this, which I love, because you can see here discs have been used rather than the actual face with the numbers. Discs have been put in place instead, which of course means the clock faces you could use somewhere else, couldn't you? And I love this because it's actually MDF, but it looks like it's been made out of metal. Amazing. 907-233-1199. If you're wanting your trio of pocket watches, those are the details that you're needing. Don't check out your baskets, though, without adding in those stamps at the bottom of your screen. And, of course, if you can stretch to some of those other goodies, do get them in your baskets as well. Now, we have got a fabulous demonstration coming up, and I think it is featuring this exact product. So better get those in your basket while you can. See you in a mo.
Hi guys! So what I'm going to do for this demo is I'm going to be working with the Pocket Watch MDF from the Be Crafty MDF collection. Now, with your pocket watches, you get the 3 different sizes, and you also get some hands to go with them, which are really, really cool. But basically, what I love about these is you can do so much with them. The MDF's really high quality, it's FSC approved, so we do make sure of that. But it's really well laser cut as well, and you've got the numbers laser etched in here. But also what I wanted to show you is, if you have gone for the embellishment pack today, which is the hickory dickory, it's got the hickory dickory clocks in it, I wanted to show you that these also, this is the medium size one, fits inside there, and then the small one fits inside that one. So you can really mix and match the hickory dickory clocks from the embellishment pack with this set. It's really funky. Okay, and if you should be able to see from Data's Jane sample today, pictures will be on the Facebook page as well. You can obviously, you can turn these over and do them that way as well, or you can put the circles and the reverse on top to give you a plainer sort of a canvas to be working on, but it's not canvas, it's MDF. You know what I mean. Okay, so you've got that. There's lots of scope to play with, lots to work with, and whatever. So yeah, all the numbers are etched in, okay, around here, and on the little one as well. So you know, that's all there. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some texture on using the Inkables templates that are on today, which is the damask, the distressed diamonds, and the Mondrian. Now, we're not going to be using the Mondrian for this bit, okay, but we are going to be using the damask and some of the distressed diamonds. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to add on some distressed diamonds, and I'm just using, I've got a big tub of gesso, and where it's sort of dried around the edge, it's made it sort of thicker and denser. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use that to add on some of the distressed diamonds down here. Okay, and I'm going to do that with all 3. Just add on some distressed diamonds. And then again on this one, I might go for a slightly different, push that up, place on this one. Sorry, I've gone all skew-if already, haven't I? Okay. So we're just adding on that bit of texture there, just straight around the edge. And scrape that off. Okay. And then, you do want to wash this off quite soon. which I'm going to go and do in just a minute. Okay, and then I'm going to take the damask, which I think works really well with the heraldic stamps because it's got that sort of Baroque feeling to it. I know what I want to say, but the words just aren't coming out. Okay, so I'm going to put that across there. You can see it's just beautiful. I absolutely love it. And this was one of the first inkables I designed, and I absolutely love it. So I'm just going to scrape this on. I have to say, your damask is also really useful for embossing, as in with the Grand Caliber or Big Shot or whichever die cutting machine you have, because if you emboss that on some pearl card, few gems, I didn't forget your birthday, anniversary, fill in the blanks here, because look, I've made you this beautiful card. Okay, and again, just scrape off the excess around here. I'm not going to try and force it onto the little one because I think that'll be just taking it a bit too far. Okay, so I've put those bits of texture on there. You could add on more with your dinkables or anything like that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this to dry. I'm then going to gesso over the top with the thin layer, and then we will get started stamping and colouring on it. Okay, so everything has been primed, so you can see, you know, I've gone over it with the gesso and gone over the where we've put the gesso through the inkable too. Okay, so now I've started adding on the colour. Okay, so I'm using Dylusions ink sprays. I've got Calypso Teal, Fresh Lime and Periwinkle Blue. Okay, and I'm just going to add these on in a mishmash of colours. Now, I am also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dry these with a heat tool. You can see I have already done some. I work on tissue paper because then I can use the tissue paper on other projects and it contains all the mop-up. Okay, I have already done some, and what I like is I dry it with the heat tool. Okay, because it forces some of it dry and you sort of almost get that alcohol ink sort of effect with it, which I think is really, really pretty. Okay, and then I've gone around the edges a little bit. So I have completed, this is the last bit to be done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I spray them, and then we'll start heating. But while I continue heating, I'll stop so that we've got more demo time for the stamps and everything that are going to come next. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on with my Fresh Lime first. I'm just going to go across the middle there, and then I'm going to add on some Calypso Teal, so you can see it's pooling, and that's okay. Yeah, see, my Fresh Lime need a little bit more of that going back in. Right, now I'm going to heat this a little bit. Obviously you can leave this to dry if you want to, okay, but like I say, depending on the effect I want, I actually quite like forced drying because then you get the sort of bits there. Okay, so I am going to continue to dry this. Like I said, I've done all the other bits, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my stamps out and I'm going to get some other bits ready, but I'll keep working on this bit with you. Okay, so you can see also you can move it, you can push it with your heat tool. Whee. Push it down a little, see there? As you can see, I'm going to push that down just a little bit, and then I'll be able to get that really cool tide mark right across the inside. But it's all dependent on what you like and the effects you like to put on. So I'm going to continue with this and just pushing the ink round, okay, until I've got the finish I want. But you can see the forced drying. Let me just zoom that in for you just a little. Oh, wrong way. Okay, so you can see these tide marks and how it's pulled around the gesso through the template. I just absolutely love the effect. So I'm going to continue with this and do some stamping on the other layers, okay, and then when we come back we will get our stamping done on this one.
We certainly will do. I love the choice of colours. How amazing did that look? And I love the effect at the end. So that will be dried and we'll be ready and back with that in just a few moments. Now, I'm going to tell you about the elements that have been used during that demonstration, but I need to give you an update on these before we do so. These have been flying out. Nearly 70% of the stock has gone. Now, for your $9.99, you're going to get 2 of these. So what you've got is these brilliant MDF pieces with the holes already in there and the book rings. You can get 2 of these. And you can see they are long kind of journal pages, or they could be journal covers if you wanted to. Getting 5 of those, 10 overall. So you could actually be making 5 art journals if you just wanted to take the front and the back and then create perhaps your own pages with your different paper crafting cardstock and things like that. In fact, don't forget your one of your 7-day savers is a big bundle of cardstock and paper, so that'd be a good one to add into your basket as well. But the end is what you create with the end of product, isn't it? And that's the key thing. We've got everything that you need on the show. You've got your bases, as you can see there, but they don't have to be a landscape. They could be portrait. And here you can see the background has been built up using stencils and different mediums. Of course, that fabulous colour has been added, and of course you've got your MDF elements that have been incorporated as well. And of course you can snip into those if you want into that. Don't have to be used in their entirety. You've got the words like courage, those are featuring in that MDF bundle that we've been looking at. All the little elements here, the little embellishments, the little bumblebee, they are all key in there. But what you have got is you've got 10 fabulous surfaces that you are then able to add your design to. Whether you're using the damask stencil that we saw in the demonstration, whether you're using the MDF words, or whether you're using those stamps that we've got for you. Everything is on the show, and this is absolutely amazing. Now, it's limited stock. It's going to go green on your screen, folks. Potential sellout with this one, so if you're wanting them, get involved as soon as you possibly can. You're getting 10 of those bases, 2 sets of book rings, giving you the ability to make 2 5-paged journals. But of course, you can use those in whichever way you like. As I say, I'd be tempted to make them into 5 journals, add in some additional rings of your own, or maybe tie them together with baker's twine, ribbon. You know all the different ways you can put those together, and perhaps put papers in between those covers, turn them into a little art journal. But of course you've got those MDF elements that we've seen our lovely Bev working with. Pocket watches, you've got 3 of them, 3 different sizes, and of course Bev has been working on the larger one there with those fabulous elements. Of course they come, each of them, with their little hands, and at $11.99 for all 3 of those. I think it's brilliant because you have got the separation of the clock face with the pocket watch frame, and of course you could use them separately. If you have gone for those additional embellishments that we've been chatting about, just to let you know, that does actually sit quite neatly within there as well, so you might be maximising that by bringing in those embellishments too. 907233, if you're wanting to take advantage of those, do pop those into your basket. The journals, kind of knew this was going to happen, so I didn't let them go far from me. They have technically sold out now, so thank you to everybody that got hold of those. We're trying to get hold of more of them. We'll keep you updated, but for the time being they have sold out. But keep a note of the item number. We're trying our hardest to bring you more of those. More stamps, but kind of timepiece related again with these. You can see instantly you've got your pocket watch there, but you've got some additional elements, bringing you 16 stamps in total for £24.95. Got some fabulous keys, and I'm going to turn this around just so you can actually see the stamps as well, because they've got so much detail within these, absolutely intricate designs, variety of different sizes and designs as well. But there you go, they're clear stamps, but you still have the image there, so you've got an idea of what it's going to look like when you are placing it down within your project. But you can see you don't have to do any cutting out of these. They are ready to go, ready to literally cling to your acrylic block if you're wanting to do so. Pocket watch, a good size with a pocket watch. The packaging, well, you've got an image on your packaging there. In fact, I don't think it's far off, so it's come off the packaging there, but I think it's a similar sort of size. It is, yeah. So the packaging is very true to the designs on these. So again, lots and lots of detail within the pocket watch. You can see all the minutes there. The bezel that you've got, they've got lovely detail in there. Lovely design, that one. Something that's very useful is another set of stamps alongside it. This is made up of a series of little stamps with your screw heads in there. Now let me think, you've got your posi drive, you've got your Allen key there, and I'm not quite sure on the other ones, but you've got them all in there. £24.99, they fall within those 16 stamps that we've been chatting about, but it doesn't stop there. We've got another couple more to share with you as well, and they all work really well together because you kind of got that mixed media, industrial almost feel with those in there as well. Next one they've got is your postcards stamp set. Now this is a rather nice one because you've got your 3 different stamps. So you've got your postcard heading. And I like this because that means you can turn your postcard into whatever size you want it to be if you want to make a postcard, or you can just pop it down wherever you choose. And then you've got your pointy finger, so if you do want to draw attention to any area, you can do. And then you've got your Roman numerals, and these are brilliant because if I turn these around, you'll be able to see they've kind of got a bit of a worn look to them. So of course they look very antique-y to start with. You've got them, now let me just double check, I don't know if they're individuals or whether they are as a strip. I think it's a strip, but I suppose if you wanted to, you could cut into these. Yeah, they are a continual strip, as you can see there. But if you wanted to, I suppose you could chop into them. Just make sure that you are aware of the kind of breaks with your Roman numerals. I'm not very good on my Roman numerals. I can get up to about 10 and then I'm okay. But I'm not sure of my L's and my XL's and my M's and all those other letters that come into it. But anyway, 297-586 if you're wanting to get hold of it. I mean, look at that piece that we've got, that artwork there. That looks amazing, doesn't it? Love that rainbow colour behind the pocket watch, and of course the main focal point there. Beautiful. Lots of detail with those. 297-586 if you're wanting that bumper bundle, £24.95. But we've got more stamps to share with you, and this is a nice one. These are always popular. We've got the fabulous ledger stamp, and this is brilliant because it's not just the ledger that you've got those little fabulous nibs with these, and you've got your little ink pot. The nibs are always popular because you can see here you've got the series of them all coming together on the same stamp. So you could be using that quite easily as a border. I mean, that's going to make an amazing border for any project. But there's a lot of people who use those nibs as the abdomen of butterflies in mixed media. Very, very effective. And you've got your different sizes that will work with those. Love the way you've got that kind of little hand sketch detail with your ledger. So yeah, lovely detail within there. Good size stamp, that one as well. Then you've got your ink pot, and of course you've got all your fabulous nibs there as well. So you've got 1, 2, you've got 3 stamps technically, but you've got 6 of those nibs, haven't you? So there's a lot within that set. £9.99, a very affordable way to get hold of those. And again, they lend themselves so well. As we were mentioning at the beginning of the hour, you may well have a £5 credit ready to use. If you placed an order after 6 o'clock last night, you'll have a £5 credit ready for you to use. And it will mean that potentially you could be just paying a £5 for those. You need to make sure that your order is for £30 or more before that £5 credit becomes actioned. And the good news is, if you're shopping during this hour, you will generate another £5 credit ready for you to use from tomorrow. So, stencils. We saw the damask stencil being used in Bev's demonstration, and of course the distressed kind of diamonds that you've got in there. Beautiful. Love these. Stencils are just so useful because you can use them in so many different ways. You could draw through them. I mean, this one you could use a micron pen and draw those rectangles, stamp within those rectangles, or indeed ink through them, get your texture paste through these, build up those layers. That's what it's all about, building up the layers, building up the interest. That is the key thing with these. So yeah, if you are wanting to get hold of those, and I love that, they're inkables, they're spritzable, embossable. I love that, embossable. Not impossible, embossable. But they're brilliant detail, and a little or the whole of it you can use in one go. Yeah, that's exactly what we saw from Bev. We're going to go back to Bev's demonstration in a little while as well. But there you go, building up that template. Love that idea with it. It's kind of like a tessellation. You have little tiny stamps in each one of those, and of course this particular one works well. You could use the alphabet set, couldn't you, from the first set there, quite easily. Building up your own word. This one here, again, the alphabet from the heraldic set that we were looking at, giving you your foreground detail, but in the backdrop you've got a series of, there's at least 2 different stencils being used there, creating kind of the block work, and then of course the distressed diamonds. Again, more pastel tones on this occasion. Nice because it does show off that ombre effect going from the bottom of the card to the top. And again, those little crowns fit in there perfectly alongside the alphabet. And here you've got a fabulous large tag here using loads of, this is a nice project for you to try out those different elements and see how they work well together. Again, the heraldic numbers coming into play here. You can see obviously the alphabets there, and of course all those different layers that are building up using those stencils. And then in the foreground, the fabulous crown, again from that heraldic set. £11.99 for all 3 of those coming to you. And do check out the website, the kind of the brand section, because of course we do see lots and lots from Be Crafty. There's only so much that we can pop on a show in any one time. So do have a little look. These are the items that we've got listed on the show. So you've got loads of different MDF pieces. Look at the reviews there, 5-star reviews featuring. And of course you've got your Inkables that we were talking about. But of course don't forget you have got your Dinkables, your smaller versions that you can go for, and some brilliant reviews throughout there, through and through and through. But I've got some news for you. Really, and it's good news as well, really good news. These are back in stock now. Then they've got a little bit of an extended dispatch with them. We're looking at the 28th of May, which isn't too long to wait, is it? And definitely worth it. So if you missed out, we're already busy with these ones. At $9.99, it's going to get you both of them. You've got 5 pages for the phrase, I suppose it's the right phrase, isn't it? Your MDF pages within there. So you've got 10 of these rectangles with the holes. You've got 4 sets of book rings. And the beauty is with these, you've got obviously pairings if you want to. You can keep all 5 together, just as we've seen with the finished samples that we've been chatting about. But what I would do personally is, because I like kind of making the most out of my bundles, you've got 10 of those pieces within there. So if you pair them up, you're going to need some additional book rings, you might need some additional cardstock and kind of ribbon and things like that potentially to tie them together. But then you could be cutting out your own pages. They're just rectangle, you could do those on the guillotine quite easily. Building them up in whatever cardstock you so choose and create your own little art journal using those. And I mentioned before about our 7-day saver. This is a 7-day saver that I was referring to. Pink Frog bring us some brilliant deals, and this particular one you've got 2 different styles of paper in here. You've got your ice gold, and you've got your ice gold in your 300 GSM and your 120 GSM as well. And I don't know whether you can see from the screen there, but you've got like a golden pearlescent finish to this, and a lovely metallic hue to it. So it's a really nice base. You can print on this using your inkjet printer and also using your laser printer, and of course you can stamp on there. That's the shot. Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. 171505, again £15 saving, but that price is only good up until Sunday morning. We're past the halfway point with regards to our 7-day savers, and that's if stock allows us to continue with those right the way through. So yes, if you're wanting yours, do pop them into your basket. £15 price, as you can see there, 171505. Another essential for you to go for, let me show you these. These are brilliant because these are great because you've got a kind of variety of elements in them. You've got your they're not double-sided sheets, they aren't kind of, but what happens is you've got your micro dots on these. So when you peel back, you can see here, let me just hold that like so because I'll end up with them all over my finger. In fact, I have got them on my fingers, I can feel. Can you see those little tiny dots that are appearing there? Now this is going to be a shot if we can manage to get it to you. You've got tiny dots featuring within there, within that kind of square format. You've got 5 sheets of those, but the beauty of this is that they will mould to whatever you put on them, so you haven't got to trim around anything. So you could take something that's not a regular shape, so maybe something like your little MDF keys, pop those on there and you will actually find that those will attach it. Now when you're working with something like MDF, we do suggest you use a wet glue really to keep them in place, but that was just an example to show you got the different shapes with those. Now £17.71 will get you those sheets, as you can see there, but you will also get 2 additional rolls of your 9mm little dots as well, micro dots again featuring on here. So again, just a really easy way. Now can we see those dots? I'm just going to make sure that we've got a bit that hasn't been used. There you go. There's the dots, and they again you literally just dab those down on your project. Just makes it really easy. Just take them, dab them down, peel that back, and the dots will be left in place, as you can see there. 112317 if you're wanting to get hold of those. So the 2 that are perfect to work alongside the goodies that we've been speaking of. Now, how do I make a link from that to yarn? Well, I don't know, but can I show? I don't move this. Can I just move that slightly to the side? Oh no. Okay. Hang on a minute, we've got some 7-day saver yarn for you as well. Now, you've got 12 of these. I'm trying to keep them away from my face, but you've got loads with them. Have a look at all of these, my goodness. You've got 3 of your yellow, it's like a kind of, it's almost like it's custardy yellow, a nice way of describing it. I'm going to lose one of those blue balls in a minute. I can feel it going. You've got your baby blue in here. You've got the fabulous peach, the lovely red as well. £19.99. This is not easy to hold. Oh my goodness, I'm feeling so stressed out. £22 saving. Oh, it's gone. 907678. Let's have a look at them on the website. I think that's the best way to see these. So you've got loads and loads of other 7-day savers there for you to check out. Deal with these is 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning. We launch a brand new set, so you have got the opportunity to take advantage of these ones up until Sunday morning. They will go up in price at that stage, and that's if stock allows us to keep them running right the way through to then, because sometimes we do find with the 7-day savers that they do sell out before we have a chance to change those. So yeah, pop them into your basket as soon as you possibly can. Lots and lots to share with you during this hour, and of course you can add those 7-day savers in and they will become part of your basket, and it's worth looking at those, because if you've got just shy of £30 in your basket, then you can add one of those 7-day savers in, and it'll take your basket through the £30 threshold. I mean, potentially that you've got that £5 credit that you generated from your purchases yesterday. I'll tell you more about those spring savers in a moment, but the details on your screen are for those fabulous embellishments we've been looking at. Now half the stock has gone. You've got loads in here, 107 pieces in total. Starting off with the clock faces, as you can see here, lovely traditional style clock face. Then you've got MDF words in here, so you've got the words brave, courage and strength in different fonts, which is nice because it kind of mixes up your project. You've also got your ATCs, your artist trading coins, or just use them as discs if you're wanting to. You've got 8 of those antique keys in a variety of different styles there, and you can see there you've got your 3 clock faces as well. In fact, you've got more. There's loads and loads within there. There's loads, absolutely loads, as you can see within here. Now, that's not 107 pieces, I hear you cry. Yes, I can hear you crying that. You can see here down at the front we have got a little tray here with loads of additional bits and pieces. You are going to get a pack of, I think it's in excess of 80 elements that you've got within here. I think it might have been about 85, wasn't it? Now you've got all sorts. You've got things like your little bee charms. You can potentially get some of those in there. More of the antique keys. You've got buttons. You've got some fabulous closures. You've got your twine featuring in here. The contents may well vary, so you might not get exactly as I'm showing you here, but you certainly are going to get an incredible collection and amazing quality, because we're talking about Be Crafty. That's all that they do is amazing quality. £19.99, brilliant value for money, and it's been a popular bundle. So 948577 is that item number if you want to take advantage of it. Now, of course, we've got loads within this show, lots that we're sharing with you. Yeah, the wonderful set that we've just been looking at there, here you go. This is what it looks like on the website. 948577 if you're wanting to get hold of those. You will see those being used within the videos that the girls have brought to us. And don't forget, 2 o'clock this afternoon, we have got another show with the girls. So do make sure you stay tuned for that. Too. So yeah, pop those into your basket if you're wanting to take advantage of them. But of course they work beautifully alongside the heraldic stamps, and the heraldic stamps is a brilliant bundle that's been bought. It's kind of the grouping of 3 separate bundles. They are available in their individual elements, as you can see at the bottom. They've kind of got them separated up to show you the different ways that they can come. But if you are going for the 48 stamp set, you are saving £9. Well, if you're a Freedom member, you're actually saving more than that. But £28.97 is the price for our regular viewers, and £11.90 is the saving if you're going for your Freedom membership priced bundle, as you can see there. You're going to get all 6 of those stamp plates, featuring all the different elements that we've been looking at, and there's so many different ways you can work with these. We've kind of got about halfway through the finished samples, I think, with those. Just to show you some of the ways that you can work with them, team them up with your stencils. So you can see there you've got Craft Queen with your little element in there. I think we'd all be scrabbling for that crown, wouldn't we? I think Leonie probably holds it most, doesn't she? But we've got such a fabulous fabulous crew of crafting queens, not just presenters, we've got those fabulous guests as well. You've got here absolutely beautiful elements here coming through from those stamps, using the stencils as well. And then here you can see that you can actually panel those up if you're wanting to, and then you can see there the jewel in the crown there, and oh, look at the sparkle that's been added to that one. That looks amazing. You can use them with things like your concept cards as well. So if you've got something that's a 3-dimensional project, I mean, that's a lovely way for you to build up all those crowns featuring in there. there. And of course the fabulous stamp that you've got with that kind of, it's almost like a door knocker, isn't it, featuring there? That is one stamp, so you don't have to build that design up. You can just use that in one application, and of course personalising with your stamps if you're wanting to go through that. You can do adding in your lion there, your little lions featuring there as well. It really is an amazing bundle of stamps. 48 stamps in total. It's the Heraldic Collection #1, so it might be one that you've missed out on. It might be one that you need to fill a little hole within your stamp collection, or it might be the first time that you've actually seen these. So yeah, really good value for money. 237144 being your item number, and you really have got an abundance of stamps featuring within here. Some wonderful results you can create with these as well. They're just classic, aren't they? Absolutely classic design, and I love the way that you can use them as the main focal point if you're wanting to, or they can drop into the background. I mean, here you're using them as embellishments. I mean, they're nice to stamp out, heat emboss, fussy cut around them, some nice shape. I mean, there's a lot of intricate detail, but when you look at the outline, it is quite a simple outline with these, so very effective. They work well as well with those wonderful little MDF journals that we've got at the bottom of the screen, because of course the sizing of them and everything has been brought together by the Be Crafty girls with the idea that everything is compatible, everything works together. So you can see how the stamps have been used in the background here on the MDF alongside the embellishments that we looked at earlier on. Building up your designs. Love this idea of stamping onto the paper. Love that detail that you've got there. That's a very clever effect, isn't it? Do like that. Again, heat embossing, cutting out, decoupage them up. Loads of ways you can work with them, but they just add to the detail, don't they? They all work so well together, as you can see there. Beautiful. Now, lots of fabulous kind of backdrops, as you can see here, created with the stencils. Well, we have got a wonderful range of stencils that the ladies bring to us. We've got a nice little bundle for you here, the Dinkables. Now, these are kind of as they look. They're dinky. They're smaller versions of your stencils, but because of that, it means you are going to get more for your £9.99. So you're actually getting 5 sets, as you can see here. Some of them you've got in and outies. Depends on which ones you're going for, but this particular set here, you can see you're getting loads. 000, 230 if you're wanting those. There's lots of sets. I don't know how many sets there are in total, but I know there's quite a few now. They are all on the website under the brand section, so do check out, because you will collect these as time goes on. So set 1 through to about what we think is going to be set 7, but they're all on the brand section, and it's a really easy area for you to go to, because we don't get the girls here as often as we'd like. So if you're thinking, oh, I could do with some like little stencils, I'll check out what the girls are up to, have a little look on the website. Really easy to find the brand section, and alphabetically you'll be able to find the Be Crafty brand, and show you everything that the girls bring to us. And they've put some on the show as well. This time we're looking at slightly larger stencils, and these ones are your inkables. And of course we've seen these used throughout many of those finished samples. You've got your squares and your rectangles neatly tessellating and come together to create that overall card. If you are ever stumped, you know how sometimes we lose our crafty mojo? That is the perfect stencil to get you started. Just build up your background and then add to it. Might be that you're building up layers and you go back in with your damask. I mean, this would be a lovely one to use your stencils. Can you imagine using your crackles through there? Nice open areas, you'd really be able to see those crackles. And then I like this one, because this one you could use in its entirety, or I've got a feeling that you'll be using this just where there's a little bit of empty space that you're wanting to add a little bit of detail. So 144288 is your item number. You're getting all 3 of those. Let me show you some examples of how you can work with these. This is what I mean with regards to this kind of rectangle and square layout that you've got here. This is just a fabulous one to start with. You can literally just pop that down on your cardstock and then just go over with your different colours, and it gives you a base to get started. Then you can decide, are you going to add words to those sections? If you've got mini sentiments you could be popping in there, maybe little mini verses. It could be rotating it and you're doing it a different way around. Or it might be that you've got little elements in there. The crowns fit in there beautifully, as you can see from this one here. And again, it's a nice ombre going from the base to the top. You could draw around those, couldn't you? Almost pattern piece with those. Little rectangles, you could cut those out of your pattern papers and then insert them into the design there. Or what about photo frame? That's a good idea, Meg. Like that idea. I like. Or even if it's just looking like an invitation or something like that, you could kind of have it like you are invited to, and then the details or the venue and different elements there. And I'm just thinking, I know we're a long way off Christmas, but if you were to kind of multi-stencil that, you could almost make like an advent calendar with lots of little windows. Loads. Very useful set, that one. This is nice as well because this is incorporating lots of the elements that were featured within the show. Obviously, you've got your large tag, as you can see here, building up the colour, using those stencils throughout here, lots of different elements of the stencils, the damask again featuring there, the little crowns again. So yeah, really, really loads of detail within there. And of course, everything works so well together. That's the beauty of the way that the girls have put the show together. So 144288 if you're wanting your Inkaballs. Now, I mentioned the website. And that's where you'll find all the goodies that the ladies have added to the show. You can see we've got loads on there for you to peruse at your leisure. Well, I say at your leisure, not if you're after certain items, because especially the MDF bits and pieces we've been bringing you today, they have been flying out. Of course, we've been touching on some of the elements in the show, but there's lots more on the website there, so do have a little look there, and you can be adding those into your basket. Some very keenly priced elements there as well. So don't forget, if you placed an order with us last night, so from last night, I think it's 6 o'clock, right the way through to, I think it'll be 6 o'clock on the evening of the 26th, which is Tuesday next week. You are able to place an order and to benefit from our spring event. Now, the Spring Saver event means that when you are placing an order during one of our live shows, you will generate yourself a £5 credit, and that £5 credit is activated at midnight. That allows you to use it the following day. There's a couple of things you need to know. You need to be placing an order for £30 or more for that £5 to come off your total order. And if you are buying something on flexi order, you need to make sure that that first payment is for £30 or more, and that doesn't include your post and packing. So just keep an eye on that. The full terms and conditions are on the website, but that will also generate you another £5 that you can use the following day as well. I'm not sure if they pass over beyond that point. They certainly don't roll up, so it's not a case that you can do it through the event and on the last day use all those fivers. You only can have one fiver at a time to spend or to discount those prices down. So something like this, £9.99, might be the item to push your basket through that £30 threshold, and it's a brilliant investment. Even if you're just placing the order for them by themselves, you don't need to be taking advantage. But don't forget, if you have just joined us, you won't be aware, but these did sell out earlier on. We managed to get hold of some more. And they've been flying out. So over a third of the stock has gone. Now, what you've got within here is you've got 10 of these MDF pieces. Now, the dispatch, so we've got a slightly extended delivery with these ones because they need to be prepared. So the 28th of May, but that's not too long to wait. So you've got 10 of these MDF rectangles with the holes in there, all perfectly sized. Now, they are designed to be used in a landscape format through popular demand from the Be Crafty customers, but of course you could use it portrait if you wanted to. Each of those sets of 5 come with your book rings, so you can see good sized book rings there, keeping everything together. But if you're a frugal crafter like me, what you might do is turn them into little pairings, add in your own book rings, your ribbon, twine, however you want to tie them together, and turn them into front covers and back covers. Cut lots of rectangles for your pages, and then of course you can be making up your own little art journals potentially. But you might want to use them just as they are, which I wouldn't blame you, because you're going to get some lovely results. Here you can see a lot of the heraldic elements we've been chatting about in this art coming into play here. So the background, you can see obviously loads of build up using stencils and things like that. Fabulous embellishments used from the embellishment pack, and of course the wonderful stamps from the heraldic collection. You've got loads within here that you are going to be able to create, and of course the beauty is with an MDF piece, it's not going to warp, it's not, so you're putting your inks on there, you're putting your stencil paste through them, they will stay true. Now you might want to put a little bit of gesso on there to put a base in place, but you could of course add decoration to the front and the back side of those if you wanted to as well. So use them with the stencils, as you can see there, and get some amazing results. Now we are going to be back with you guys at 2 o'clock with more from the ladies. So if you've got anything in your basket, especially these, you do need to be checking your baskets out, and I'll see you at 12 o'clock with a one-day special. So, talking about Spring Savers, we've got more coming up with Callum Ball. Looking forward to that particular hour. Spring Savers with Matthew Palmer during our one-day special, and then we've got Sweet Poppy Stencils after.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artists and Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire. And what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artists and design world and come and join me on this creative path.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome everybody. So spring savers are here, which means during the event, if you make any purchase during the day, what will happen is you'll have £5 of credit to spend tomorrow on anything in your basket, as long as your basket is £30 or more, excluding P&P and any other discounts. So as long as your basket's got £30 or more, you're able to use the voucher. Do take advantage. Have some fun. A little spring gift from Hochanda. We've got another gift for you in the form of Calembour. We had a show earlier on at 7. It was very very popular. What I would suggest is if you do love Kallenborg and you love your techniques, Jo Shannon, and we're going to be seeing more fantastic demonstrations from her, go to the rewind option and have a look, because Jo Shannon showed a couple of techniques. I'm just going to grab this, and can I say, Jo, thank you so much for sending an email. One of the boxes with finished samples was put to one side and we didn't know we had it, so I can apologise to the design team. We didn't show. Now we've got a lot more. We found the other box, so Jo was like, there are more samples, so we found it and we will be showing them, so thank you. Just showing here, this is one of the, we got the cheese boards on the show. Now this brickwork Jo achieved, she made it herself. Adding the relief and then just painting in the detail works so well with the houses, so if you like that and you want to do something similar, it is well worth, just for that one technique, revisiting the 7 o'clock show. You can do it on our website or the Hochanda app. We have got some rice papers for you. When I say rice papers, the most, I cannot stress enough, beautiful rice papers. The quality, if I'm just going to pick this one up here, I'm not going to be messing around too much with our pack shot, but if you have a little look, you'll see all the fibres from the rice papers. If I just tilt that there, can you see those fibres coming through? So these fibres, this is what denotes good quality rice paper. When you pick it up, it's mulberry rice paper. The quality is exceptional. And that's one thing I just really wanted to get across this hour, because I know it's something, sometimes you need to feel something to really appreciate how good it is. The designs, though, are exceptional. So you've got several options to choose from. You pick an option: Art Nouveau, Rusty Chic, Elephant and Flamingo, Buildings or Animals. You're going to get 6 A3 rice papers for $14.99. Now, I've picked up the animal option. What I'm going to do, I'm going to be quick and just show you a few of each, because we want to get to demonstration. We've also got other things to show that we're featuring this hour. So look at all the butterflies on here. So this is the animal collection. Oh, the fish just fallen down. I'll pick those up. You've got here the owls, seashells, and I will just show you the fish because it's worth seeing the fish. And there, oh, Yanis. There we go. There we've got all these fish. Now, there are more in the design. What I would suggest, in the interest of being a little bit quicker this hour with the rice papers, if you do like the look of any one collection, please, if you have access to the internet or the Hochanda app, click on the details and have a look at all the pictures to make sure you're happy with all the designs coming in. Just going to show you here, this is the houses. So that's the house that Jo was showing you on the cheese board, the effect. So you just added to the brickwork. Or how about, now that's got a bit of a, we were talking about a Mediterranean feel to it. Beautiful. And there are finished examples as well. If I just peek over my shoulder, yeah, let me pick. This is one using the houses and just showing you how you can suddenly create the most beautiful backgrounds using your rice papers, and then obviously you're building on the foreground. So that's just one inspiration. Popping that down, and we will continue. So we've got now the elephant and the flamingo. So with its namesake, I will show you. There's the elephant. So loads of elephants. Very cool. And we have got a little inspiration there, featuring your elephants. And we've also got the flamingo is fantastic. So what I'm going to do, I will show you the flamingo here. I know it's on its side. Bear with. It's just, right, I'm going to put it down. If I try and turn it the other way, it's going to fall out, okay? But I know that we have got a finished flamingo here. Now look at that. Stunning. And you see, that is instant artwork right there. And I love the use of butterflies in the mix. You can also, I mean, these were stamped out, but you can use the butterflies from the other collection, the animals. So that's showing you the flamingo. Again, there are more designs in each of the collections. There are more designs. I'm just showing you a couple of each. How about this? So this is from our Rusty Chic. I mean, that is just a beautiful piece. And if I turn that around, show you another one. We've got peacock feathers in the mix, and we've also got more peacocks. Beautiful. And finally, last but not least, we have our Art Nouveau. Look at that. It's a stunning, stunning Art Nouveau. That's just screaming to be used on a project. And if I do open it up, we'll have our, I think it's the more peacocks actually. There, got more. I mean, that you can see that on a project. Actually, I say you can see it on a project. You can see it on a project. So if I put it down, we've got one right over there. Yes. I'll just grab. Where is it? Behind me? Oh, there. Okay, thank you. There we go. Look at this. How beautiful is that? I have got another one here, actually. Just bear with me, because you need to see this one as well. Yes. Isn't it stunning? $14.99. Pick the bundle that speaks to you. It is very, very good quality. What I would say, and I did mention this earlier on, so ages ago, I mean years ago, I was working on a project. I needed a specific design, so I did go searching for it online, and it cost me $3.95 for one A3 decoupage paper. I think if you go online, traditionally it's around that mark just for one. You were getting 6. They are mulberry rice papers. Beautiful quality. 197626, your item number. Now we do have some cheese boards for you. These are perfect if you're looking for a blank canvas, and then all of a sudden you can bring it to life and do something like, yeah, look at this. Something like this. Oh, love that. Or maybe something like this. You can see how, with the boards, you're going to have a lot of fun with these. It's a demonstration that Joe was sharing earlier on. Add to them as well. So think about stencils that you have in your stash, mediums, other embellishments, but effectively this is your blank canvas. And I know I showed this earlier, but I just love it. This is the one that Joe, a technique that Joe showed at 7. So it gives you a good indication how well the rice papers do play with your cheese boards. $12.99 your price. You're getting all 3 of those. $399-285 your item number. Speaking of stencils, we do have some stencils for you. These are options. So our first option here is Steampunk Set 1. So they're all classed as Steampunk. You've got Set 1, Set 2, Set 3. So there's set number 1. So if you start looking at all the elements you have, you've got your border detail, your chains that are screaming for maybe a metallic texture paste. You've also got wings in there, wings, sort of butterfly wings, feathers, locks, cogs, bolts. I mean, that's chock-a-block. You will use those and you'll love it. There's set number 1. Set number 2, which we can see right here. This is set number 2. You've got, I love this floral. Isn't that nice? You've got the bird sitting on the chain, which I think is a lovely little image to play around with. You've got the cogs again. So all sticking with the steampunk theme. I think the contrast between very pretty images, but also a bit more steampunk there. There is nothing like dream to create the future. Isn't that nice? $11.49 your price. Let's move on to set number 3. So again, you are picking options. Romantic steampunk. You've got your mechanical love, your clockwork love, and all the elements. And when you see, oh yeah, having a look here. So how about this? Just add in that little bit of detail and think what mediums, what goodies you already have in your stash. I mean, that's a good size. If I just put my hand in shot, that is a good size butterfly. We've got another one here. Now this is using that verse. There we go. And again, it's all about the size that lends itself to sort of your artwork, your mixed media. $11.49 your price. If you do want to place the stencils into your basket, 619701 your item number. Right, now these were extremely popular earlier on. They are water-based, they're non-toxic as well, and they also, if I just open this up, multi-surface. So what you are getting here is your gloss effect paste. These will go onto your paper, they will go onto your wood, they'll go onto metal, they'll go onto glass. They're translucent as well, going through, but beautiful, beautiful pastes. So works so well with, I mean, you can put these over your rice papers, you can use them as stencils. You're picking any 2. The one that I just picked up, that is your Pearly Violet. We've also got our copper. Whoa, yes. You can imagine running that through a stencil or just adding a bit of highlight. Being water-based as well gives you more possibilities too. So lots of different options for you. There is a gold. Let me just show you here. There's that gold. And one of the most popular, that's an air bubble, by the way, if you're wondering what that is. Let me pop that back. The moon dust happens to be an extremely popular one as well. Should we have a little look at what moon dust offers? Whoa, it's white, but it's got that sparkle in there as well. Hidden secret. Okay, so there we go. Those are your options. Pick whichever you like, pop them into your basket. But onto the wood, just showing you here is that base colour onto wood. I mean, they just work. Is that one of the colours we got on the show? Maybe not. Actually, I think that's from the next. Okay, I'll pop that down. Okay, we're going to move on. We got some crackle paste. Or maybe it was with the stencil, I'm not sure. We got some crackle paste for you. So with these, now one thing to point out, and this is really important, you do need the primer, which you can find, it's acrylic primer, you can find it on our website. So what you do, you put the acrylic primer base and then you put these on top. And once you've done that, this is the kind of effect you're going to have. Look, you've got your red in there, but look at the quality of the crackle. This is your dark copper. Yeah, we like that. Purple crackle? No problem. Now, you might be saying, well, can we make the crackle a little bit bigger? Answer is yes, you can. So depending on how thickly or thinly you spread it, it does make a difference to the size of the crackle. Your burgundy there. Tiffany. Then we've got a black, and then finally, I think, is that white? Off-white? Let me just pop that down. I'll tell you, I've got the one here. So the precise silver. Sorry, it's a silver on there. Okay, so those are your effects, your crackles. You're getting 100ml pots, picking any two as part of your pick and mix for $13.98. Do remember though, and it's really important, you need that primer. So you need to have that primer, and then you put it on the base and you put these over the top. 049856 your item number. Now we've got the wax. Yes. So let's just have a look at that wax. So what it does is gives you that neutral effect. $13.98. Whenever we feature wax, and the thing with wax, it's such a useful medium to have, whether you're using it to seal, add that final finish over your papers, or if you're using it for resist techniques, lots you can do with the wax. $13.98 your price. Now it does say if you're using these, you need to leave to dry for 12 hours, okay? So that's just one thing to bear in mind. But, you know, whenever I have any medium and you do need to let it dry, what I tend to do is better to do it at night, put it to one side so you're not tempted to touch it or do anything to it. I do believe you're getting both jars. I mean, no, they're good-sized jars for $13.98, so 150ml each. 145836 your item number, and just showing you, adding a bit of wax just at the bottom there makes all the difference. There we go. Yeah. Okay, great. We're going to head to Jo. What Jo's going to do, I think she's going to be sharing some techniques with you. So here we go.
So what we're going to do is, for this project, we're going to use quite a few of the different mediums. The glossy paste, the crackly effect, all the finishes, and all the primers, all the bits and pieces. But in addition to that, I've got a few other little bits that I've got already in my stash, some paints and bits and pieces that we're going to add to it as well. So you can see a combination of what you have and also what's on the Cannonball show will mix and match lovely. So the actual rice paper that we're going to be using is the butterfly sheet. Now, unfortunately, it's a very, very large sheet. But obviously I've cut mine about to get the butterflies out that I wanted, and you can see I've got so many more left. Now I actually counted up the butterflies on the sheet and there's actually 191. give or take 1 or 2 just in case I miscounted. But you can see the value of this is just tremendous. Now on this occasion I did cut them out with scissors, because often you hear me say I'll wet around and pull them away with them being a rice paper, but I wanted them not to have that edge to them this particular time. I wanted them to be nice, crisp and clear. So nice sharp pair of scissors, and I sat and cut them out. So I've got a little pile of butterflies there waiting. So the other thing that we're going to be using is actually, I'm going to put the project to one side, so just for the minute. Now the other thing we're going to be using is this stencil, which is the Art Nouveau, one of the Art Nouveau stencil. Now I think this is just gorgeous. It really is so usable, and I've used it on many samples as well. So you can see you've got that stunning corner, which you can obviously take part of, or you can even just use the reeds there if you wanted to, here and there, just masking off various areas. And then of course you've got this main flower, and then of course you've got that dragonfly as well. Not using those on this case, I'm just going to use those, so I'll just take that away. Now the base that we've actually used for this project is a piece of grey board, and I have actually already white gessoed it just to give me a little bit of extra time. Now we're also going to be, like I said, we're going to be using the glossy effect pastes. Now we have got these on the show. They are a tremendously good price because they go on for such a long time. In fact, these jars are my original jars that I've had from Callenbaugh, and I've had them on several shows, so you will see that I've used them in the past. Now, so I've actually got white and silver. You can use either of these, and I'm going to show you. I'll take the silver, it doesn't matter. You use, like I say, use the white or the silver on this occasion. And I'm going to actually show you how we can mix these to create a different colour. So these are a really good base for you to have. So if you are going for the glossy paste, the glossy effect paste, these are a good one to have in your pick and mix. So yes, you will notice my palette knife is actually broken, but I've kept it because it's brilliant for mixing with different colours. So I do tend, when I'm mixing colours and things, I do tend to use some old like cellophane or something, because then of course you can just throw it out if you want to do. Now what I need to do is I need to actually put another colour, the colour in that I want to actually mix with the paste. Now I'm using my That's Crafty multi-surface paints. This particular one is Ocean, but you don't need a great deal. So I'm just tipping that in, and then you'll see just how little you actually need to make this a completely different colour. So this is the silver. Obviously it's got that silver tone to it. So if you want it to have, you know, just the white with the blue in, fine, absolutely fine. But I personally think that this one goes tremendously well with this project. So of course the white is a true white. So if you want it to actually stay with no silver, then choose that one. Now you can see what I'm doing. I'm just popped a little bit more in, but I'm not being too fussy about mixing it, because they're what I want to do is where's my other palette knife? I did have it here. Can you see it anywhere? Yes, here, got it. Just put this to one side just 1 second so I can bring in my my grey board. Right, so I want it in this corner. I don't need to mask anything off because I want it all on it. So I'm just going to take an amount. So you can see the detail is just tremendous. It really is on these stencils. And now, the bit that I didn't mix in completely, you can see it's a little bit, it's sort of standing out, and I really like that effect. You'll see in a minute, it's slightly better Just bear with me 1 second, just want to get this bit off and then don't have to mix anymore. Obviously mix enough to go through the whole project because it is a specific colour you're using. There we go. Right, so obviously everything is your water-based products, of course, from Cannonball, all your mediums, all your paste. So pop them in water after, and please do put the lid on because you don't want it to dry around the top of the lid and then the lid won't go on properly. So I'm just going to lift this up and then you'll see amazing detail. There you go. Gorgeous, isn't it? Really is quite something. Okay, so I've dried it off and I've also done the opposite corner as well. So basically all I did was I just cleaned off the stencil and then just turned it round, popped it back on and did the corner. So so you can see it really is quite lovely. And you can see the gloss as well. So it dries beautifully glossy. Okay, so that's something to remember. It really is lovely. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to add some colour into the background, and I'm going to be using my Ocean again, so I'm sticking with the same colours of the paint, and I'm also using some more white gesso. Okay, so just taking a little bit of that and a little bit of this, and then I'm just going to brush very lightly over the top. Now because this paint is glossy, what it will do is obviously it'll act as a resist. Right, so what we can do afterwards, we can then go over with a damp cloth or just a cotton damp cloth, something like that, and just wipe away and bring back that shiny, that lovely glossy finish to it. So depending on how dark or how light you want it, if you want to have a little bit darker around the edges, then obviously just add a little bit too. Don't be too fussy with the edges because we are going to be adding our crackle, all right, which is quite a main event in a second. So I just want to add a little bit more of the white into the blue. There we go. Right, okay, so let me just take that away so I don't put my arm in it, which is very likely. Right, so there we go. So we've got that lovely background, and now what we can do is, like I say, we can actually put, if I just put a little bit of water down and get a little cloth, dip it into the water, what we can do is just nip over and then bring that back. What I want to do is I just want to bring that back to show you it will actually rub completely off. We're going to add a few more bits and pieces to it, so you can rub off a little bit later on, but I did want to just show you at this point just how that actually comes back and you've still got that beautiful glossy finish. Right, so just take that away. Now, so I don't think we need that just for a minute. I just want to add a little bit more interest to the background before we actually then go on to do the crackle. Just a little bit of rainbow colour just onto the background. This is actually the 13 Arts one, the sky blue. So you will find that on the website if you are interested. I know a lot of you have got it, and then what I want you to do is just pat it off, and again it will resist off the stenciling, so you've still got that lovely pattern, Art Nouveau pattern coming through. Okay, so we'll just give that a really quick, very quick dry, and then we're going to do the crackle, which is absolutely beautiful. Right, so the crackle that we're going to be using is the 3D crackle effect. Cannonball, well, when I first started using Cannonball products, I think this was a really jaw-dropping product for me because I just loved it. It's something very different. It's actually a paste rather than a paint or a gel, and when you see it, if you haven't seen it before, you will sorry, I was shouting there. You will actually see quite a difference between that and other crackles. Now, when you actually get it home, when you open it up, if you haven't seen it before, and I have mentioned this on all my cannonball shows, I'm just going to pop that to one side for a second so we can bring this in. Again, I tend to use some old either acetate or a bag of some description to do this. When you take it out, it actually comes out in pieces like this. All right, it hasn't. There's nothing wrong with it. It basically just needs a little bit of working, and already within 2 seconds of me just putting my palette knife in, you can see it's starting to cream up. It's a little bit like, I liken it to when you're making butter icing and you put your icing sugar into your butter and you're actually creaming it together. That makes me sound as if I bake all the time. I don't. But anyway, so but you can see that that's how I liken it. You can see already, just having a few minutes of just working that, just bringing all the little bits because you don't want to waste any. You can see how fantastic that is and really creamy to actually use. So this is why I like to use it on some scrap, because you can imagine, especially the darker colours, do make a bit of a mess on your crafty mats and things. I mean, it obviously comes off, but it just saves you a little bit of work. Now, we're actually going to take the black in various areas, but what we need to do first is we need to put down this product. Now, we've got them all on the show, all the mediums, and this one is the acrylic primer binder. Okay, now yours may come in a slightly different, with a different label, because this is a little bit, well, it's one that I've had a little while, and I think they changed the packaging slightly. So what we need is, we just need just a regular paint, a brush, and again it's a water-based product. Now this needs to be put down before you do any crackling. Okay, you just need to pop it down into the areas that you actually want the crackling to sit. Now let me get this round. That's it. I'll do it like this and then I know where I want to be. So I want to be in this corner here. So this is a primer before we actually put our crackling on. Now just pop that round. Just put a little bit into that corner. I don't want to take away that stencil too much because it's too lovely. Kind of a little bit more in there. That's it, just some around there. Now this this does need to dry, but it really literally is seconds before it's dry. So I'm just going to get it very, very quick dry. But it does need to be dry before you put the actual crackle paste on, because if not, the paste is just going to move around all the time and you're not going to get, it's just going to take so long to actually get it in a position. So you can see already that's dry. So on a really warm day, you wouldn't have to heat it with a heat gun. You could just literally just give it a couple of seconds and then it'll be fine. Now, you may think, oh, you've got a lot of paste out there. Yes, I may have. I may not use all of this, but you can put it back into your jar. As long as you don't leave it out for too long. If you leave it out for too long, obviously it starts drying and you don't want it to start drying. Okay, because you don't want hard lumps going back in your jar. So I'm just going around where I've put the primer. It doesn't matter if you don't cover, obviously when the primer's dry, it's translucent, so you can't see it as such, although you can if you turn it to the light. You can see where you've put it, but don't worry if you don't quite get all the paste on where the primer is, because it really, that won't make much difference at all. Okay, so just going to put that there. Now, obviously the rule, same with every crackle, the thicker you put it, the bigger the cracks that will actually appear. Okay, so I'll clear that up in a few minutes. I'll just put that in my water, which is really important. And now this is the best bit. What we're going to do, we're going to dry. In fact, just bear with me 1 second while I just smooth that out a little bit. That was a little bit chunky in that corner. That's it. That's it, that's fine. Right, so now I'm going to heat it, and you'll see, my expert cameraman, I'm sure, will catch this. You see that? Absolutely beautiful. You've got all that gorgeous aqua coming through from underneath that you've actually popped onto your grey board. You can see it's so very, very quick. And as I mentioned before, on a really lovely day, which actually has been today, I was putting everything outside and it was drying in no time in the sunshine. So, but obviously we don't have that pleasure of that every day, so you're just using your heat tool. Now once it started crackling, you've got a good crackle in most of the areas, do move on because you don't want to over crackle it. So if you want to just give me a minute just to go around the edges and then come back, and I should have got this all done. I can show you the finished bit.
Stunning. And this is what Jo was working on, so just showing you this beautiful piece of artwork that you can achieve. So adding crackle, if I just, it's hard with the studio lights and dark, it's hard to see, but the crackle just around the side, beautiful stencil detail using the butterflies in there as well. I've got it, sorry, it's like that, I had it the wrong way around, there we go. Okay, going to pop that down. We are extremely busy for our rice papers, so I think what we'll do, if you're going to invest in rice papers, you want to see the designs you're getting. So let's just take a bit of time to have a look at these. One thing to point out as we go through, these are mulberry rice papers, beautiful quality, and I keep saying that, not to just give it lip service, but you really have to appreciate how good these are. So they are A3. Whichever option you go for, you will get 6. So let's have a look. This is what you'll get if you go for the animal option. So we've got owls in there. This is beautiful. That, to me, is just screaming to Jo. I was chatting to Jo earlier on, and she said, you could just put a frame around that. Or what about if you're upcycling a large chest or having that in a tray? Beautiful. Then we've got our ivory. Just show you this here. So there's the ivory. So the right way. There we go. So you've got your ivory. So all in the set with the animals. You've got your seashells. Which one will show you that. You've got your fish. I mean, look how many fish, the colours, and this is where you're going to start breaking them up and add them to it. Tip, you see Jo, when she works with these, what she'll do is a wet brush and just go around rather than cutting them, so you've got a diffused, softer edge. And then finally, with that option, you are getting all of those butterflies. So that is one option, that is your animals option, but you see just how many designs and how much imagery you are getting for your money. And again, just the quality of the rice paper is exceptional. So that's one option. Let's go to, see now this is your house option, or houses I should say. So let's have a look at some of these. I mean, that in itself, and when you start using it for background, so you wouldn't use it as a whole like this. What you would do is maybe just use the facade here, or use this as a whole, and then start building on it. We've got lots and lots of smaller imagery here. So you could just take that one door, imagine that on a project, MDF, mixed media. So you've got beautiful doorways and windows. You've got lovely rooftops in there. I mean, that will add, okay, I really like this set the more I look at it. Imagine adding that piece for a sense of grandeur onto a larger project. My goodness, that would be spectacular. Or how about this, and now we've got a beautiful homely feel, a cottage vibe going on. Is anyone else like me, if you walk past beautiful gates and it kind of catches your eye? Let's look at that. So you've got these wonderful gates going on. This is a piece that Joe used earlier on, I showed you with the cheese board going through, and then finally our Mediterranean vibe that we were all getting from that piece. So those are your houses, and actually going through them there, because I have had favourites, and I was saying how much I love the Art Deco and the animals, but the more I see the houses, the more I really like those. Let me just pop those to one side. Okay, so let's go on to our elephants and it's flamingos going through. I apologise, Kirsty. I can see. I know I'm making a mess of this. I was really trying to think because it's hard to show. I've got all fingers and thumbs trying to show you these. So let me. Is it going to fall? I think we're okay. It won't fall. So here we go. So we've got the elephants going through. I mean, that in itself, you would just pick, say, one elephant or put a few together and create a scene, and have a look at these for lovely flowers, bright, vibrant. Wait a second. Yeah. One thing I just wish I could convey better, I wish you could feel the papers, because if you felt the papers, you would know why I was just such a fan. The mulberry papers are exquisite. Look at those colours going through. So this is your elephant and flamingo option. There is still more to see. I mean, look how many A3 sheets you are getting, and there is still more. Because we have the showstopper that is the flamingo. Look at that. Is that flamingo? Yeah, you go. Okay, right, we're going to move on. Now we have, I think I missed out one from the houses. Let's see. Now we're going to go on to our rusty chic. So we start looking here. So what I like with the rusty chic is you're getting, not just, you think this is going to be quite steampunky, because that's quite industrial, fantastic, but then if I just pop that down for a second and have a... Kirsty, I'm so sorry. Now, Kirsty's our floor manager, and I have to say, you're a very good floor manager, you're so diligent, and you set up beautiful displays. I know I've trounced this, so I really am sorry. Let's just have a little look. Okay. So there we've got floral. Got a peacock in the mix as well. Beautiful peacock. We've also got, pop that down for a moment. More flowers coming through there. And then more peacock feathers just behind. I've really struggled. I've never struggled so much showing anything here at Hochanda. And then you've got your rice papers, because there's a lot to show and a lot of different options going through. So that is your rusty. And then we've got our Art Deco in the mix. Oh, you also get the peacock feathers in that rusty chic. And then finally the Art Deco. Let's go through here and see if I can do a better job. Probably not. So showing you that. Oh, now come on. You would use that, right? Totally use that. Love it. And even if you're just tearing off a little bit or using it as a whole, if you did want to break it down, this is a nice one to break down, because you've got lots of individual elements that you'd be picking up from. So upcycling. So think about glassware, adding that little bit of detail to glassware and totally transforming it. Normally in the past we'd say if you go to a charity shop, you're able to pick up glassware at such an affordable price, and then obviously you'd upcycle it. Can't do that at the moment, so look around the home, get imaginative, because it's just an opportunity. Wait till you see this peacock, and I know it's one that has been very popular. Look at that. I mean, that for a rice paper, you'd pay good money for that, wouldn't you? And then finally, we have, I say finally, you do get so much. I keep thinking I've just got one more to show, but I've not. I've got two more. It's upside down. There you go. Like that really has got that Art Deco feel to it. And then finally, that. So you are getting an awful lot for your money. You really are. Look, what I would say, for me, there are certain things, there's certain boxes that I need ticking if I'm going to invest in something. And I would thoroughly suggest everybody, because I understand, look, as a presenter, and here as a company, Hochanda, we get it. You're not going to buy everything every hour. No one could. So if you're going to invest in something, is this something you're going to use? Do you like it? Have you connected with it? And instantly in your mind, you're like, I could do this or that with it. Fantastic. Is it a good price? I think any crafter will know. And just do a cursory search right now on your tablet or on your iPhone or any phone, I should say, smartphone. Have a little look and just see how much A3 rice papers, good quality Mulberry A3 rice papers are. Because I know personally I've paid $3.95 for just one sheet. So the price is definitely there, the quality is there, the designs are there, and the item number's there, 197626 your item number. If you do have any questions, we really would love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. We've got to show you the cheese boards. Now these are really nice if you do want to look for a blank canvas. Thing with MDF, anything you've got in your stash will work with your MDF. Your spritz, your sprays, your texture paste, your stencils, your stamps, your rice papers. Hello. Look at this. I know I keep showing it, but these are two fabulous demonstrations that Joe shared. So you've got your rice papers on there, but equally you can add further embellishments if you want. We can add die cuts, your normal papers, your stencils, your texture paste. You get the idea. Anything you want to throw at your MDF, it will take it. I think three very nice projects and good to stand up. What I would do if I pop that down, I would stand these up and have them on display. $12.99 is your price, $366,285 your item number. Stencils, got to be quick here because I know time is getting on and we want to get in our next demonstration. These are options. So it's the collection Steampunk. You get set number 1, which you're seeing here. That's an A4 stencil, really good quality. Going through, I'm just want to see the Mylar. Yeah. So do you know what I like about this? It's flexible. So if you do, and the only reason I point out, because it is large, don't be put off by that. If you want to get it or wrap it around something, you have got that flexibility. So it's not a thick Mylar. $11.49 your price, $619,701 your item number. That's set number 1. We've got set number 2, same item number, you're just picking your options. And then we have set number 3. Going through, I'm just having a quick gaze to see if I've missed any of the stencils. Yeah, actually, here. So you see, just adding that little bit of detail onto a project, isn't that nice? That is actually beautiful. Love it. Okay, we got to move on. We have got these fantastic 3D effect pastes. So what these allow you to do, you can run them through your stencils. They're translucent. They're multi-surface, so they'll go on fabrics, they'll go on wood, they'll go on glass, they'll go on paper, and you've also, a little thing but is obviously important, they're low toxic value to them, and I don't even think that's the thing, they're just low toxic. Shall I open this up and show you beautifully smooth, luxurious. You will enjoy playing with these. So you've got so many different options. What I would suggest is get online, have a look at those. $16.70 your price, $576,776 your item number. They are translucent as well. Right, now we've got some crackle for you. Can I just apologise? Last time I showed you these, I mentioned the acrylic primer that you need. We didn't show you the details, so we will be showing that because these do need an acrylic primer, okay? And we saw Joe playing with this. Do you know what I'm going to do? As opposed to going through the options, I'm just going to show you some inspirations because look at the difference, and I know how popular crackle is, but these are seriously good crackles. They're coloured crackle, and Joe was saying to you that obviously the thicker we lay it on, the thicker a crack that you get, or if you wanted to go for a really subtle, finer crack, you just spread it on a little bit thinner. So $13.98, you're picking any two. It is a pick and mix. Lovely colour palettes to go through, but you do need the primer as well. Item number, you can find that on our website or use the app or just give us a call. Just going to show you the primer, and we have got it. Actually, we've got it right here. Showing it. So you're getting the varnish too. Now this is fantastic. So we're getting the primer, which you can see here, and then you're getting the protective finish too. So that adds the varnish to your project. $9.99 for both of those. Are you kidding? That's exceptional value. 823-802, your item number. Now, it is on a 2-week delay, and I can only apologise for that, but look, 2 weeks, once we have it, we're going to get it straight out to you, but I do want to make you aware that it is on a 2-week extended delivery, and that's just latent to the fact that whenever we feature it, it is always popular, and something like this, there is a lead time in the manufacturing process. It can't be just made overnight. Something else that's always popular, we've got the waxes. Now you're getting 2 of these neutral wax effects, so 2 of these pots, $13.98 your price, 145836 your item number. So we've seen everything. I think it's about time we head back to Jo to continue with our demonstration.
Okay, so what I've done is I've dried it all off. You can see we've got those fantastic crackles. You've got the different sizes of crackles as well, from the small to the larger, depending on how much you put on. Now what we always need to do, and this is really important, is to actually put this over the top. So this is the protective finish. It is available in the show, and it is something that you will need to use when if you are buying the crackle, you will need to put this over the top. Now you can see I'm sort of popping it on, but making sure that it goes into all of those lovely cracks. Okay, now this does dry clear. Okay, I have done some of this, so I'll just finish that off on the ends there. So this all dries clear, so don't worry if it does go in the cracks and you think, oh well, that's a milky appearance. Don't worry, because it will be super afterwards. Now that needs to dry, so give me a second and I'll dry that and I'll be back. Right, so that's all nice and dry, and you can see, just as I said, you've got that complete clarity there now. You can't see where I put that protective finish, but the crackle is good and safe now, really sturdy. Now we need to put our butterflies on. So as I said at the beginning, I have gone around and cut these out. Now to actually put these on, you want the water-based glue for decoupage. Okay, again, another Cannonball product. And so we just need to take a little bit. I'm just going to pop a little bit on my mat here. Now I've chosen butterflies that have got the blues and the aquas, and they've a little bit of green in them, so that it goes all with these specific colours. So I'll just show you with one of the butterflies, and then I'll just pop the rest on and then come back with that. So I'm being very careful. Obviously it's good sturdy decoupage paper, the rice papers from Cannonball, as we know, but just be very, very careful anyway, because we don't want them obviously tearing, because in the middles obviously the butterflies are quite fragile where I've cut them out. Make sure, it's very important to make sure you do cover every single bit of the actual butterfly itself. So just place them on very carefully, and then with you just pat it down. We are actually going to put the protective finish over the top of these when we've got them all in place, so that they are nice and protected. So I'll just be a couple of minutes just putting these on. I'm starting from the corner and just working out. Here we are then with our butterflies on, and you can see I've got them all in place, and I've also gone over the butterflies with the protective finish, which is what I went over the crackle with. Now I'm just going to bring this back in, the original one, because what I want to show you is, can you see here inside the crackles, what I've done is I've actually put in a couple of different coloured paints and waxes. So I just want to show you just one of the products. Now I don't think that this is actually on the show today, but it has been on before, and you may have this already from when we've had the Cannonball in the past. There's several colours in this one, and this particular one, the Tiffany, does go exceptionally well. Now this is actually it's a metallic paint, but what I wanted to show you is how we can just add some extra pearlized effect into the cracks, into this black. Now you need to put this on quite heavily to start off with, okay, as you can see there. But then what you do is, now I tend to do it with my finger, but obviously you can use a brush if you prefer, and then just rub it in. You do, I must say, you do get much more of a better effect if you do just rub it in. It's a water-based product again, so you really don't need to be worried about it being solvent or anything on your skin. And then what you need to do is, just with a damp piece of cloth, just in light circles, just wipe away the excess there, like so, and you get that amazing finish. And of course the cracks do just pop. Let me just dab that off and then you can see. Now you must do this after you've done the protective finish, because if not you will disturb the actual paste. Now the next thing that I did, I'll just do this really very quickly just to show you. I've got one of my That's Crafty stamps, one of my sentiment stamps, and I thought this was perfect. Nature will nurture you, and I think that's really apt for what we've done. It's one of Lynn Moncrief's sentiments actually, so have a little look on the website, I'm sure, and there's lots of different ones and they would suit this particular project really well. Just pop that one there, so that will sit nicely when it's done. Now just bring in so you can see there, that's all that beautiful. In fact, if I just move it there, can we see how that amazing pearlescent finish comes out? And then obviously carry on, do it around here and around here as well, and then you get that lovely continuity and in the cracks. Now we just bring in the original one here. What you'll see is obviously I've got the words in there, and I've just gone around with my black pen just to highlight those a little bit. I've got a few splatters of white on there just to break the blue up a little bit, and then I've just matted it onto some background paper that went with the whole theme. And then this piece here is some more grey board that I've used, and I've gone around with the Tiffany crackle effect, and that, so I basically put the black gesso down, and then of course the primer as we did before, the Tiffany crackle over the top, let it dry, and then put the protective finish on. And I'm hoping you have enjoyed this project as much as what I have to actually do it.
Thank you, Jo. You're an absolute star. I hope you're enjoying the demonstrations as much as we are. We've got a couple of minutes left. So what I thought I would do now, we have got the rice papers, we've got the cheese boards, the stencils, the paste, everything. So feel free to shop by brand at your leisure. Get online. I'm going to show you some finished inspiration. So, for instance, the houses with the rice papers are fantastic. But then what I love about the inspiration, it really shows you what you can do with them. So if you've got a main image that you can paint, stamp out, but having the houses behind all of a sudden adds so much weight to that piece. That is a beautiful inspiration. I really do like that. That's by Rachel. There we go. Let me pop that down. Rachel, that was lovely. Then we've got our flamingo here. I won't take that off the wall, but you can see. So the flamingo is from the Elephant and Flamingo set. It's a large image that you can use as a whole. You can, it doesn't take it from all, and it knocks off. Large image that you can use as a whole if you want. We've got another one from the houses. The more I see the houses, the more I really like these, because just having it as a background and then dip into your stash. So what are you going to use to build up your image? But it really does give such an effective background. So that's just two of the elements from the houses put together. And obviously being rice paper, you get such a beautiful blend. Okay, so there was a few inspirations we just wanted to share with you. I think I've shown most. Oh, okay, one more very, very quickly. I know time's beaten us, but there you can put onto your bottles and your glassware as well. Okay, so can I say a big thank you to Jo for all those fantastic inspirations and demonstrations, and also to Kallenborg for all the goodies on the show. The rice papers are beautiful. They have been the bestseller on the show. When you get these home, please remember what I said, me saying how beautiful they are and the quality, because you will feel it. I promise you, you'll feel it, and you're getting so much for your money. So well done for everyone who's got hold of those. We've got plenty more on the way, so don't go anywhere. We will see you right back here in a moment. Coming up next, we have the legend that is Matthew Palmer. You're going to have a great hour, and don't forget your spring savers. After that, Lucy will be back with Sweet Poppy stencils, and then we've got another hour with Be Crafty.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my own Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
our Spring Saver event continues with our one-day special. Of course, 12 o'clock traditionally, another show with our one-day special, and of course it's the same with this hour. And we've got our fabulous Matthew Palmer watercolours beginning course. There he is.
Hello.
He's going to be painting away a little bit later on, so we're going to go over to Matthew in a little while. But I need to tell you a little bit about our one-day special before I start, and of course that Spring Saver event. Now, if you placed your order for your one-day special last night, then you will have generated yourself a £5 voucher, or credit should I say, that will have been applied to your account at midnight. In fact, it was any of the shows after 6 o'clock last night. Now, if you've got that £5 credit, in order for you to use it, all you needed to be doing is placing an order for £30 or more. So the additional goodies that we're bringing to you, particularly the tree and texture brushes, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, you could be taking advantage of those and getting yourself a £5 credit. You just need to be spending £30 or more, or if it's a flexi-buy item over 2 payments, that first payment needs to be £30 or more. So just need to bear that in mind. In fact, the one-day special will qualify. So if you placed an order last night, that £5 credit could indeed come off your one-day special. That's the key thing. Check out the website for all the full terms and conditions, but I'll tell you more about it as the hour progresses. But the one-day special is the key thing. It's an amazing deal, a wonderful opportunity for you to get into watercolouring. Perhaps you've not even considered it before. Perhaps you thought it was outside of the realms of the possibility because you just didn't get on very well with artwork at school, or you just haven't been able to find a way of doing it. Well, the Matthew Palmer way is certainly the way to do it. And what Matthew does is he takes you through a watercolour course in the comfort of your own home. You've got 3 projects which pan out over 2 hours on the DVD. You can see the 3 pieces there, and we've got the actual pieces within the studio here. So the first piece you're going to see here, creating those wonderful stormy skies, learning how to use grey. Now, we'll come on to paints in a few moments, but this is quite key. There's a lot of colours going on there. I'll explain how they came together in a few moments. Now, lesson number 2, more of a daytime effect. I think you'll agree with this particular one. A beautiful piece again, a gorgeous coastline there, and again, much brighter blues with this one, definitely daytime. And then the next one, well, it could be morning, it could be evening, whichever you think. But of course, all of those different elements that you've learned from the workshops, or the tutorial, should I say, come together in that third piece. Now, of course, you're going to need your elements to paint with, and that's what we've got here as well. You've got your primary colours with regards to the paints, brought to you by the SAA, and we'll be introducing the SAA to you in a few moments as well. Beautifully formulated paints, and Matthew will tell you the realms of all of these as he is painting. But of course, from those 3 paints come loads of different colours, which of course is why we reference lesson number 1, where you're going to learn how to mix your greys and all sorts of different colours using those 3 paints. In fact, you can use them in loads of ways. Then you've got your fabulous brush. Now, the brush is included with this one. It's a worker brush. It's kind of a multi-personality brush, as Matthew's already shown us. Yeah, it's going to cover a large area if you're using the side of it, but of course a bright, tiny detail if you're wanting to with that tip. And of course, you can see in the background there as well your watercolour cardstock. And this is your cotton cardstock, or paper, should I say, cotton paper, which will allow you to apply lots and lots of water and give you lots of open time when you're moving those paints around. Now, in the last hour at 8 o'clock this morning, Matthew showed us how to create this fabulous piece. So that's almost like an additional lesson. Go back and watch on Rewind. He only used the 3 paints that you've got within your one-day special. Isn't that amazing to see that? Last night, totally different scene, but the same 3 paints. And that's the beauty of these. Because you've got your primary colours, you're going to learn how to mix and blend those together to make a whole multitude of different colours. 149204 is the item number for you to get hold of. Now, the DVD included within this one is limited edition. It's exclusive to Hochanda, and once it's gone, it has gone. And you can see here, literally looking over Matthew's shoulder as he is working, so you know exactly where you need to apply those colours. And you can see from the palette to the side of him there's a whole host that you are going to be able to create from those little 3 tubes, and they are highly concentrated, those colours, so a little really does go a long way. So details in one-day special, of course, on your screen there, but some additional elements that you might want to use that £5 voucher towards. As I say, if you got your one-day special last night, if you've got an order for £30 or more, then you will be able to get that £5 credit taken from your order. And the palette, this is something that you see Matthew working with, not just during this hour, but during all of his watercolour hours that he brings to us. Brilliant palette. You can see you've got lots of wells within there for you to pop those colours into, mix and blend your colours. Of course, the beauty of your watercolour palette is that if the colours dry out, just add a little bit of water and they are ready to use again. Loads of wells, as you can see, within there. Nice glossy finish as well, so those colours are going to give you that true colour of that blend, so you've not got any off-whites or darker tones, so you can't see the true colours. And then, of course, you have got your larger palettes on the other side here. You'll see it's nice and glossy as well, so nice and easy for you to pull those colours out as opposed to the back. Lid on there, so you can keep those colours nice and safe when you're not working with them. But half the stock has gone of that one. Very affordable at £11.99. Forgot to mention to you extended delivery. I do apologise. 28th of May. It's only a week. What's a week between, friends? Now, something that has been very popular. Now, with these, we have been waiting for confirmation with regard to more stock of these. The confirmation has come through, and it is not good news, I'm afraid. Once it's gone, and 2/3 of the stock have gone of these. Now, Matthew was working with these a lot during his demonstration, showing us the bluebell wood painting. If you're wanting them, don't leave it to the end of the hour. You could potentially miss out on these. We really do not have many of these left at all. 933-600. Matthew will tell you all about those when we get to demo. But of course, your paints, you've got your fabulous paints that you're going to be able to blend any colours from, but sometimes you might not want to blend them. Sometimes you might want a natural tone that is perfected. Oh, got that little masking pen there, do apologise. So, of our pick and mixes, we've only got 6 left. They've been popular. You can choose any 3 of these. You can see you've got a couple of true greens in there, which is nice. And also, conveniently, you've got 6 colours, so you could go in for your pick and mix twice, and then you'll have all 6 of those. Now, 424-705 if you are wanting those. Some really beautiful blended colours already, because, as I say, if you're wanting to go down that route, you can do. You've also got some flesh tones in there as well, which is nice. Next set that we've got for you is your Masquerade. And we didn't see this in action. Whether we'll see it in this hour, I don't know. We'll see what Matthew's got planned for us. You've got your Masquerade, which you may well have come across before, and usually we paint it in place, but on this occasion you've got your pen, as you can see there, with your fine detail nozzle, so you can really get into the nitty-gritty of your design and kind of preserve certain areas if you're wanting to, maybe make it a point of your artwork. And then you have also got your kind of Masquerade, what's it called? Eraser. Well, I don't know, Masquerade, full stop. It's not an eraser, it's just going to rub the Masquerade out of the way. So £10.49 for those. 721-588. Now, everything that I've spoken about is on the website, and we're going to be having a look at the website in a few moments, because that's where you can get hold of your SAA membership. You can see it there. We'll talk about how you get hold of that in a few moments, because you don't get it from us. In fact, let's do it now. You can see there you've got your product on the website. You don't click on your add to basket. You go down to the details where in pink you can see there is the link, and that's the key thing. Click on that pink link and it will take you directly to the SAA website where you are able to join, and do definitely go that route to make your membership. The reason being, you've got some additional goodies because of you being a Hochanda customer. So Matthew, what are we getting from the SAA?
Right, well, we've put together a cracking membership offer. So first of all, just to mention the SAA, biggest art group in the world, massive art group. I've been a member since about 96, I think, 96, 97, so quite a while. And I was a member because I wanted to, you know, sort of develop the painting, let's say, and keep the artistic juices flowing. So being a member of this art group, the SAA, it kind of does that. But I mean, nowadays in this modern world, the SAA is a bit more than just getting a couple of things through the post. There's a massive online community, and as part of your membership, £45 for the year, you're going to get access to hundreds of hours of video on demand. So if you imagine your Netflix, your Amazon Primes, those dozens of the video streaming services that are out there, you get this for art included in this membership. But that's just one aspect of it. We get the magazine subscription, and for me this is a huge part of the SAA because I write for this magazine. It's a glossy mag, and it's full of step-by-step articles. So being a member of the SAA, this gets sent to your door direct, and it's full. If we can have a little look inside, we can see it's full of beautiful sort of step-by-step articles, reviews on products. It's a lovely read. It comes straight to your door. It also comes along with the kind of seasonal catalogue, and this particular one is the spring one. Now, this is just for members, and members get really good prices. there's kind of two prices on all the products. Members get discounts, so it's a huge thing. Also, this is the big home shop catalogue here. Now this is probably the biggest UK-based art mail order company in the UK, really, and it's basically free shipping to members, big discounts to members. Remember, you get free shipping as well, and every penny you spend, we get points back, and those points can be used to buy products. In fact, as part of the membership offer today we're going to talk about, you get a £5 voucher, which is 500 loyalty points. That is included with your membership. Also going to give you this book by Jeremy Ford, who's a famous artist, a good friend of mine as well. That's included. That's worth £9. You get your membership card, you get the year's membership, you get the access. Remember, that massive video on demand service is always important to talk about. But a nice little bonus that I found out about last night when I came in, if you join via the link on the website, please don't click add to basket, just scroll down, you'll see the pink link, did we say? It's a pink link. If you click the pink link, I like that, pink link, it will take you through so you can join the SAA. It'll give you all these goodies, access to the community, access to the video on demand, and also it'll give you these wonderfully designed brushes by Mr. Palmer. These are Matthew Palmer branching detail brushes. Now these sell for £20.59. Probably my most popular brushes that we sell. These are super fine brushes with a large body where it holds a big chunk of water. So if you take away all the little individual aspects, your membership is going to cost you barely anything. That's for a year, and you can also buy this as a gift for somebody as well. So there's nothing finer for anybody of any level that paints to become an SAA member, and it's a great time to do it as well today, folks.
It certainly is. Don't forget, go onto the website with the item details you can see, but don't click on the add to basket button. Scroll down, find that pink link, click on there, and it will take you to the SAA website. And then you can see there the button, the blue button there, just join, and then you can see there you'll get all those goodies on their way to you. 430172 is the item number for you to find that pink link, and as I say, you can become a member today and take advantage of all of those benefits. But we have the benefit of having Matthew Palmer here in the studio, so we're going to be doing some demonstrations. I say we, I'm just going to stand and watch and let him carry on, to be honest. And it's definitely worth a pressing record with, because if you've gone for the one-day special, these are kind of some additional little bonuses for you. Just to let you know as well, 2/3 of the one-day special have gone. And don't forget, you've got your 3 lessons in there, but don't forget we've got a couple of bonus lessons, because last night Matthew showed us how to create this particular piece of artwork, and of course he's shown us the bluebell wood this morning. So that's an additional couple of little elements that you've got there, and we're going to go over to Matthew for the demonstration now, I think. So what we're looking forward to this hour then?
So yeah, the start of the show is the one-day special, and for me really it's about this DVD. This was kind of produced over the past couple of months during this weird lockdown period, and I put this together for people to enjoy at home, because basically you've got your 3 lessons. You've got your sunset scene here, you've got this beautiful seascape, lesson 1 and 2. Now, they're on for sort of 30 minutes-ish each, but then you've got this beautiful mountainscape. Now, this one's on for well over 60 minutes, and this one will take you through skies, mountains, trees, buildings, reflections, and it's all in step-by-step detail, so it's a lovely thing, folks, and it very much is a limited edition, this DVD, so it's only available over the next few hours, basically. So get hold of that, folks, something to enjoy. It's just nice to watch. Painting, and I'll say this now, is total escapism, and there's a few weird things happening out there at the minute, yeah? This takes your mind. Whenever you're touching this piece of paper, you totally forget about everything. I've been teaching lots of virtual workshops online at the minute, and people's loving them. And of course, if anyone's interested, head over to the website Watercolour TV for details. I've got one tomorrow, so I'll craft a little plug there. And it's using 3 colours at these workshops, and the 3 colours that we've got in the one-day special, of course, are these 3 here. So just a little bit of detail about them. First of all, the red. Now, this is the new blender red. It's a very bright red. This is called alizarin crimson, but this is the bright blend. So this is a lovely, crisp, new, improved version, let's say. Non-granulating ultramarine blue. Now, for people that have painted before, you'll know that blue can get a little bit speckly, a little bit sort of granulated. Well, this doesn't do that. It's designed by the SAA to avoid that. And a gorgeous yellow called Gambons. Now, these are primary colours, and these will get you mixing pretty much anything that you see around here. So Can we see these over there? Is that possible? You know, if like the likes of the bird on the tap here, for example. 3 colours. So completely painted with 3 colours, and it's just a nice thing to think about how you blend and you mix those beautiful colours. Even the likes of this steam tray, and this is actually the Flying Scotsman we've got here. Now this was done just with 3 colours as well. You can mix greens quite easily, you've got the blue, and of course you can get the reds as well. So it's not just about what's in that one day special, it's much more than that. And of course we're also giving you the gorgeous size 6 worker brush as well. And if you look at that, you can see what a gorgeous point you've actually got on that brush. I mean, that is a nice quality brush. It's designed to replicate sable, so you're getting a really premium quality brush. And then, of course, a lovely pack of watercolour paper with 5 sheets, okay? So,
Matthew, sorry to
Yes.
jump in. Can I just ask, with those paints, are we
Yes.
going to learn within that lesson about making those different colours?
Yes.
Because I know you've been doing it during your demonstrations, but do we actually learn that on the DVD
Absolutely.
as well?
So, if you was to think about the DVD as being a complete art course, right from lesson 1, which is the sunset, I will show you how to mix colours, and each lesson you mix more and more.
Oh,
so those
okay.
3 colours become probably 25, 30 colours
Wow.
easily, and that's what primary is all about. Everything you see here, even the lighthouse picture down here, whether we can see this one or not, is made from those 3 colours. You can get turquoises, you can get violets, you can get greens, you can get blues. It's not just about the 3 colours.
Clever.
And that's what makes painting interesting. When I first started teaching art way back when, I just taught with 3 colours, which is what we'll do now. And you can see, you can quickly take the 3 and turn them into dozens, because that's what painting is all about. So, for this particular picture, I'm going to paint it in the middle here. So I've got a full sheet of the watercolour paper from the one day special. It's a cotton paper. I've stuck it to a board. Now this is just an old sketchbook, but you can get these fancy boards if you want to. We just basically stick it to a board of some kind. And I'm going to paint in the middle, and we'll call this a vignette. And the reason I'm going to do a vignette, because there's a few of them hanging around. This is a vignette. You see where the edges are kind of faded. And it does make a pretty little scene, actually. So it'll be a nice thing to capture on this particular painting. So, very little sketching, if any sketching, is involved on a picture like this. We've been talking about these tree and texture brushes as well, and we were saying that the stock's getting pretty low on these, is that right?
Very much so, yes. Yeah, if you do want these, we have got the details at the bottom of the screen. In case we're going to switch them around, actually, because they have proved to be very popular. Matthew was using them a lot, and 70% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, with these, when the stock has gone, the stock has gone. We can't get any more of these in this format. I have to say, that brush, the large brush there, is looking like it's a bit bejackled. What's happened to it?
It's like a moustache, a strange moustache. What do you reckon to that, eh?
I don't know if the
Good for
moustache
fancy dress
suits you.
parties. I've now got a green nose.
Oh, as if I'd tell you.
What we're going to do here, smells nice. What we're going to do here, folks, I'm going to take a bit of masking tape and I'm going to pop this very loosely, just kind of below halfway. I'll make it look a little bit wobbly as well, so it's not perfectly straight. That's fine. And we're going to paint a gorgeous scene called Surprise View, which means you've got to wait to the end to see what it is. Okay? And you've got your 3 brushes. You've got your small, your large, and your extra large. It's the first time we've seen these 3 together. These are the popular 3. Okay? Again, brushes that are designed for painting trees. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to pop a sky in and some trees on this one. Okay? So I'm using the large one from the set. It's not just about painting trees. You can disguise reflections with it. I want to create a lovely sort of woodland picture here with a river and some tall trees. So first of all, I've wet everything pretty much down to the tape. And again, I don't need to use a whole sheet. As you saw with the pictures that Hayley had over there, you can just do half if you want to. But a nice vignette is quite a nice thing to do, and people seem to like the vignettes, or some people call them vinaigrettes. You can just pop the water down all the way down to the tape, and let's pop in a simple little background. So we'll take the yellow. This is called Gambonge. It's a lovely colour. You can see how clean it is compared to the blob. I'm going to twist this in the background here. Now at the minute it's just a twist, okay? So it's a simple little twist to start with. We'll clean the brush again. I'm going to grab some kitchen paper. And I'm just going to pick up some blue. There's the blue, and we'll twist some blue in. So this is the non-granulating blue. Now you can see I'm not working to the edge here. I want to twist this in. Of course, as it connects with the yellow, it's going to go green, which is fine for woods. So you get that nice kind of misty sort of green colour coming through. I want to leave this edge to go all misty. It'll grow on you.
3/4 of the stock of those brushes have gone, folks. If you're wanting to take advantage of them, you need to be quick with these ones. Potentially we could lose them in this hour, so please do not leave it until your last hour at 4 o'clock, because I've got a feeling these won't be here. Glad that you're using these in the demonstration, Matthew, because they might have gone a little bit later.
Ah, right, yeah, good point actually, yeah. So let me show you what they've actually designed for. We take the yellow and we take the blue, so you get the green. Get plenty of yellow. And we'll stipple the brush. We called it bashing the brush. Now, you don't want to do this with a normal paintbrush because you'll ruin it, but this brush is designed, and the more you bash the brush, the more it works, if you know what I mean. Now, if you look at the brush from the side, you can see it's got an angle to it. It's designed for this reason, okay? And basically, we're going to stipple it along the tape edge.
So just dabbing it.
Now, with every stipple, it's giving individual sort of leaves of a tree. Now imagine that's the misty background, okay? So the nice kind of misty, almost out of focus background. Now, I designed these brushes quite a while ago, very popular. We've improved them. These are the new, can we say, bushier versions? Can we get away with that?
I think that's allowed, yeah.
We can say bushier. It's a good word, bushier, I like it. And then we'll pop that here. Now over this side here, we're going to do more of a woodland, so I'm moving from the large tree brush into the Mustache extra large tree brush, which is my favourite one. This is also good for putting emulsion paint on. Don't use it for putting emulsion paint on.
You used this for covering a large area in the last painting that you did, yeah.
Yeah, it is a big brush, this one. So we'll take the yellow, we'll pop a little bit of blue with it, and of course you get that green. That's a little bit too much blue, so we'll pop some more yellow with it. Gorgeous green. You should always mix your greens from primary colours. It looks so much nicer than using the likes of sap green and things like that.
This palette's good for using those large brushes, because if you've got small little kind of wells within your palette, I'm guessing that brush wouldn't fit in there.
Yeah, it's designed, the palette was designed by me for my paints and my brushes, so it just makes perfect sense. If you're going for the one day, especially if you're going for these brushes, for an extra, was it $11.99? Pop in the palette, folks. It's a lovely thing to have.
And
it
if
really
you are going to,
well.
yeah, just be aware 60% of the stock has gone of it as well, so it is flying out as well.
Now, if you look close at this brush, compared to what it's done at the side of it, so at the side, that was the slightly smaller version. You can see that's more of a solid tree, but this is more of a sort of close-up tree. With every stipple of the brush, can you see you get those gorgeous individual leaves, and literally if you look at the brush on the end you can see it's all nice and spiky. And imagine that's a nice tree that's just overhanging in the picture there. It really works nice.
Now, can you use this for, I mean, it's called brush and texture, so obviously you're using it for your trees with your kind of, your leaves there. What other effects could you use if you use different colours?
Okay, that's a good question. So, like, imagine you were doing like a waterfall or something. If you look at the side here, I can just sort of do that. You can imagine flowing water. Can you see that?
I see, okay, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
Imagine movement in water, animal fur, grasses. You can flick sort of tall grasses, that works quite nice as well. So it was important to me to call this brush tree and texture, because it's natural use as trees, but you can do so much more with it. Of course, it's not just about painting trees. You can use it for adding texture and all sorts of random things. Beautiful. Now what I want to do here is what we did in the last show, and that was using a slightly more modern SAA membership card. I used my old one last time, which I actually can't find it now, but this is a membership card, and I'm just going to scratch off some trees here. So we'll take those out. Now, below this area, below the masking tape, we're going to add some water, some reflections, some rocks as well. But before we do that, if I take that off nice and steady, that needs a couple of minutes to dry, and then we'll come back to it. But again, 3 colours, One day special, I've got to say super price on that as well, folks.
Certainly is. And now while that's drying, Matthew, I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a recap, if that's okay, and introduce some additional bits and pieces too, because of course our 7-day savers were launched at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. You only have through till Sunday morning again to take advantage of these, and we have got some additional watercolour card stock that you might want to add into your basket for £12.60. Got 50 sheets of these, so 082084 if you're wanting those. In addition to the 7-day savers of that card stock, we've got these, which are some fabulous shaping tools. You're getting both of these for £17.99. They're perfect for you to use for your flower shaping and moulding, and you've also got 2 pairs of reversible tweezers in there. They come in a fabulous little case. Brilliant value. Again, 2 of those for £17.99. 532487. Do jump onto the website to check out all the other 7-day savers, including these. You've got your micro dots here, 5 sheets of those, 2 rolls of your 9mm micro dots as well for £17.71. So just to mention those, and of course your £5 credit from that spring event can be used against those as well. But of course it's a 1-day special, which is the reason why we're here at 12 o'clock. 70% of the stock has gone. It has been flying out. Very busy hour for these already. Lots of you, it might be the first time that you've seen this, and of course you've got your DVD and those fabulous paints. Now the DVD is going to give you the tuition for you to create your design. So as Matthew's been teaching us during this hour, and of course every hour with the 1-day special, he'll be passing on those skills, teaching you how to mix and blend those 3 primary colours to get some amazing results. And this is lesson 3, so this is the one that you're kind of going towards when you are learning all those different lessons. But of course you can come in at any point, so if you are confident with regards to your watercolour painting, maybe you've already experienced one of Matthew's workshops or maybe his DVDs, well, you can get straight into this one if you so choose. You don't have to do them in any particular order at all. It's not an issue. But the key thing is get hold of it while you can, because at the end of the 1-day special, the DVD will cease to be available to you. It is exclusive to us for the 1-day special, so you need to be placing your order for it now, really, to take advantage. £31.95, 149204. You are going to get your watercolour paper in there as well. It's your cotton paper, so of course you can add loads of water to that, which gives you the open time for you to create with those fabulous paints that you've got there. And you've also got your worker brush. It's one of the most useful brushes to have because it's got that kind of reservoir within the bristles. That's the word I'm looking for. It's going to hold a good quantity